Hey guys, how are you all? I hope you all are doing well. Today we are going to see an amazing what-if story. But before we start, it's just a humble request that if you are new here, please subscribe because it actually motivates me a lot to post more. Also, the stories on my channel are fully written by me, so if you have any suggestions for what-if stories, please let me know below the comment section. Now, without any further delay, let's start. What if Harry Potter found Merlin's sword? The fire in the Gryffindor common room had burned down to red coals. Most of the chairs were empty. A few jumpers and homework scrolls were thrown over the backs, abandoned after curfew. Someone had left a chess piece on the floor near the sofa, a chipped knight lying on its side. Harry sat in the corner armchair nearest the window and stared at nothing. The window glass showed his reflection in the dark. Messy hair, glasses, the faint outline of the lightning scar. Behind that, the night sky over the grounds. He tried to focus on the stars and kept seeing a thin, black curtain instead. The veil. His hand tightened on the arm of the chair until his knuckles hurt. He did not notice. Footsteps came down from the boys' dormitory. Ron shuffled into view, yawning, rubbing the side of his face. His hair stuck up even more than usual. He wore his school trousers and an old weird sister's shirt with a hole near one shoulder. "Mate, you are still down here," Ron muttered. "You know what time it is?" Harry shrugged without looking up. "Late. Very helpful." Ron moved closer and dropped onto the sofa across from him, making the springs creak. "McGonagall will have kittens if she catches you up again. She can add it to the list," Harry said. His voice came out flat. Ron watched him for a moment. The silence felt heavy. The only sounds were the faint pop of the embers in the grate and the distant rush of wind against the tower. "You have not slept proper since we got back from the ministry," Ron said. "You look like you are about to fall over." "We should not have gone," Harry said. He still did not look at him. "If I had not believed that stupid dream, Sirius would still be alive." Ron flinched. He opened his mouth, closed it, then tried again. "It was not stupid," he said. "It was you-know-who messing with your head. That is on him." Harry let out a short sound that was not quite a laugh. "That makes it better, does it?" "No," Ron admitted. "But you are not the one who pushed him through that thing." The image hit Harry so hard he felt sick. Sirius, falling. Sirius, disappearing behind the curtain with that look on his face. Surprise more than fear. The way the arch had gone still and empty, quiet as if nothing had happened. Harry squeezed his eyes shut. "I should have known it was a trap. Dumbledore knew. He knew everything. He left me in that house all summer, said nothing, and then he lets me walk straight into that room." Ron shifted, uncomfortable. He said he made a mistake. "Brilliant," Harry said. "That fixes it." Ron frowned. "Harry, what? You know he cares about you, does he?" Harry finally turned his head. Ron looked tired and worried and out of his depth. Harry felt a tiny stab of guilt, then shoved it down. "He kept the prophecy from me. He kept everything from me. He decided when I was allowed to know that my life is supposed to end in some big final duel. He decided that I needed to live with the Dursleys and wonderful Aunt Petunia, where no one could tell me anything." Ron stared at him. "He said he was trying to protect you." "Yeah. We all know how that turned out." Ron scrubbed his hands over his face. "Look, I am rubbish at this," he said. "Hermione is better with words and feelings and all that." "Then maybe you should be in bed," Harry said quietly. "You have got herbology in the morning. I am not leaving you down here on your own." Ron snapped, surprising himself. "You are walking around like you are hollow. You are not talking to anyone. You barely eat. You jump every time someone says Sirius. What are we supposed to do, pretend that is normal?" Harry fired back on instinct. "What do you want me to say, Ron? That I am fine? That I am over it already?" "No," Ron said. His ears were partly red, but his eyes were steady. "I want you to tell us something. Anything. We can handle you being a mess. We cannot handle you shutting us out." Harry swallowed. His throat felt tight. "Every time I close my eyes, I see him fall," he said. The words came out raw. "I hear Bellatrix laughing. I hear that bloody veil whispering, and I cannot grab him and pull him back. I keep thinking there has to be a spell or something. There has to be a way to get him back. and I have no idea where to even start, because everyone who knows anything just decides I am too young to hear it. Ron opened his mouth. Then Hermione spoke from the top of the girls' staircase. That is not true. They both looked up. Hermione stood on the steps in a dressing gown and slippers, hair even bigger than usual. She clutched a copy of Hogwarts A History under one arm like she had fallen asleep on it and dragged it along by accident. I am not spying, she added quickly as she came down. I could hear you from the dormitory. Ron, you are not exactly quiet. Good, Ron muttered. Maybe he needs loud. Hermione came to stand between the armchair and the sofa, looking from one of them to the other. Harry, no one is trying to keep you ignorant just for fun. Harry gave her a look. She flushed. All right, some grown-ups are patronizing idiots. But not everyone. Professor Lupin told you what he could. Professor McGonagall has always treated you like you can handle things. Even Dumbledore apologized. Dumbledore apologized when it was convenient for him, Harry said. After months of ignoring me. After not telling me why I could hear voices in the walls. After locking me in that house where no one would speak plainly. Hermione opened her mouth, then closed it. She came a little closer and crouched down so she was nearer his eye level. Harry, she said. Her voice was softer. You are right to be angry. I am angry too. About Sirius. About the way they kept things from you. But throwing yourself at unknown magic because you are furious, that is not a plan. He stiffened. Who said anything about magic? Hermione raised her eyebrows. Ron groaned. Honestly, mate, Ron said. You have been in the library. Voluntarily. For a week. Even I noticed. I always used the library, Harry said. Not like this, Hermione said. You never checked out anything from the restricted section before without at least talking to us about it. Now you hardly speak at all. Harry looked away out of the window again. The grounds were empty. The outline of the forest lay dark and jagged beyond the lawn. It seemed to be watching him. I need something Voldemort does not know, Harry said finally. He saw my spells, my tricks, in the graveyard. He knows what I can do. I will not win if I keep using the same kind of magic he has used for decades. I need something older. Something he cannot predict. Hermione chewed her lip. Older how? Foundational, Harry said. The word tasted strange in his mouth, like he had stolen it from a book and was not sure he was allowed to use it. Magic before wands. Before the ministry. Before all the rules and laws. Hermione went very still. Ron just looked confused. Where did you even hear that term? Hermione asked quietly. Harry thought of the cramped writing in the corner of a page, of a note from someone with his surname who had died centuries before he was born, of a dry passage in a book about ancient accords that mentioned the old religion in one line and then moved on as if it was not important. In some of the books, he said, and in Potter family notes Dumbledore gave me last year. Things he said were harmless. Background. History. Hermione sagged onto the arm of the sofa. Of course he did not read them properly, she muttered, mostly to herself. I did, Harry said. It is the first thing I have read that makes sense. If there was magic strong enough to force a whole society to pretend it never existed, it might be strong enough to beat Voldemort. Or strong enough to destroy you before you even get close to him, Hermione said sharply. Ron nodded. I am with her on this one. Old magic in this castle means things like giant snakes and cursed diaries. You really want more of that? Harry stood up. His legs were stiff from sitting so long. He moved to the window, put his palm against the cold glass. The forest looked back at him. The dark trees shifted in the wind. You did not see him fall, Harry said in a low voice. You did not hear him hit the stone on the way in. You did not see the veil close behind him like he was never there. And you did not hear Dumbledore tell you that some mysteries are beyond even his understanding and that you should accept that. Silence. Hermione swallowed. Harry, we know you miss him. I am not losing anyone else because I waited for permission, Harry said. He turned away from the window. The decision had been there for days, forming under his skin, but saying it out loud settled it in place. I am going to find out what they are hiding, he said, even if I have to dig under the castle myself. Harry, Hermione said, what does that mean exactly? For now it means research, he said. Nothing reckless. Ron looked skeptical. And when research is not enough? Harry did not answer. Hermione stood. Her knees cracked a little as she straightened. She looked tired and angry and afraid, all at once. "Promise you will not go off on your own and do something stupid," she said. He hesitated. He wanted to promise. He also wanted to walk into the forest that evening and not come back until he had ripped the secret out of the ground. He could not do both. "I will be careful," he said at last. She saw the dodge at once. Her shoulders slumped. "That is not what I asked." "I know." Hermione pressed her lips together, then nodded once. "Fine," she said. "Then we will just have to keep an eye on you." Ron groaned quietly. "We always do." They stayed with him for a while after that, talking in fits and starts about normal things. Snape being even more of a bat since the ministry. Fred and George sending them owls about joke shop plans. What their NEWT classes might be. It felt like someone had put a blanket over a fire. The heat was still there, but muffled. Eventually Hermione went back up to the girls' dormitory. Ron dragged himself up too, pausing at the bottom of the steps. "You know we are with you, right?" he said. Harry nodded, but he did not say it back. When they were gone, the common room felt even more empty than before. He stayed until the last ember in the grate turned black. Then he slipped out through the portrait hole, cloak over his arm, heart pounding even though he had not yet done anything wrong. The library smelled of dust and ink and old wood polish. The high windows were dark. Only a few candle brackets burned, low and yellow. Madame Pants had gone for the night. Harry had checked. He sat at a small table tucked between two shelves in the far corner. Books lay open in front of him, some so old the pages felt like they might crumble if he breathed too hard. A dictionary of ancient warding patterns. The old ways, ritual practice before the statute of secrecy. A slim, almost forgotten volume in faded blue that had simply been titled Foundational Magic. He ran his fingertip under the same lines again and again. Interdict of Merlin. Not recorded fully. Early Wizarding Society agreed to conceal certain forms of magic deemed too destructive or destabilizing to be used in common practice. Balance requires restraint. The notes in the margin were in a different hand. Tighter, impatient. Potter written once near the top of the page, as if the writer had been claiming it. Balance is an excuse, the note read. Power is the truth. Harry had stared at those words for a long time the first time he saw them. He stared again now, jaw clenched. Power is the truth, he repeated under his breath. Well, power killed him too, did it not? He flipped pages. More references. The old religion. Wild loci of magic. Places where the boundary between raw magic and physical world was thin enough that even non-wand users could feel it. The forest around Hogwarts came up more than once. It made sense. The place had always felt strange in ways he could not explain. Even first year, with the centaurs and the unicorns and the thing that drank blood, he had felt something under the trees that had nothing to do with the creatures that lived there. He traced the rough little map in one of the books. It showed the grounds of Hogwarts in ink that had faded to gray. The lake was a dark smear. The Quidditch pitch was a circle. The forest was a mess of jagged lines. In the corner of the forest, someone had drawn a tiny star. Beside it, in that same impatient Potter hand, was a note. Nexus. Do not mark roads. Follow the old way. The old way. Harry rubbed his eyes. He had tried to sleep for 3 nights and given up each time. His body wanted rest. His mind kept replaying spells, corridors, Sirius falling. Every time he thought of climbing into bed, he heard Bellatrix laugh. He leaned back in his chair and stared at the ceiling for a moment. When he looked down again, his eyes landed on a sentence he had somehow missed before. The old way paths are not made by men. They are formed where magic has walked most often. To find them, one must move without forcing intent, letting grief or need guide the core. Grief, need. Harry closed the book slowly. His heart beat faster. He had grief. He had need. He had both in amounts that made him feel like he could not breathe most of the time. The map in his mind drew itself. The tiny star in the corner of the forest. The rough note. The fact that every warning in these texts felt less like do not enter and more like no one has been brave or stupid enough. Fine, he whispered to the empty shelves. Then that is me. He checked the map one more time. The star sat roughly beyond where he knew the Centaur Glade lay, deeper than Hagrid had ever let them go on lessons. Not impossible to reach, just far. His hand shook a little as he closed each book and stacked them neatly. He carried them back to their places. He did not want anyone following the same path unless he decided they could. At the library door he paused. His reflection looked back at him from the dark glass panel. He looked older than he had at the start of the year. There were shadows under his eyes, and his scar stood out in the candlelight, pale and thin. "It should have been enough that I survived once," he said quietly. The reflection did not answer. The castle slept as he moved through it. Harry wore his invisibility cloak pulled tight, the map in his hand. He did not need the map to know the way down to the entrance hall. He knew every shortcut by now. The map was for the people he wanted to avoid. He tapped it with his wand and whispered the words. Tiny ink figures moved across the parchment. Filch muttering in a corridor near the kitchens. Snape, a long thin label gliding in the direction of the staff quarters. Dumbledore in his office. The little dot was still. Asleep or deep in thought, Harry did not care. He folded the map and shoved it deep into his pocket. Cold air hit him when he stepped out onto the front steps. Night spread over the grounds. The grass shone faintly with dew. The lake was a dark sheet. The forest loomed beyond, a black wall of trunks and leaves that seemed to swallow the starlight. Harry hesitated at the edge of the lawn. Memories crowded in. Unicorn blood gleaming on dead leaves. A hooded figure drinking it. Fong whining at his side. Centaurs stepping out of the trees. Half man and half horse and entirely strange. Sirius was dead. That thought cut through everything else. Harry set his jaw and walked. The grass soaked his trainers and the hems of his jeans. The air smelled of damp earth and pine. He could hear the distant rustle of branches, the occasional hoot of an owl. The moment he stepped under the first line of trees, the sounds changed. The wind went from a broad rush to a series of sharper whispers. Leaves rustled above his head, not in waves but in small bursts, as if the forest was talking quietly to itself. He held his wand up and whispered, "Lumos." Light flared at the tip. It looked dim beside the darkness between the trunks, but it was enough to see the ground. Roots twisted underfoot. Fallen branches lay like traps. Harry picked his way around them as best he could. More than once he stumbled and had to grab a tree to steady himself. The deeper he walked, the heavier the air felt. Not thicker exactly, just full of something he could not name. It hummed at the edge of his awareness, the way magic did sometimes when he was about to cast a spell. He did not follow a path. There were game trails here and there, deer tracks and narrow ways where smaller creatures had passed, but he ignored them. Follow the old way. He let his thoughts drift back to the Department of Mysteries, to the way Sirius had moved, easy and confident, wand flashes bright around him, to the open, stunned look on his face when Bellatrix's spell caught him in the chest. Harry walked with those images in his head. Every time his mind tried to shift to other things, to exams or Quidditch or the way Ginny had looked at him with fierce sympathy in the common room, he pushed it back. Grief and need. He needed power. He needed to make sure no one else fell through a curtain because he had been too slow or too ignorant. After a while, he realized he had stopped hearing the usual forest sounds. No more owls. No more small things scurrying in the underbrush. The only noise was his own breathing and the faint creak of branches. He stopped walking. His heart hammered in his chest. The air in front of him felt different. It was not colder or warmer, but his skin prickled as if he had walked into a room full of people who were all staring at him, even though he could not see anyone. Harry lowered his wand slightly. The light halo moved, showing a ring of trees. Their trunks were thicker here, their roots tangled in a wide circle, as though they had grown around something and never stopped. At the center of the ring, the ground dipped. He stepped forward slowly. The earth under his feet felt solid, but his stomach swooped the same way it did at the start of a broom dive. As he drew nearer, his wand light caught lines carved into the roots and stones around the dip. Old runes, worn down by time but still faintly clear. They did not look like the runes Hermione dutifully copied for homework. These were rougher, less neat, as if someone had carved them in a hurry or in anger with no care for perfect shapes. The air buzzed louder. Harry felt his own magic respond, like a chord being struck in his chest. He swallowed hard. This has to be it, he whispered. The dip at the center of the ring was not very deep. It was more like a shallow bowl in the earth. At its middle stood a single stone, waist height, as smooth as if water had worn it down for centuries. On top of that stone, nothing rested. At first glance, Harry blinked. His wand light washed over the surface, and something flickered. For a moment he thought it was just the gleam of damp, but then the outline of something thin and long edged into view, hanging in mid-air above the stone. He took a step closer. The shape came into focus like a picture clearing. It was a sword, but not a metal one. The blade was a thing of light, sharp and narrow, the edges not quite solid, as though someone had drawn them with a fine silver brush and left them humming in place. The hilt was barely more than a crossbar of the same strange glow, wrapped in strands that looked like condensed smoke. No weight, no gleam of steel, just a presence. Harry stared, hardly daring to breathe. Every book he had read, every whispered line about the interdict of Merlin, every joke the wizarding world had ever made about the old tales came crashing together in his head. Merlin, he said, voice shaking. This is yours, is it not? The air pressed against him, gentle and implacable. Of course there was no answer. Merlin had been dead for centuries, but the sword remained, suspended, unmoved, as if waiting. His scar prickled. Harry reached up without thinking and touched his forehead. The skin there felt oddly cool beneath his fingertips. No, he muttered. You do not get a say any more. He looked back at the blade. He knew he should stop. He could hear Hermione's voice in his head, listing reasons this was a bad idea. Unknown artifact. No supervision. No backup. No idea what the thing could do. He heard Dumbledore as well, telling him some doors should remain closed, some knowledge too dangerous. He saw Sirius, laughing as he dueled. Sirius falling. The need rose up so strong it made his hands tremble. I cannot fight him with school spells, Harry said through his teeth. I cannot wait years for everyone to agree I am ready. He stepped up to the stone. The humming in the air climbed to a higher pitch, like something was pleased. His heart pounded. Sweat rolled down his back under his shirt. His mouth was dry. Here goes nothing, he whispered. He reached out and closed his fingers around the hilt. The sword did not feel like a solid object. It felt like wind and ice and burning metal had all been pushed into a single line and then forced through his skin. Power slammed into him. His lungs seized. For one blind instant he thought he had been hexed. The world vanished. There was no forest, no stone, no night. There was only a scream. It took him a second to realize the scream was his. Something tore through his scar like a storm. It ripped and burned. Not like normal pain. Not hot. Not cold. But something else. Something that grabbed hold of every nerve and pulled. He saw green light. Not a memory, not exactly. A flash, a pulse, the way it had looked the night his parents died. The way it had looked in the graveyard. Behind that, a second light rose, older and whiter and so bright it made the green seem dim. The white light crashed down on the green. Harry felt something inside his head give way. The Horcrux, though he did not know the word, howled. It fought. He could feel it. A hook in his mind, clutching at his thoughts, at his magic trying to stay. The power from the sword did not argue. It did not rage. It simply kept pressing, like an ocean tide grinding a rock to dust. The green light shattered. Something ripped free from his scar. For one instant, Harry felt it move. A thin, oily mass of malice and hate, scrambling for any corner of his mind to hide in. The white force surged again and dissolved it. Silence fell. Not simple quiet like the silence of a night corridor. A deeper one. A silence where something that had always been there had been cut away. Harry sagged, gasping. Blood ran down his face. He could taste iron on his tongue. He thought it was over. Then the second thing came. Where the Horcrux had been, where the living scar had linked him to Voldemort, something else slid into place. It was not foreign in the way the fragment had been. It did not slither or claw. It settled with cold certainty, as if it had always been meant to sit there. A will. That was the only way he could think of it. Not a separate voice yet. Not words, just a pressure, an intent. It looked back through his eyes for a moment, weighing him. Harry tried to shove it away the same way he had pushed Voldemort out of his mind that night in the corridor. He imagined doors slamming, walls rising. The presence did not leave. It regarded his effort with something like faint amusement. You are wasting energy. The thought was not in any language. It was meaning, dropped into his mind like a stone into a pond. Harry jerked. His grip on the hilt slipped. He tried to let go. He could not. His hand remained wrapped around the sword. His fingers refused to obey him. A cold, deliberate current of magic began to layer itself through his own. He could feel it, sliding through the channels under his skin, rearranging things in ways he did not understand. His core twisted. For a moment he thought he might be sick. Then the feeling passed, leaving behind a deep, clear burn, like ice held too long in the hand. He did not pass out at once. He hung there for a few terrible seconds, hearing his own heart hammer in his ears, feeling every nerve shout and then go numb. When his knees finally gave way, the sword let his hand go. Light flickered. The last thing he saw was the silver of the blade flaring bright, then dimming to a soft glow as he fell backward onto the stone floor of the chamber. He woke to cold rock against his cheek. For a moment he did not move. He lay there listening. No whispers, no veil, no echo of distant pain. The silence in his head felt strange. Not empty, reordered. He pushed himself up slowly, groaning as muscles protested. Every part of him ached, like he had been thrown around a Quidditch pitch for hours. The chamber looked the same. The ring of trees, the stone, the hovering blade above it, still there, still softly shimmering. His wand lay a short distance away. Harry reached for it and rolled onto his back, then his side, then his knees. He stopped halfway and pressed a hand to his forehead. The skin around his scar was tender. When he dared to touch the mark itself, he felt a thin raised line, but no heat. For the first time since he could remember, it did not throb. It did not even tingle. I cannot feel him, he whispered. The scar had always been there, a constant half-pain half-itch, flaring at random moments whenever Voldemort was close or angry. Even when it did not hurt, he had been aware of it, a faint pull at the edge of his thoughts. Now there was nothing. He laughed once, hoarse and short. It felt wrong to laugh here, in this place, but he could not help it. Then the laugh died. The cold presence inside his mind shifted, not like the Horcrux, that had been greasy and wrong, sliding around his memories like a parasite. This was sharp, controlled. It sat in the space where the link had been and regarded things with calm, terrible clarity. He felt it survey his body. It noted his weak muscles, the trembling in his hands, the fresh blood crusted at his hairline. This vessel is flawed, the presence observed. Young, undertrained, reckless. Get out, Harry rasped. The thought stilled as if interested. You reached for the sword, it said. You asked for power that your world chose to hide. You cannot complain when it answers. You are not staying, Harry said. He pushed himself to his feet, swaying. I did not invite you in. Intent is enough, the presence replied. Blood and need. Your line is not unfamiliar with either. He gritted his teeth. Who are you? A ripple of something like dark amusement moved through his mind. You know, he did. Not a full memory. Not pictures of men in crowns or towers or courts. Just the weight of an old name heavy as stone. Merlin. Harry clenched his fists. I am not your puppet, he said. His voice shook, but he forced the words out. I am not some chosen vessel for your grand plan. I just wanted the power to stop him. Power is not separate from will, the presence said. It is an extension of it. You gain one, you inherit the other. Your world feared this. That is why they buried what they could not control. Images flickered at the edges of his sight. Not full scenes, just impressions. A hall fallen to ruin. A crown cast aside. Fires and battlefields. The weight of responsibility twisted into something else. He pushed them down. They obeyed, for now. Then you can sit there and sulk, he muttered. I follow my own choices. Stubborn, the presence said. There was a hint of approval in that tone, and that made him angrier. Shut up, Harry snapped. The will did not answer again. It went quiet, not gone, just folded back, like a person stepping out of view but staying in the room. Harry moved on shaky legs toward his wand. His fingers closed around it with relief. It grounded him. It was familiar. His magic throbbed under his skin, louder than it ever had before. Normally, he only felt it clearly when he was about to cast something big. Now it felt close at all times, humming at the surface. He needed to know how much had changed. He pointed his wand toward the far side of the chamber. Lumos. He expected the usual cone of light. Instead, a pillar exploded from the tip of his wand and slammed into the ceiling. Blinding white light filled the space. It was not just bright. It was solid, a column as thick as the tree trunks above, reaching from his hand to the stone overhead. The force of it shoved him backward. Heat washed over his face. The runes in the roots flared like embers. Stone dust rained from the ceiling where the beam hit. The air crackled with raw magic. Harry yelped and jerked his arm down. The moment his concentration broke, the light vanished. Darkness crashed back over him. His wand tip still glowed, but now it was with a normal level of lumos, a small, shaking circle of light. He stared at the scorch mark on the ceiling, breath coming fast. That was a basic spell, he whispered. He could feel the presence in his mind paying attention again. Your world has spent centuries teaching itself to sip from the river through a straw, it said. You have opened the floodgate. Then I need to learn how to shut it, Harry said. His heart hammered. His clothes clung to his back with sweat. If I do that by accident in a corridor, I will blow out the roof. Control is acquired, the will said. You desire power without cost. That is childish. The cost is discipline. Harry ignored it. He forced his hand to stop shaking and tried another spell, this time with deliberate care. Reparo, he murmured, pointing at a crack that had opened in the stone near his feet. Magic moved under his skin like a living thing. He gripped his wand tighter and imagined a thin, precise stream, not a blast. The crack sealed. The stones smoothed. For a brief moment, a faint silver sheen rippled over the repaired area, then faded. That had still had more force behind it than it should. But it had not shattered anything. It was possible, then. He could adjust. He just had to be very careful. He had never been very careful. Brilliant, he muttered. Another thing to worry about. His legs wobbled. The adrenaline began to fade, leaving behind bone-deep exhaustion. He could not stay here. Dawn would come in a few hours. Someone might notice he was gone. He took one last look at the sword. It hovered above the stone, unchanged. Its light seemed a little softer now, as if it had sunk some of itself into him. We are not finished, he told it. But I am not coming back until I know what you have done to me. Silence pressed in. The air thrummed against his skin. He turned and made his way back through the ring of trees. Each step felt heavy. His muscles protested. His head pounded in a new way, not sharp like his scar had used to be, but deep and insistent, like someone had knocked on the inside of his skull and left a mark. As he walked, he realized he could still not feel Voldemort. That absence was almost frightening. For 5 years, the Dark Wizard had been a constant presence at the edge of his awareness, even when he was not thinking about him. Now there was nothing. He did not know whether that made him safer or more exposed. The forest slowly began to sound like itself again. Owls hooted. Something scurried through undergrowth. A distant branch snapped, making him jump. By the time he reached the edge of the trees, his lumos had gone out 3 times. Each time he reignited it, the spell flared a little too bright, then settled. He noted carefully how little effort it took, how quickly his magic responded. The castle loomed out of the darkness ahead, solid and familiar. He stood on the edge of the lawn for a moment, breathing hard. Early dawn light touched the horizon, faint and gray. He did not have much time. He pulled the cloak over his shoulders and trudged up the steps, every muscle complaining. The doors creaked when he opened them, and he flinched, but no one came. The corridors were empty. Portraits snored in their frames. His feet dragged on the stone. He checked the map at each corner, hand shaking a little as he held the parchment. No one was nearby. Dumbledore's dot had not moved. Of course the headmaster would sense something had shifted. He always did. Harry could almost imagine what he would say when he found out. You have done something very dangerous, Harry. Yes, well, join the club. By the time he reached the portrait hole, his legs were quivering. The fat lady eyed the empty space suspiciously until he whispered the password from under the cloak. She flinched. Who is there? No one important, Harry muttered, climbing through. The common room was empty. The fire was out. The armchairs sat where they had been. The chess piece still lay on the floor. Harry let the cloak fall, dropped into the nearest chair, and exhaled slowly. His hands still shook. His heart still pounded. His scar ached faintly around the edges, more like bruised skin than a wound. Inside his head, the cold presence watched and waited. You have achieved the first step, it said. The parasite is gone. The link is severed. Your core is partially reformed. Harry pressed his palms against his eyes. I am not grateful, he said. Gratitude is not required. Competence is. He let his hands fall. The room looked the same as it had hours before. Worn rug, tattered sofa, curtains by the window. He felt nothing like the same. He imagined trying to explain this to Ron and Hermione. He pictured their faces when he told them he had walked into the Forbidden Forest alone, found a chamber no one had used for hundreds of years, and let a legendary wizard bond his will to his mind. Hermione would shout. Ron would swear. Both of them would be right. He could not tell them. Not yet. Maybe not ever. The thought twisted in his chest. He hated secrets. He hated being the one kept in the dark. Now he was choosing to be the one hiding things. If I tell them, they will look at me like I am a monster, he thought. The presence in his mind stirred. Sentiment will weaken your resolve, it said. Those who cannot match your vision will become liabilities. Shut up, Harry whispered. He let his head fall back against the chair and stared at the ceiling. His limbs felt heavy, but his mind churned. Images flashed. The sword, the light, the way the pillar had burst from his wand. He could not keep pretending he was just another student. Whatever he had done in that chamber had dragged him out of that life and into something much bigger. He did not know yet whether he had made a terrible mistake or the only possible choice. He closed his eyes. For a moment he braced himself for the familiar image of Sirius falling. It did not come. The veil still waited in his memory, but it was no longer the only thing standing there. Behind it was a sword of light and a sense of cold, watchful purpose. Harry lay there between waking and sleep and realized something simple and terrifying. He would never be normal again. The sky outside the window grew a little lighter. Footsteps sounded faintly in the dormitory overhead as someone turned over in bed. Harry sat up slowly. His muscles screamed. He pushed himself to his feet anyway and headed for the stairs. There would be classes in a few hours. Homework. Teachers. A headmaster who read too much on the surface of things. He touched his scar once more as he climbed. The skin there was cool beneath his fingers. Whatever he had become in that chamber, he could not let anyone see it. Not yet. Behind his eyes, the ghost of Merlin's will waited in silence. For now, Harry would pretend nothing had changed. For now, Harry woke to daylight and the taste of stone in his mouth. For a second, he did not know where he was. His muscles ached in a way that felt like he had fallen off his broom and hit every stand on the way down. His eyes were gritty. His head throbbed with a deep, slow beat. Then he saw the hangings of his four-poster and heard Ron snoring on the other side of the room, and the night in the forest snapped back into place. The sword of light, the scream that had torn his throat raw, the way the thing in his scar had ripped free and been ground to nothing. Inside his head, the new presence sat very still. Awake then, it observed. Harry groaned and dragged the pillow over his face. For a second he considered refusing to move. Let the castle go on without him. Let the day slide past. Then he remembered he was still at school. Still meant to show up to breakfast like every other student. Still meant to act as if he had not just invited a legendary wizard to sit in his head. He pushed the pillow aside and sat up. Ron was on his back with one arm flung over his face. Dean and Seamus were both out cold. Neville was a snore away from falling off his bed. The room smelled of dust, boys and old socks. Harry swung his legs out of bed. His feet hit the cold floor and his whole body protested. You have altered your core, the inner voice said. The vessel will complain. It will adapt. Stop talking like that, Harry muttered. His throat still felt rough. No answer. The presence shifted just enough to make it clear it had heard him and simply did not care. Harry dressed slowly. His hands trembled when he tied his tie. Twice he had to stop and grip the edge of the dresser until the room stopped spinning. He caught sight of himself in the mirror. His face looked pale under the mop of hair. The shadows under his eyes were dark. The scar on his forehead was there, but thinner, the edges sharper, as if someone had drawn it with a fresh knife and then sealed it. He touched it with one fingertip. No flare of pain. No faint sense of another mind reacting. Just skin. Relief washed through him so fast it made his knees weak. For a moment he had to close his eyes and breathe. One enemy removed, the inner voice said quietly. Many remain. Harry dropped his hand. That one was never meant to be there, he said under his breath. You do not get credit. Ron groaned and rolled a little. That you, Harry, he mumbled. Is it time? Breakfast, Harry said. Come on. Ron shoved his face deeper into his pillow. Tell breakfast to wait. It won't, Harry said. Hermione will not either. As if she had heard her name through the ceiling, the dormitory door banged open and Hermione called up the stairs. Ron Weasley, if you are not down here in 5 minutes, I am coming up to drag you out myself. That goes for you too, Harry. Harry managed a small smile. Some things did not change. See, he told Ron. Told you. Ron groaned again but sat up, rubbing his face with both hands. You look terrible, he said, squinting at Harry. No offense. None taken, Harry said. You look like you lost a fight with a pillow. Ron glanced down at his shirt, which had a feather stuck to it. I did, he admitted. Fred and George sent another lot of prank samples. I think one of them exploded in my sleep. Harry snorted. The sound felt almost normal. He grabbed his bag and headed down the stairs with Ron trailing behind him. The common room was half full. A few younger students were playing with a pack of exploding snap cards. 2 older girls sat near the window, heads bent over a book of charms. Hermione stood near the portrait hole with her bag already over her shoulder, foot tapping. There you are, she said. I was about to come up. You say that every morning, Ron muttered. Every morning you make it necessary, she shot back. Then she looked closer at Harry and her expression shifted. You did not sleep. A bit, Harry said. Her eyes went to his scar before he could hide it under his fringe. Her forehead creased. Does it hurt? Not today, he said, and that at least was true. She did not look satisfied, but she did not press. We will be late for breakfast if we do not go now, she said instead. And McGonagall said anyone who misses again this week can look forward to extra transfiguration work. Ron groaned but followed them out. The Gryffindor table was already crowded when they got to the Great Hall. Plates clinked. Owls swooped overhead. The smell of toast and sausages rose in warm waves. Harry slid into his usual seat between Ron and Hermione. Ginny sat across from them with a second year on either side, talking about Quidditch. She looked up when he sat and gave him a small, searching look before going back to her conversation. He reached for a slice of toast. His hand shook. He forced it to stillness. The inner presence watched from its corner. You are surrounded by noise, it said. It was not disapproving exactly, just mildly puzzled. How do you think clearly like this? Harry ignored it and bit into his toast. The food sat heavy in his mouth. He chewed anyway, swallowed, picked up his pumpkin juice. At the staff table, Dumbledore sat in his usual seat, talking quietly with McGonagall. His beard looked a little more tangled than usual. His eyes, when they swept the hall, seemed to be looking past the students rather than at them, as if he was reading something only he could see. Harry dropped his gaze. A moment later he felt it. The wards. He had never been aware of them before, not like this. He had known they existed. Dumbledore had mentioned them. Moody had hinted. The castle had always felt safe in a way the Dursleys' house never had. Now, as he sat at the table, a thin thread of magic brushed against him like someone running fingers over his skin. He stiffened. The presence in his mind stirred. For a fraction of a second, Harry saw something that was not his own vision. A view of the school from very high up. Lines of force wrapped around the stone walls and towers. Points of light where the ward anchors stood. Students as faint glows of different colors, moving through corridors and halls. One place where that pattern broke. His place. Something about his magic did not fit the scheme anymore. The ward thread that touched him slid, failed to grip, tried again. In the corner of his eye he saw Dumbledore straighten in his chair. The old man sat very still. The twinkle was gone from his eyes. For a moment his face was not that of the genial headmaster, but of someone who had seen too much war. He can feel the change, the inner voice remarked. This construct is his. This failure will disturb him. Harry set his cup down with deliberate care. Harry, Hermione said softly. You have gone white. Fine, he said quickly. Just tired. She looked like she was going to argue. But at that moment something soft thumped onto the table in front of him. A folded bit of parchment lay by his plate. He stared at it. No owl perched near his plate. No one stood behind him. He glanced up at the staff table. Dumbledore was looking at his plate, but the set of his shoulders was different. McGonagall had one eyebrow raised in his direction. Harry unfolded the parchment under the table. My office after breakfast, if you please. His stomach clenched. The presence in his mind was almost amused. The general summons the weapon, it said. How predictable. Harry crumpled the note into his fist and shoved it into his pocket. Who was that from? Ron asked through a mouthful of bacon. Nobody, Harry said. Right, Ron said. Because parchment just appears from the sky for nobody. Hermione leaned closer. Harry. Later, he muttered. They exchanged a look across him. He pretended not to see. He forced himself to eat a little more. The food sat heavy, but he needed something in his stomach before facing Dumbledore. As he stood to leave, Ginny brushed crumbs off her hands and looked up. Where are you going? She asked. Headmaster wants a chat, he said. Her mouth tightened. About the ministry. Probably, he said. It was easier than explaining anything else. Do not let him make you feel like this is your fault, she said. Her voice was quiet, but fierce. It is on them, not on you. Heat pricked the back of his eyes. I will try, he said. She nodded once, then turned back to her brothers, face set. He walked out of the hall feeling as if everyone had turned to watch him. Most were too busy with their breakfast, but he could feel eyes here and there on his back. You are at the center of this pattern, the presence said. They look to you even when they do not wish to. Story of my life, Harry muttered. The stone gargoyle by the headmaster's office moved aside the moment he approached, without any password or password guessing. Harry stepped onto the moving staircase with a small twist of unease in his gut. The last time he had been summoned like this, it had ended with a prophecy, a confession, and an apology that had come months too late. At the top of the stairs he hesitated, then knocked. Enter, Dumbledore's voice called. Harry pushed the door open. The office looked as it always did. Shelves full of books. Strange silver instruments ticking and whirling. Fawkes on his perch near the window, bright feathers ruffled. Dumbledore sat behind his desk. His hands were folded. His eyes were steady. Good morning, Harry, he said. Harry closed the door behind him. You wanted to see me? Yes, Dumbledore said. Please sit. Harry took the straight-back chair in front of the desk. Felt harder than it had last time. For a moment there was only silence. Then Dumbledore spoke. You have been walking the grounds very early, he said. Or perhaps it would be more accurate to say that you returned to the castle from outside the wards before dawn. Harry kept his face as blank as he could manage. I went for some air, he said. Dumbledore studied him over his half-moon glasses. The wards did not register you crossing their boundary, he said. Your magical signature did not behave as it usually does. For a brief time it was as if you were not here at all. It is not my fault if your spells are wrong, Harry said. His tone came out sharper than he intended. Dumbledore flinched very slightly. I have maintained the enchantments on this castle for many years, he said. They have rarely surprised me. When they do, I pay attention. So that is it, Harry said. You felt something strange and decided it had to be me. It is not paranoia to look first at the most likely source. Dumbledore said gently. You are not a usual boy. Harry laughed once, without much humor. No, he said. I gathered that. Harry, Dumbledore said. Would you look at me? Harry met his eyes. There was a slight, familiar pressure against the surface of his mind. Not as strong as the brick wall of Snape's occlumency lessons, but present. A gentle probing, as if someone was leaning against a door to see if it would open. Before Harry could even react, something inside him moved. The inner presence sharpened. A wall slammed up between Dumbledore and Harry's thoughts. Not the messy, panicked barrier he had tried to throw up in Snape's office, but a clean cut of force. The pressure met that barrier and rebounded. Dumbledore jerked as if someone had tapped him on the nose. His eyes widened. His hand tightened on the surface of the desk. My apologies, he said after a moment. His voice had gone even softer. An old habit. One I have no right to indulge. Harry did not look away. You wanted to see if I had been possessed again, he said. I wanted to be sure you were yourself, Dumbledore said. The last time you were drawn to unusual magic, it was the work of Tom and his fragment in your scar. Harry breathed out slowly. Well, he said, there is nothing of him left. Dumbledore went very still. What do you mean? Harry shrugged, as if it was nothing. The scar does not hurt anymore, he said. Cannot feel him. At all. Dumbledore's gaze flicked to the mark on Harry's forehead. For a second something like awe passed over his face. Since when? He asked. Since last night, Harry said. Early this morning. What did you do? His tone had changed. It was no longer that of the kindly grandfather figure. It held iron under the wool. Harry met it with a steady look. Does it matter? He asked. You told me that thing tied me to him. You told me that as long as it was there, I would be connected. It is gone. That means I am safer. So is everyone else. Dumbledore leaned back in his chair. Magic of that sort does not vanish on its own, he said. Nor can a link that deep be cut without consequence. Harry thought of the sword, of the way the white power had crushed the green, of the new will settled where the link had been. He thought of the force behind his lumos. You are right, he said. There were consequences. Dumbledore studied him. His eyes searched Harry's face as if he could read the change there. I am an old man, Harry, he said. I have seen many things. You must understand that when an ancient magic stirs under my feet, my mind goes at once to the worst cases I have known. Grindelwald, Harry said. Dumbledore's fingers twitched. Yes, he said quietly. There was a time in my youth when I allowed myself to believe that there is no cost too great to shape the world into what I thought it should be. I have spent the years since then trying to repair the damage caused by that arrogance. Harry shifted in his chair. His muscles protested. The presence in his mind listened with cool interest. And now you are afraid I will do the same, Harry said. I fear that any long-buried power that answers a desperate call may not be benevolent, Dumbledore said. And I fear for you because you are very young and very angry, and anger is an easy door to push. Harry let the words hang for a moment. What would you like me to do? He asked. Dumbledore looked tired. I would like you to allow me to help you, he said. To tell me what you have done, so that we can work together to understand it. To let others share the burden. Harry laughed again, low and sharp. Share it, he said. Like you shared the prophecy. Dumbledore closed his eyes briefly. I have apologized for that, he said. And you expect that to fix everything, Harry said. You kept something that important from me for years. You decided when I was allowed to know that I am supposed to kill him or die trying. You put me in that house and let Umbridge run this place into the ground, and now you want to sit here and talk about sharing. There was a crackle from one of the silver instruments. Fawkes ruffled his feathers and let out a faint, uneasy note. Dumbledore's jaw tightened. You are right, he said. My decisions have caused you pain. I do not ask you to forgive that at once. I ask you to consider that my mistakes were made in the hope of keeping you alive long enough to stand a chance. Harry held his gaze. You are still doing it, he said. You are still talking about chances like this is some game of chess. You want to know what I did so you can fit it into your plan. You want to make sure I stay on the path you have drawn. Someone must look at the larger picture, Dumbledore said. The warmth had gone from his tone now. Tom does not plan for one battle. He plans for decades. Harry thought of the cold logic in his own head. You do not get to ask me to act like a child, he said, and then treat me like a soldier. You cannot keep telling me I am too young to know things while also expecting me to lay down my life. Dumbledore exhaled slowly. He took off his glasses and pinched the bridge of his nose. I do not want you to lay down your life, he said. I want you to survive. The prophecy does not care what you want, Harry said. Silence fell. Dumbledore put his glasses back on. I believe, he said carefully, that prophecies are not chains but warnings. They tell us what may come, not what must. Our choices still matter. Harry thought of the sword in his skull, of the way his choice had invited this new will in. Then here is my choice, he said. I will not walk into another fight with the same school spells he has seen 100 times. I will not let anyone use me as a symbol while keeping me ignorant. I will find a way to beat him that he cannot see coming. Dumbledore's eyes narrowed. What have you been reading? He asked quietly. History, Harry said. Old things. Things your generation buried because you were afraid of them. The presence in his mind stirred at that. You have some spine after all, it remarked. Harry, Dumbledore said. You play with more fire than you understand. So did you, Harry said. You said it yourself. My arrogance cost lives, Dumbledore said. I would spare you the same lesson. You cannot keep me from learning, Harry said. You tried that. It did not work. For a moment the air in the office felt heavy. The old headmaster looked at him with an expression Harry could not quite read. It held sorrow and a kind of pride and a sharp, cold fear. If you continue down this path, Dumbledore said, you will not be able to walk back. I did not choose the path, Harry said. Voldemort did when he tried to kill me. You did when you decided I had to be kept in the dark. I am just trying to make sure I survive what everyone else started. Dumbledore flinched again at the name. This is not a game of blame, he said. This is a war. Then stop treating me like a child who should sit quietly and let you arrange everything. Harry snapped. Either I am old enough to carry this or I am not. You do not get to swap when it suits you. The silver instruments let out a sudden shower of sparks. Fawkes let out a clear, warning cry. Harry felt his own magic rise in his chest, hot and sharp. It was eager. The inner presence leaned forward, as if waiting to see what he would do. He clenched his hands on the arms of the chair and forced the surge down. Dumbledore watched him with wide eyes. He had felt it too. There, he said softly. That is what worries me. Harry laughed, short and humorless. You are worried that I have enough power to solve the problem, he said, and not enough trust in you to let you steer it. Dumbledore winced at the bluntness. I am worried, he said, that power without restraint becomes the very thing we fight. So you expect me to restrain myself while he does not, Harry said. You expect me to play fair in a war. I expect you to remain yourself, Dumbledore said. That is all. When you have killed Tom, when the dust has settled, you will have to live with the choices you make now. Harry stared at him. I will make them, he said. Not you. Not some prophecy. Me. Dumbledore held his gaze for another long moment. He looked older than Harry had ever seen him. I cannot force you to confide in me, he said at last. I can only ask. So I ask you, Harry, whatever you have done, whatever you intend to do next, take your time. Consider all the costs. Remember that you are loved. Harry looked away. Are we done? He asked. Dumbledore closed his eyes briefly, then opened them. Yes, he said. For now. You may go. And Harry paused at the door. Be careful, Dumbledore said. Not all bonds are kind. Harry did not answer. He closed the door behind him and walked down the moving staircase, his heart beating fast and his palms slick with sweat. The presence in his mind spoke once he was halfway down. He is dangerous, it said. Not because he is cruel, but because he believes that his judgment cannot be wrong when made in the name of love. Harry swallowed. You do not know him, he said. I know his type, the presence replied. The world is full of men who believe they can balance scales with their own hands. Your Tom is one. Your headmaster is another. I am not interested in being either, Harry said. We shall see. Ron and Hermione were waiting in the common room when he climbed through the portrait hole. Hermione sat bolt upright on the sofa with a book forgotten in her lap. Ron paced back and forth near the fireplace, muttering under his breath. They both looked up at once. Well, Ron said. That took a while. What did he say? Hermione asked. Harry dropped his bag by the chair and sat, suddenly aware of how much he wanted to lie down. Asked where I had been last night, he said. Had a go at reading my mind. Did not work. We talked about the scar. Hermione's eyes lit with alarm. He tried legilimency again, she said. After everything with Snape? I cannot believe he would. He called it a habit, Harry said. Ron swore under his breath. You should have walked right back out, he said. And gone where? Harry asked. He is still the headmaster. He still runs this place. Hermione leaned forward. What did you tell him? She asked. About the scar. That it does not hurt any more, Harry said. That I cannot feel Voldemort. Ron blinked. You cannot. Harry shook his head. Hermione's mouth fell open. Since when? She breathed. Since last night, Harry said. And you did not think to tell us, she burst out. Her voice went shrill. Harry flinched. You were asleep. That is not the point, Hermione said. Her eyes shone with angry tears. You constantly complain that people keep things from you and then you go and do the exact same thing. Her words hit harder than he expected. It only just happened, he said. I am still working out what it means. Then let us work it out with you, she said. We are supposed to be your friends. We are supposed to be in this together. Ron nodded. She has a point, he said. You went to the Department of Mysteries with us. We faced those idiots in masks with you. We have the right to know if something massive has changed in your head. Harry's temper, already frayed, snapped. You have the right, he repeated. What about mine? Do I have the right to keep anything for myself? Or does everything I do have to be up for discussion now? We are not asking for everything, Hermione said. We are asking for the things that affect whether you live or die. Everything affects that, Harry shot back. Breathing affects that. Eating breakfast affects that. Are you going to make a chart? Ron raised both hands. All right, can we not? Hermione rounded on him. He is shutting us out, she said. Again. Just like Dumbledore. Just like everyone else. And I am sick of it. Harry felt something twist in his chest. That is not fair, he said. Is it not? She demanded. You have been sneaking to the library at all hours. You have been reading things you will not show us. You disappear into thin air and come back looking like you have been hit by 10 stunners, and then you tell us nothing except that we should trust you. I never asked you to trust me, he said. The words came out cold. You decided that on your own. Hermione recoiled as if he had slapped her. Ron looked between them, helpless. Harry, he said. Come on. What do you want me to say? Harry asked. That I went into the forest and found some magic that even Dumbledore does not understand. That I let it tear something out of my head and put something else there instead. That I do not know what I am turning into, but I am doing it because I refuse to watch any of you die if there is the slightest chance I can stop it. The words hung in the air. He had not meant to say that much. Hermione stared at him. Her eyes were wide, tears on the brink. You did what? She whispered. He cursed himself silently. That was not for you, the inner presence said quietly. Careless. Harry ignored it. I went to the library, he said more slowly. I read about magic from before the ministry, before wands. It led me to a place in the forest. There was something there. It cut the connection between me and Voldemort. That is all I am saying. Hermione shook her head in disbelief. You went alone, she said. At night. Into the forest. To tamper with unknown magic. Yes, he said. She made a sound that was somewhere between a laugh and a sob. Do you have a death wish? She demanded. Are you trying to get yourself killed? I am trying to make sure I do not fail again, he snapped. You did not fail, she said. The adults did. The Order did. The Ministry did. Bellatrix did. Voldemort did. You did everything you could. It was not enough, Harry said. Hermione wiped at her eyes with the back of her hand. You are not the only person who loved him, she said. You are not the only person who wants to bring him back. If there was a way to do it, do you not think I would be in the library with you hunting for it? Do you not think Remus would, or Tonks, or anyone? Harry flinched. I am not trying to bring him back, he said. I know he is gone. I want to make sure no one else follows. Then why not tell us, she whispered. Why make us guess? Why make us feel like strangers? Because if you tell them, the inner voice said quietly, They will try to pull you back to the limits that made you weak. Because I am tired, Harry said. Because every time I turn around someone demands another piece of me. Dumbledore wants my trust. The Ministry wants my name. Voldemort wants my life. You two want my secrets. There is not much left to give. Hermione stared at him, tears running freely now. We do not want your secrets, she said. We want you. Ron swallowed hard. His ears were red. She is right, he said. We are scared, mate. You are different. You were always a bit mad. But this is different. You are quieter, more focused. It feels like you have gone somewhere in your head that we cannot follow. You are leaving them behind, the inner voice said. It is natural. Power and purpose do not share easily with comfort. Ron took a step closer. If this old magic is doing something to you, he said, we need to know. Because if it goes wrong, we are the ones who will be standing next to you when it does. Harry's throat felt tight. I will not let it hurt you, he said. How? Hermione asked. You cannot even tell us what it is. He opened his mouth. Nothing came out. He could not tell them about the presence. About the way Merlin watched through his eyes. About the taste of that pillar of light. He saw Hermione's shoulders shake. She pressed her hands over her eyes. I cannot do this again, she whispered. I cannot go through another year of half-truths and secrets and people almost dying because no one will just say what is happening. Ron put a hand on her shoulder. Hermione, he said. Easy. She pulled away. You pick, Ron, she said, turning on him. You are his best friend. Either you stand with me on this or you keep covering for him every time he decides he knows better than everyone else. Ron looked stricken. That is not fair, he said. He is the one with the prophecy hanging over his head. And we are the ones who will be cleaning up the mess when it goes wrong, she said. Again, her words stabbed deeper than any curse. Hermione, Harry said quietly, I am not turning dark. That is what Tom told himself. The inner voice murmured. Hermione looked at him. Her eyes were red. I want to believe you, she said. I want to, but I cannot see what is going on in there anymore. She tapped a finger against her temple. You will, if I lose control, he said. Trust me, it will be obvious. That is what frightens me, she said. She turned and walked away. Up the girls' staircase, shoulders stiff. Ron stood in the middle of the room, arms hanging at his sides. For a long moment, neither boy spoke. Finally Ron said, in a low voice, she is not wrong, you know. Harry stared at the fire. No, he said. She is not. But she is not right either, Ron went on. You are not him. I do not know who I am anymore, Harry said. Ron winced. That is the problem, mate, he said. You have this new thing in your head, and you did not think to tell us until it exploded all over the common room. It did not explode, Harry said. You know what I mean, Ron said. He dragged a hand through his hair. I get that you are angry. I get that you feel like you have to fix everything yourself. I also get that marching off alone nearly got you killed. More than once. Harry looked up at him. Are you going to pick? He asked. The words tasted bitter. Like she said. Ron made a face. You are a right git sometimes, he said. Of course not. I am not leaving. But I am also not going to sit here and pretend this is fine. He stepped closer. If you are doing something that could get you turned into the next you-know-who, you tell us, he said. Maybe we cannot stop you. I am not stupid. I know you will do what you think you have to. But we can at least shout at you in the right direction. Harry barked a rough laugh. I thought that is what you were doing, he said. Maybe, Ron admitted. Weasley's shout. It is our thing. They stood there a moment longer. You should go after her, Harry said, and say what Ron asked. She is smarter than both of us together. She will work it out faster than I can say sorry. Say sorry anyway, Harry said. She deserves that much. Ron sighed. Fine, he said. Try not to blow anything up while I am gone. He headed for the staircase. Harry watched him go, then sank into the nearest chair. The common room was empty now, save for a few younger students whispering in the corner. They stole nervous glances at him, then quickly looked away. You see, the inner voice said, their fear will grow. Their trust will not keep pace. They sense the distance even if they do not know what lies at the far end of it. Shut up, Harry said under his breath. Silence fell again, but it felt like someone holding their breath rather than true quiet. Night came back sooner than he expected. He went through the motions of the day without really noticing them. Lessons blurred. Snape sneered. McGonagall gave him a sharp look that said she had heard about the headmaster's summons and wanted answers she would not ask in front of the class. He gave none. By the time he climbed the dormitory stairs, his body felt like lead. Ron was already in bed, curtains half drawn. The shape under them did not move when Harry came in. Neville snored softly. Dean muttered in his sleep. Harry changed in the faint light from the corridor and slid under his own blanket. The mattress creaked. The springs dug at his back in familiar ways. He stared at the canopy. The argument with Hermione replayed in his head. Line by line. Her anger. Her fear. The way she had said, "We want you." His chest hurt. "You cannot carry them with you," the inner voice said at last. "They will slow you. They will cling to the past while you step into something that cannot be shared." "I told you to shut up," Harry whispered. "You are not alone in your skull anymore," it replied. "That is the bargain you made. Ignoring me will not alter that." Harry rolled onto his side and pulled the blanket up. "I did not invite you," he hissed. "Intent is invitation," the presence said. "You reached for power that had been bound. You took its weapon in your hand. You offered your core as the price. You cannot claim surprise now." He clenched his jaw. "I will not cut them off," he said. "I will not become someone who looks at people and sees tools." "You already do," the presence said calmly. "You speak of not wanting them to die because of you. You think of them as pieces on the board, even as you resent being placed there yourself." Harry flinched. The words stung because there was some truth in them. "They are my friends," he said. "Affection and utility are not separate," the presence replied. "They are tangled. Which is why those who seek to shape the world must learn to choose." "I am not trying to shape the world," Harry said. "I just want to stop him. Stopping one such as your Tom will reshape more than you expect," the presence said. "Your headmaster knows this. That is why he fears what you have done. He has seen once what happens when a single strong will turns raw magic into its own image." Images slid at the edge of Harry's mind. Not clear scenes, more like impressions. A tall figure in a strange robe. A circle of stones. A crowd that bowed out of fear and love in equal parts. He pushed them away. "I am not him," he said. "For now," the presence said. "The line is thin. It is walked with every choice. You are already set apart. The wards cannot see you. Your friends do not know your mind. Your headmaster fears your path. There will come a day when you will have to decide whether to cling to them and be pulled down, or to let go and rise above." Harry dug his nails into his palms. "I am not letting go," he said. "Then you will be forced to watch them break," the presence said. "And still you will stand." He shut his eyes. "Stop," he whispered. "Very well," the presence said. "We can speak of other things. Your control is poor. Your first spell in the chamber nearly shattered it. You must learn to grade your output, to shape it. Raw power is crude." Harry exhaled slowly. The shift in topic helped steady him. "I know," he said. "I nearly brought the ceiling down. Your wand is a narrow channel," the presence said. "Your core now feeds more power into it than it was designed to bear. If you do not learn to restrain that flow, even simple spells will draw attention." "So what do you suggest?" he asked. "Seeing as you are the expert." "Exercises," the presence said. "Focus on small, precise tasks. No visible force. Alter the spin of your magic, not its volume. We will begin with everyday charms." Harry grimaced. "You are planning to tutor me," he said. "Who else will?" the presence asked. "Your teachers cling to the narrow band of safe magic their ministry allows. They will tell you to stop, not how to succeed." He opened his eyes and stared at the faint outline of the bed curtains again. "Fine," he said. "But I decide how far we go. Not you." "Agreement requires leverage," the presence said. "You have little." "Then we will see," he replied. There was a sense of dry amusement in the back of his mind. "We begin now," the presence said. "Call a small light, no wand." Harry hesitated. "What if someone sees?" he whispered. "The others are asleep," it said. "If they awake, you stop." Harry sighed quietly. He focused on the space above his hand. He had never used magic without a wand except once, when he had blown up Aunt Marge. That had been pure emotion. This needed to be deliberate. He called up his magic. It surged at once, eager, hot. He flinched and almost cut it off. The inner presence pushed, not with force, but with guidance. Narrow, it said. You are not trying to break a wall. Imagine a thread, not a river. Harry pictured a thin line like a bit of string. He imagined his magic flowing through that instead of roaring out. A faint spark appeared above his palm. It hovered, no larger than the nail on his smallest finger. It glowed soft yellow, no more than a candle stub. Harry stared at it, eyes wide. It worked, he breathed. Of course, the presence said. The core is responsive. You simply lack practice. The spark flickered. Harry let it fade before anyone could roll over and see. He lay back, heart beating a little faster for a different reason now. One step, he whispered. Many more, the presence said. Harry drifted toward sleep with that small memory of light in his mind, mixed with the sound of Hermione's angry voice and the weight of Dumbledore's warning. The next afternoon, he skipped a free period. Ron and Hermione were in the library working on an essay. He had promised to join them and then veered down a different corridor. He needed air. He needed space. He ended up near the courtyard where the older students sometimes sat between classes. The sky was overcast. A cool breeze carried the smell of damp stone. Ginny sat alone on the low wall by the fountain. Her legs swung. Her hair was pulled back in a messy tail. She had a battered book of Quidditch plays on her lap, but she was not reading. She looked up when he stepped out. You are supposed to be in the library, she said. So are you, he replied. She snorted. I finished my essay, she said. I am hiding from my brothers. What did they do this time, he asked. She shrugged. Fred and George sent another box of things they swear are safe for students. Mum sent a howler about it. Ron got caught in the blast. The usual. Harry almost smiled. He walked over and sat at the other end of the wall. They sat in silence for a moment. Water trickled from the fountain. A group of Hufflepuffs crossed the yard, talking quietly. No one came close. You look tired, Ginny said at last. So does everyone, he said. Not like that, she replied. You look like you have not slept in a week. And your eyes keep doing that thing. He frowned. What thing? They go distant, she said. Even when someone is talking to you, like you are listening to something else. He stiffened. I am thinking, he said. There is a lot to think about. She did not look away. Did he blame you, she asked. Dumbledore. For the ministry. No, Harry said. He blamed himself. Again. Did it help, she asked. Not really, he admitted. She nodded slowly. When my first year happened, she said, I wanted someone to blame. I wanted to blame Tom and Lucius and the diary and myself. I think Mum tried to blame Dumbledore for a while. It did not fix anything. I am not looking for it to be fixed, Harry said. I just want it to not happen again. That is the same thing, she said. In a different order. He thought of the sword. Of the new line in his scar. I am working on it, he said. I know, she said. That is what scares me. He looked at her. You too, he asked. She huffed out a breath. Harry, she said. I have seen you do stupid things. You ran after a troll. You went after the stone. You flew that car. You went down into the chamber to haul me out when every adult in this school thought I was already gone. He flinched at the memory of her lying limp on the cold stone. You seem to remember that one a lot, he said. It matters, she said, because you keep doing the same kind of thing. You see a mess and decide it is on you to fix it. I love you for it, in a way. It is also going to burn you up if you do not let anyone else in. His heart stumbled. He was not sure what startled him more. The blunt truth or the easy way she had said she loved him, as if it was just a fact. He swallowed. I am trying to keep you lot out of it, he said. Too late, she said. We have been in it since the moment you stepped into this world. You might carry more, but that does not mean you are alone. He looked away at the fountain. There are things I cannot tell you, he said. Not yet. I guess that, she said. Hermione came to the girls' dorm and cried into my pillow for 10 minutes about it. Guilt twisted in his stomach. Ginny, he said. I am not saying she is wrong, Ginny went on. She is not. You could have told us more before you snuck off to do whatever you did. But I also know you. When you get that look, nothing I say will stop you. What look, he asked. The one you had before you flew into the chamber, she said. The one that says you have decided and only the stone wall ahead of you has not realized it yet. He could not argue with that. I needed to cut the link, he said. I could not keep feeling him in my head. I know, she said quietly. We all saw what it did to you last year. How it wore you down. He glanced at her. She met his gaze. You do not flinch when I say his name, he said. I spent a year with his younger self in my head. She said. I have done my flinching. They sat in silence again for a moment. I will not ask you to tell me everything, Ginny said. Not if you are not ready. But I will ask you one thing straight. Go on, he said. Whatever you did, she said. Does it make you more like him or less? He thought of the link gone. Of the way he could not feel Voldemort anymore. Of the cold new will in its place. Both, he said honestly, took his peace out of me. It also gave me power he does not have. She stared at him. And you still did it, she said. Yes, he said. She let out a long breath. Then I am going to be angry with you, she said. For not telling us. For going alone. For scaring Hermione out of her wits. He winced. But, she added, I am also going to stand next to you when it comes back to bite you. Because that is what we do. He swallowed. You should run the other way, he said. Too late, she said. I already went into a cursed diary for you. That was not for me, he said. You did not even know me then. She smiled slightly. I knew you in a way, she said. Enough to be foolish. The wind picked up. A strand of her hair blew across her face. Without really thinking, Harry reached out and brushed it back behind her ear. Her breath hitched. For a moment the air between them felt different. You do not get to do that and then tell me to run, she said. He felt his face grow hot. Sorry, he said. I did not say stop, she murmured. Before he could think it through, before he could talk himself out of it, he leaned in and pressed his lips to hers. It was not the wild, desperate thing he would have imagined if he had ever let himself daydream about this. It was brief and soft and a little clumsy. Her hand came up and caught the front of his shirt, steadying herself. When he pulled back, her cheeks were pink and her eyes bright. That was terrible timing, she said softly. You are a mess. I am furious with you. Everything is going wrong. I know, he said. She smiled, small and fierce. Do it again anyway, she said. He did. The inner presence watched in silence. If it disapproved, it said nothing. If it calculated how this bond might be used or twisted, Harry refused to let the thought form. When they finally drew apart, Ginny rested her forehead against his for a moment. You do not get to throw yourself at whatever this is without me, she said. Do you understand? I am not some little girl writing your name in my diary anymore. I am in this. It is dangerous, he said. So is breathing in this castle, she replied. You already knew that. He let out a breath that felt like it had been stuck in his chest all day. All right, he said. But I am not dragging you into every stupid thing I do. You could at least give me a chance to say no, she said. He almost laughed. They sat together for a while longer, shoulders touching, saying nothing. The fountain trickled. The clouds moved overhead. The world did not change. Harry felt the weight of Dumbledore's warning and Hermione's anger and Ron's worry. He felt the cold, steady presence at the back of his mind, patient and watchful. He also felt Ginny's hand find his and stay there. For the first time since he had stepped into the forest, he felt a thin thread of balance. You will have to choose, the presence murmured. One day. Not today, Harry whispered. Not today, it agreed. He squeezed Ginny's fingers gently. Whatever paths of ancient magic he had stepped onto, whatever choices he had bound himself to, he would walk them with his eyes open. And even if he had to keep some things locked behind his teeth for now, he would not let the new silence inside him devour every voice that mattered. Not while he still had hands that could reach back. Breakfast felt louder than usual. Voices bounced off the stone walls. Plates clinked. Owls swooped overhead and dropped parcels that thumped onto tables. The Gryffindor end of the hall was full of chatter about exams, the ministry, and which teacher would lose their temper first that day. Harry sat between Ron and Hermione and felt separated from all of it, as if there were a clear wall between him and the noise. Hermione had a book open beside her plate, but she was not really reading. Every time she turned a page, her fingers moved a little too sharply. She had hardly spoken to him since yesterday. Ron pushed eggs around his plate. He kept glancing between them, then back at his food. Ginny sat further down with some of the younger students. She listened to something Colin said, laughed once, then looked towards Harry. Their eyes met. The laugh faded into something smaller and more serious. She gave him the faintest nod. The memory of her mouth under his from the day before flickered through him. It sat side by side with Hermione shouting that he was shutting them out and Dumbledore warning that he might not find a way back from this path. His stomach twisted. The inner presence watched the hall through his eyes, quiet and alert. They have accepted war as a distant story, it noted. They eat and gossip beneath signals they cannot even see. Harry almost asked what signals it meant, then stopped. He did not want anyone to see his lips move and start to wonder. He reached for the jug of pumpkin juice. Across the hall, the staff table was full. McGonagall sat very straight, her lips thin. Hagrid talked to Flitwick with broad, quiet gestures. Dumbledore seemed to be listening to no one. He stared out over the students, blue eyes steady behind his glasses. As Harry lifted the jug, he felt that faint brush again. The wards. A thin thread of magic skimmed over his skin, trying to latch. It slipped at once like a hand closing on water. The contact left a brief tingle in his chest. Then nothing. Dumbledore looked down toward the Gryffindor table. Their eyes met for a fraction of a second. Harry forced himself to pour his drink as if nothing had happened. Beside him, Hermione snapped her book shut. "You have not touched your porridge," she said. "You will fall over in defense if you do not eat." "I am not hungry," he said. "That is not the point," she said. "Your body still needs fuel. Your magic will drain you faster now if you are constantly casting." Ron coughed. "Hermione," he muttered. "Subtle." She shot him a glare. "What?" she said. "We are all meant to pretend nothing is wrong. He says he cut the link to you-know-who and we just nod and move on." Ron winced and looked at his plate. Harry set the jug down with care. "We do not have to talk about this here," he said. "In front of everyone." "Right," Hermione said. "Better to keep it to secret night trips and surprise revelations in the common room." Her voice was low, but there was no mistaking the edge in it. Across the table, Ginny stiffened. Her eyes narrowed for a moment. Then she looked back down the row as one of her brothers spoke to her. Harry kept his own tone level. "You yelled at me yesterday," he said quietly. "I heard you." She colored. "Good," she said. "Hermione," Ron said under his breath. "Maybe give him half a morning before you start another row." She picked up her fork. Her hand shook once, then steadied. "I am not trying to fight," she said. "I am trying to keep my best friend alive." The words hit harder than the bite in her voice. Harry opened his mouth, then caught the Daily Prophet headline as one of the owls dropped a paper right in front of him. "Ministry confirms return of you-know-who. Fudge resigns, interim measures announced." The photo below showed Fudge in front of the ministry steps, face pale, hat in his hands, flashes of quills and floating microphones around him. A line of Aurors stood behind. Ron swore softly. "Took them long enough," he said. "Do you think he cried when he said it?" Hermione dragged the paper closer and scanned the column. "Scrimgeour as temporary minister," she said. "They will want to look like they are doing something. More Aurors at Hogwarts, perhaps. More control. More panic," Ron said. "More idiots in the corridors waving wands around like they are heroes." Noise rose around them as other students saw the headline. Some gasped. Some started talking at once. A few looked straight at the staff table as if expecting someone to stand up and make a speech. Dumbledore did not move. Harry felt the inner presence taking in the scene. "Power shifts," it said. "Frightened men will grasp at any leash they see. The boy whose name has already been tied to this conflict will draw more attention than before." "They already stare," Harry muttered. Ron looked up. "What?" he asked. "Nothing," Harry said. He pushed his plate away and stood. "I am going to go get my bag," he said. "We have defense first." Hermione stood as well. "We still have time," she said. "You have eaten almost nothing." "I will grab something later," he said. She looked like she wanted to argue, then pressed her lips together and sat back down. Ginny caught his eye as he stepped away. Her hand flicked, a small motion only he would notice. "Later," it said. He gave her a brief nod and headed out of the hall. There was a fine drizzle falling by the time defense against the dark arts started. The classroom windows fogged. Students passed jackets around and tugged sleeves down. Professor Tonks sat on the edge of the desk at the front. Hair a dull shade of brown out of respect for the mood, but her eyes sharp. Right, she said once everyone was in their seats. As you may have heard, the ministry has finally admitted what anyone with sense already knew. You know who is back. That means simple shield charms are not enough anymore. Today we are going to look at layered defenses. Harry felt his stomach tighten. He thought of his lumos tearing through rock. Tonks waved her wand at the board. The words layered defense appeared. If you throw all your magic into one big shield, she said, a strong curse will either smash through it or drain you dry trying. You want several small shields at slightly different angles. If one fails, the others take part of the hit. Hermione scribbled notes at once. Tonks grinned at her. For those of you who are not as excited by theory as Granger, she said, we are going to practice in pairs. Ron elbowed Harry. Come on, he muttered. You heard the woman. Move. They stood and found space near the back. Hermione paired with Neville. Remember, Tonks said, start small. There is no prize for bursting your core. Harry lifted his wand. Protego, he said. His magic surged up at once, eager, thick. He tried to keep it thin, as he had with the little wandless light, but the habit of years was hard to break. The shield sprang up. It was wider than usual and thicker. The air shimmered. Ron whistled softly. Show off, he muttered. Tonks glanced over, brow rising. Nice power, she called. Less size, more control, Potter. You will burn yourself out. Harry took a breath and forced the energy down. The shield thinned. Sweat prickled at the back of his neck. Right, Tonks said. Weasley, try to tag him with a stunner. Ron rubbed his hands together. With pleasure, he said. He pointed his wand. Stupefy. The red bolt shot straight for Harry. Harry flicked his wand toward it. The shield caught it, but instead of simply absorbing the spell, the surface of the barrier flexed, then twisted. The stunner curved away and slammed into the far wall. A pile of dusty cushions exploded. Every head turned. Tonks gave a long, low whistle. That, she said, is not standard. Harry's pulse hammered. I am sorry, he said. I did not mean to. The inner presence stirred. Better, it murmured. You shaped the impact. Crude, but the instinct is sound. Tonks walked over, boots squeaking slightly on the stone. No harm done, she said. Next time, warn me before you start bouncing curses off at odd angles. Where did you learn that trick? I did not, he said. It just happened. Her eyes narrowed. Has anything changed with your magic? She asked quietly. He fought the urge to glance at Hermione. Maybe, he said. I am still working it out. Tonks studied his face for a moment, then nodded. Fair enough, she said. You are not the only one around here whose magic has a mind of its own. Just be careful, all right? Redirected spells can be worse than straight ones. I know, he said. As she turned away, Hermione moved closer, wand in her hand. You spin now, she said under her breath. Or am I about to be knocked into the next classroom? I will try not to, he said. She set her jaw. Again, she said. They worked through the rest of the lesson with Harry breathing slowly between each shield. By the end his arms shook. His head throbbed. Every time he reached for his magic, it rushed to answer. He had to fight it down to a manageable trickle. Tonks called a halt and let everyone sit. Drink water, she said. If you do not, you will curse me later when your head feels like it has been put under a press. Harry drained half his bottle in one go. His hand trembled. Hermione watched him. You are going to collapse if you keep forcing it, she said. I have to get used to it, he said. It is not going away. Then you do it slower, she said. You do not have to jump straight to redirecting spells. Start with simple things. He thought of the spark he had called up in the dark. I am working on it, he said. She frowned, as if she could sense there was more he was not saying. Tonks dismissed the class at last. Students filed out, chattering about Scrimgeour, about ministerial raids, about whose parents were saying what. Harry lagged behind to help pick up the blasted cushions. As he bent to grab one, a soft clop sounded from the doorway. He straightened. Firenze stood in the threshold. His human torso gleamed pale against the darker horse body. His hair fell loose over his shoulders. His eyes, clear and strange, took in the room in one sweep. Tonks nodded to him. "You have got the next lot," she said. "Good luck. They are wound up." "I am aware," Forenza said. His voice was calm. He looked past her to Harry. "Might I steal Mr. Potter for a moment before the next class?" Tonks glanced between them, then shrugged. "All yours," she said. Hermione and Ron had already moved into the corridor. Hermione gave Harry a worried look as she went past. Ron lingered for a second, then followed. The door shut behind them with a soft click. Forenza stepped further into the room. His hooves made dull sounds on the stone. "You have changed," he said. Harry felt his shoulders tense. "Everyone keeps saying that," he replied. "I do not mean the lines on your face," Forenza said. "Though grief carves its own path. I mean the light around you, the pattern." Harry resisted the urge to glance down at himself. "I do not glow," he said. "Not in a way humans see easily," Forenza said. He tilted his head. "The stars have been restless since the night of the ministry. They shifted again last night." The forest spoke. The centaurs who still listened heard old echoes. "We smelled old fire." Harry swallowed. "You mean me," he said. "I mean what you woke," Forenza said. "The grove that was not meant to be found again. The blade that was not meant to pass to mortal hands a second time." Cold ran down Harry's spine. "You know about it," he said. Forenza moved closer until the space between them felt smaller than the room allowed. "We know stories," he said. "We remember when Merlin walked these grounds in another age. We remember when he made agreements with the old religion and with the wizards who would come after. We remember the day he drove his sword into the heart of the forest and bound it with his will. The inner presence was very still. Centaurs, it said. They remember more than your human elders." Harry tried to keep his face steady. "The circle in the trees," he said. "The stone. The sword." Forenza studied him. "It answered you," he said. "You would not stand as you do now if it had not." Harry thought of the power that had torn the Horcrux from his scar. "It did," he said. "It also took something out of me that should never have been there." "You saw him fall through the veil," Forenza said. "You felt the air close. You were angry, and your anger went looking for teeth." Harry flinched. "That is between me and it," he said. Forenza flicked an ear. "The forest thinks otherwise," he said. "The nexus is not merely a stone in the ground. It is a wound in the world that was taught to sleep. Your touch has stirred it. The centaurs hear the heartbeat." "Let me guess," Harry said. "They are not pleased." "Some are afraid," Forenza said. "Some are eager. Some think they see a chance to settle old scores with wizards who broke faith. There are factions among my kind as there are among yours." Harry thought of Megorian and Bane and the way they had looked at him first year when they found him with the unicorn. "And you?" he asked. "Which side are you on?" Forenza looked past him, out the window. "I was cast out of my herd for trusting Dumbledore more than Bane," he said. "I know what it is to stand between two worlds. I know the price." Harry waited. Forenza looked back at him. "There is a meeting tonight," he said. "Deeper in the forest. The elders of our herd have called it. They mean to speak of you." "Of me," Harry said. "Of the boy who carries a blade in his soul that has not cut in many lifetimes," Forenza said. "They will decide whether to warn you, use you, or destroy you." Harry's fingers tightened on his wand. "They cannot destroy me," the inner presence said with calm certainty. Forenza seemed to sense the shift. "They know they cannot kill Merlin," he said. "They debate whether the vessel can be broken before the bond is complete." Harry's chest clenched. "If they try," he said, "I will defend myself." Forenza gave a small nod. "That is why I am telling you," he said. "If you go to the meeting, you walk into a circle of bows and hooves and anger. If you do not, they may take that as proof that you have already turned from all pacts. They might move against you from the shadows instead." "Those are terrible options," Harry said. "Welcome to prophecy," Forenza said softly. "It rarely offers kind choices." "Then why tell me?" Harry asked. "If you think it is dangerous either way." "Because I was once saved by a human boy who could have left me to my fate," Forenza said. "Because I know you have not yet decided what to do with the power you reached for. Because the forest does not belong only to those who were born in it." Harry thought of the circle of trees, the runes cut into roots, the way the air had hummed as he took the sword. When is this meeting? He asked. When the moon is above the highest branch of the clearing, Firenze said. I can lead you to the edge. I cannot stand with you inside. I am already too far from my herd to pretend I speak for them. Harry nodded slowly. And if I choose not to go? He asked. Firenze looked at him steadily. Then you will still stand in that circle, he said. You will simply not be there to speak. Others will put words in your mouth. Harry let out a long breath. If I go, he said, I go as myself. Not as some puppet for Merlin or Dumbledore or anyone else. Firenze bowed his head once. That, he said, is why the stars still show a narrow line of hope. He turned and moved toward the door. Meet me at the forest edge after supper, he said. Near the path where Hagrid took you many times. Come alone. He left without another word. Harry stood in the empty classroom for a long moment, heart pounding. The inner presence spoke. He does not trust his own herd, it said. Wise. Fools in groups are more dangerous than fools alone. Harry rubbed his scar. If I go, they may try to kill me, he said. If you do not go, they will move against you later, the presence said. With more time to plan and less reason to listen. This council is an opportunity. An opportunity to be trampled, Harry said. You carry enough power to unmake that glade, the presence said. If they attack, they will break themselves on you. If they listen, they may become useful scouts. Either way, you must show that this blade does not bow. I am not using them as scouts, Harry said. They are not mine. They are part of the pattern, the presence replied. Every piece has its place. Harry headed for the corridor, jaw tight. He knew if Hermione heard even half of this conversation, she would drag him to McGonagall by the sleeve. And yet, if he did nothing, if he pretended the forest was the same as before, the centaurs would still meet. The herd would still talk about the human who had touched old fire. He would simply be ignorant of the result until it ran him through. You chose a path when you put your hand on that hilt, the presence murmured. This is one of the stones on it. I know, he said. He spent the rest of the day walking around with his shoulders up near his ears. Ron tried to pull him into a game of chess during lunch. Hermione insisted on going over their schedule for exams. He nodded and made the right noises, but his mind kept jumping to the shadow of trees and the sound of hooves. After History of Magic, Hermione cornered him at the bottom of the stairs. You went quiet with Firenze, she said. What did he want? Ron leaned on the banister and watched. Harry hesitated. Forest things, he said. The herd. The usual. Hermione folded her arms. Do not lie, she said. You get that look when you are lying. What look? He asked. Your eyes go a bit flat, she said. And your mouth does that straight line thing. You are a terrible liar. Ron snorted. He is not that bad, he said. He is when he lies to us, she said. Harry thought about telling them. He could picture the scene clearly. Hermione grabbing his arm and saying he was not allowed to set foot in the forest again. Ron swearing that the centaurs would stomp him into the mud. Both of them insisting he go to Dumbledore. If he told Dumbledore, the headmaster would have a dozen reasons why he should stay away and let older, wiser people handle it. Except the older, wiser people had let Sirius die and the Horcrux sit in his head for years. I will handle it, he said. It is my mess. That is what you said before the ministry, Hermione snapped. Ron straightened. All right, he said. That is enough. We all made choices that night. She turned her frustration on him. Yes, she said. We chose to follow Harry into something he should never have faced alone. And we almost died for it. Ron winced. Harry stepped back. I am not dragging you into this one, he said. Promise. Hermione laughed once. Sharp. You say that like you have that kind of control, she said. You do not. Every decision you make affects us whether you want it to or not. That is what happens when you are friends. If you do not want to be in the blast zone, he said, then walk away. Ron stared at him. Hermione went very still. Is that what you want? She asked. Her voice was quiet now. For me to leave. He forced himself to hold her gaze. No, he said. But I am not going to pretend I can stop moving because it makes you more comfortable. I have to do things you are not going to like. Her eyes shone. You mean you have to do things you will not even tell me about, she said. Silence stretched between them. Ron shifted his weight. Hermione, he said at last. You know him. If he thinks he has to go, he will go whether you sign a permission slip or not. All we can do is shout and hope he hears it over the noise in his head. She swallowed. I am tired of shouting, she said. I am tired of watching him walk into brick walls. I am tired of losing people. I know, Ron said quietly. She looked at Harry one more time, then turned away. When you are ready to trust us, she said, we will be in the library. She walked off, shoulders tight, book clutched to her chest. Ron watched her go inside. You know she is right, he said. I know she is angry, Harry said. And hurt, Ron added. And scared. And you are not making it better. Harry rubbed the back of his neck. You are not picking, he said. No, Ron said. I do not get two best friends in one lifetime. I am not throwing either away. He gave Harry a long look. You do not have to tell us everything, he said. You are allowed to keep some things in your head. But when you are walking towards something big, it would be nice if you gave us warning. That way we can decide whether to follow or not. I am walking towards something big tonight, Harry said before he could talk himself out of it. Ron's eyebrows shot up. What? He asked. Firenze told me the centaurs are meeting, Harry said. They want to talk about what I did. Ron swore under his breath. And you are going, he said. Yes, Harry said. Are you mad? Ron demanded. They tried to carry Umbridge off into the trees and we never saw her again. They shot arrows at you first year. They are not exactly friendly. I know, Harry said. That is why I need to know what they are planning. If I do not, I will be walking blind on the grounds while they argue about me in the dark. Ron scrubbed a hand over his face. You are not letting me come, he said. No, Harry said. They asked for me, not a crowd. Then you are going to tell McGonagall, Ron said. Or Dumbledore. Or at least Hagrid. Harry shook his head. Dumbledore will lock the forest down, he said. McGonagall will go straight to him. Hagrid will insist on coming along and start a fight without even realizing it. Ron glared at him. So your plan is to walk alone into a circle of angry centaurs who think you have nicked their old magic, he said. Brilliant. It is the only plan I have, Harry said. Ron stared at him for a long moment, then looked away. When he asked, after supper, Harry said. Ron nodded once. Fine, he said. You will meet Ginny before you go, or she will set you on fire if she finds out later. Hermione will probably work it out on her own and write you a 10-page essay on why it was a bad idea. I will stay awake and wait to see if you come back. That is not much of a plan, Harry said. It is more than no plan, Ron said. And if you do not come back, I will at least know which way to run with her. Harry's chest tightened. I am coming back, he said. You had better, Ron said. I am not letting you leave me stuck as the middle child who lived. Despite everything, Harry almost smiled. The sky cleared by evening. By the time supper was over, a pale moon hung above the towers. Stars pricked the dark. The forest at the edge of the grounds was a mass of black shapes. Ginny caught his sleeve as he stood up from the table. We need to talk, she said. He nodded and followed her out into the entrance hall. Students flowed around them, heading for the common rooms. She pulled him into a shadowed corner near the bottom of the main stairs. You are doing something reckless, she said at once. You do not know that, he said. She raised her eyebrows. Harry, she said. You have been twitchy all day. Firenze asked for you. Hermione is stalking around like someone insulted her favorite book. Ron looks like he is about to be sick. I can count. He grimaced. The centaurs are meeting, he said. About me. Firenze says some of them want to use me, some want to kill me, some are not sure. And you are going to walk into that meeting, she said. Yes, he said. She took a steady breath. Of course you are, she said. You know there are easier ways to get yourself trampled. The forest is already deciding what to do with me, he said. I would rather hear it to my face. She looked up at him. Do you have any idea how you sound when you say things like that, she asked. Like you are some general walking into a council of war. I am not a general, he said. I am just tired of being the last to know. She studied his face. If I say do not go, she asked, will you stay? He shook his head. No, he said. She swallowed. Then I am not going to say it, she said. Because I do not want the last words before you walk into the forest to be another order you do not follow. Her voice shook on the last bit. He looked down at her hand on his sleeve. He covered it with his own. I will be careful, he said. You said that before, she said. Just make sure you come back. That is all. He nodded. She rose on her toes and kissed him, quick and firm. If you die, I will kill you, she said. He let out a short breath that was almost a laugh. I will remember, he said. He stepped back and headed for the front doors. The inner presence watched all this in silence. Harry could feel it taking note of Ginny, of her stubborn set jaw, of the way she refused to look away. Attachment, it said at last. Dangerous, but not without value. She is not a strategy, Harry muttered. Everything is a strategy to someone, it replied. He pushed the doors open and walked out into the night. Firenze waited near the edge of the lawn, where the grass gave way to the first line of trees. The centaur stood half in shadow. The moonlight touched his shoulders. His human face looked calm, but his horse flanks moved with a restless shift from hoof to hoof. You came, he said. You knew I would, Harry replied. Firenze nodded. Follow, he said. Do not draw your wand unless you intend to use it. That is comforting, Harry said under his breath. They entered the forest. The air grew cooler at once. Branches shifted above them. The smell of earth and old leaves closed in. Harry kept pace beside Firenze, remembering Hagrid's lantern and Fong's wine from years before. This time there was no dog, no half-giant, no teacher with a crossbow. Only him, a centaur, and something ancient in his skull. As they moved deeper, Harry felt that hum again. It was stronger than before, not as raw as the first time he had walked into the Nexus, but steady, like a heartbeat. The presence in his mind stirred. The grove is awake, it said. It will not like this council. That place was meant for contact between me and the old powers, not for a herd of impatient horsemen. Too late to complain, Harry whispered. Firenze flicked an ear. They hear more than you think, he said. Speak softly. Harry bit back the retort that Merlin had no breath to carry. It did not matter. The centaur could sense enough. They reached a familiar ring of trees. The clearing with the stone and the hovering blade lay ahead. But Firenze stopped at the edge. I go no further, he said. My herd will not hear me if I stand inside. They have already called me traitor more than once. Harry looked at the dark space between the trunks. Any advice, he asked. Speak truth, Firenze said. Do not posture. They respect honesty. They despise arrogance. And do not draw that sword unless you mean to use it. Harry swallowed. I do not even know how to draw it, he said. You will, Firenze said. If you must. He stepped back into the trees and vanished from sight. Harry stood alone on the threshold. You can still turn back, the presence said. Let them talk in circles. You can deal with the consequences later. If I run now, Harry said, they will smell it. They will see me as prey, not as someone they have to talk to. He stepped into the clearing. The ring of trees held more bodies than last time. Centaurs stood in a broad circle around the stone at the center. Their forms were solid shadows, their eyes glinting faintly in the light of the thin moon. Bows hung across many chests. Some already had arrows nocked. The sword hovered above the stone, thin and pale, almost invisible unless he looked straight at it. Harry walked to the middle until he stood near the stone, close enough to feel the hum under his skin. No one spoke at once. He could feel their eyes. After a long moment, one of them stepped forward. Megorian. Harry remembered him from that first-year night when they had found the unicorn. The centaur was broad and strong, his coat dark, his hair braided back. His eyes were sharp. Potter, Megorian said. You found a path that was meant to be lost. Harry swallowed. I read, he said. Your own books left traces. The books of men are careless, another centaur said from the circle. Harry recognized Bane's voice, harsh and angry. They scratch secrets on paper and forget how easily they burn. The books were written by wizards who wanted to warn those who came after, Harry said. Or by ones who wanted to reach for power and failed. They were not written by you. Several centaurs stamped their hooves in irritation. You stand in a place that predates your ministry, your school, your bloodlines, Megorian said. You carry within you a blade that was bound by oath to remain here until this world learned humility. It seems that lesson did not take. The inner presence smiled at that, a dry curl of thought. Humility, it said. They use the word when they mean obedience. Harry took a breath. I came here because I was tired of being used as a weapon without knowing what I was, he said. I had a piece of Tom in my head. A ripple ran through the crowd at the name. A fragment, he went on. In my scar. I did not ask for it. No one told me it was there. I felt him every time he hurt someone. I felt him when he attacked your forest and drank unicorn blood. I felt him when he killed my parents, when he came back in a graveyard, when he stood in the ministry and tried to break into me. I was done sharing my mind. He reached up and touched his scar. It was never a natural bond, he said. It was a wound. This sword took it away. A murmur slipped around the circle. Some faces looked wary. Some looked curious. A few looked doubtful. You used ancient power for a personal wound, Bane said. You did this for yourself, not for balance. It was both, Harry said. You say this place is a wound in the world. So was I. He cut me open when I was a baby and left a part of himself in me. That magic belongs to neither of us. I let this blade burn it out. Megorian studied him. It did more than that, he said. Your light is not as it was. Your core reaches beyond the paths your kind usually walk. Harry thought of his lumos filling the chamber, of the way his shield had twisted Ron's spell. Changed me, he said. I did not know how much until after. And yet you still stand there holding that wand of yours, Bane said. You still wear your school robes. You still eat at the table of those who made deals with the ministry and the old accords. You would have it both ways. Harry felt his temper flare. I do not want it both ways, he said. I want a chance to win. He has decades of experience, an army, and no conscience. Every time we fight, it is his choice of ground. I am tired of being outmatched. Several centaurs snorted. One younger one near the back shifted nervously. You think power alone will change that, Bane said. You think you can fix the arrogance of men by becoming even more dangerous than the last one who tried. Tom used fear, Harry said. He carved his name into bodies. He made people bow or die. I am not doing that. Not yet. The inner presence murmured. Harry ignored it. I am not here to rule, he said. I am here because I refuse to let him turn your forest into his hunting ground or your herds into trophies. Megorian watched him. You speak with anger, he said. Anger can be twisted. Tell me this, Potter. When the sword entered you, did you hear a voice? Harry hesitated. The presence in his mind did not stir. It sat and waited. I felt a will, Harry said. It does not belong to Tom. It is older. It does not share my patience. A few centaurs stamped again. It is Merlin, one whispered. Or what is left of him, another muttered. He tried to play at God once, Bane said. He made pacts, then thought he could stand above them. Do you mean to follow that path? No, Harry said. I am not Merlin. I am not Tom. I am me. I will use what I have to stop him. Then I will put it down if I can. And if you cannot, Megorian said. If the blade refuses. Harry thought of the way his hand had refused to let go when he first grabbed it. Can refuse all it likes, he said. It still has to live with me. I am not giving it the keys. Some of the centaurs exchanged looks at that. The idea of someone talking back to Merlin seemed to unsettle them. The inner presence actually laughed. You are an insolent child, it said. They do not know what to make of it. Bane took a step forward, hoofs thudding. You brought the attention of the old religion back to this place, he said. Do you even understand what that means? The wild magic that walked the world before your ministry put fences around it will wake. It will look for bargains. It will test your kind as it tested ours. Many failed. I cannot undo what I did, Harry said. If ignoring the Nexus would have kept it asleep, someone should have locked the books more tightly. You speak as if this is their fault, Bane snapped. As if the humans who scratched warnings did not already class it as forbidden. Harry set his jaw. I am not blaming anyone for leaving notes, he said. I am saying you cannot hold me to a rule I never agreed to. No one told me this power existed. No one told me there was another way to cut him out of my head. As far as I knew, my choices were let him stay or let him rip me open from the inside. I took another one. Megorian looked up at the thin slip of moon above the trees. You cannot stay as you were, he said at last. That is clear. You cannot be a simple schoolchild anymore. The line between your world and the old ways has been drawn through your core. The question is not whether you have changed, but what you will do with that change. I will use it to stop him, Harry said again. To protect my friends. To keep this war from getting worse than it has to. Your friends, Bane repeated. Your schoolmates. Your teachers. Not the forest. Harry met his eyes. I am not drawing a line between you and them, he said. You do that for yourselves. A low murmur ran around the circle. Some centaurs looked offended. Some considered his words. Megorian held up one hand. Silence fell. You stand in an old circle, he said. In the place where Merlin made his first great bargain. He offered power to the old religion in exchange for the right to shape the magic of this land. He thought he could carry that weight. He thought he could decide who would bear what cost. The presence in Harry's mind was quiet now. There was a feeling like a held breath. Many died for his pride, Megorian went on. Men, centaurs, others. The old places closed. The interdict was drawn. This sword was bound to wait until one who could bear its will without becoming it came to claim it. And you think that is me, Harry said. We do not know yet, Megorian said. Some of us believe your scar makes you too close to him. Some think the way you cut that link shows you may resist. And you, Harry asked, what do you think? Megorian studied him for a long moment. I see a boy who has carried more than his years since he first set foot in these woods, he said. I see a light that has been twisted by another and now burns in its own path. I see someone who might break under the weight or might grow sharp enough to cut through it. Comforting, Harry said. You did not come for comfort, Megorian said. You came because you know that if you do not speak, others will tell your story for you. Harry nodded once. I am not asking for your blessing, he said. I am not asking for permission. I am telling you that I will not allow Tom to use this forest as cover or your herd as targets. If this power helps me stop him, I will use it. If it starts to turn me into something like him, I will want someone to stop me. You can and will watch me. You will see faster than most if I change for the worse. Bane snorted. You ask us to become your judges, he said. I ask you to keep your eyes open, Harry said. You are good at that. Several centaurs stamped at that. Not entirely in anger this time. Megorian nodded slowly. There is a pact we might make, he said. Not the one Merlin made. Smaller. Tighter. You do not trespass on the deep places without cause. You do not drag schoolyard battles into our glades. In return, we do not loose arrows at your back and we warn you if we see dark forces moving under cover of the trees. Harry thought of Hermione, who would faint if she heard him making bargains with centaurs while Merlin listened in. Agreed, he said. On one condition. A ripple of surprise moved through the ring. You would set conditions, Bane said. Yes, Harry said. If you see me losing myself to this, if you see me start to act like him, you do not simply put an arrow through my heart and call it done. You tell me first. You give me a chance to stop. If I cannot, then you do what you have to. Megorian considered. Bane looked furious. A few of the younger centaurs looked uneasy. You ask for mercy where none was shown in the past, Bane said. I am trying to do better than the past, Harry said. If that is arrogant, then fine. I would still rather be the one who tried to handle this without turning into a monster than the one who looked away because it was easier. The inner presence stirred. You ask them to stay their hand when you falter, it said. You already plan for your own failure. I plan for the possibility, Harry answered inside, so that if it comes, it does not blindside everyone. Megorian raised his head. The stars do not show us every choice, he said. They show tendencies, currents, pressures. They show that this blade will reshape more than one life. Whether it carves or heals remains to be seen. Very well, Potter. I will accept your condition. He turned his head. Do any speak against, he called. Bane stepped forward at once. I speak against, he said. We bind ourselves to a boy whose story has already drawn death behind it. We trust that he will not stumble. This is folly. A murmur of agreement sounded from a cluster near him. Another centaur stepped forward. This one was older, his hair gray at the temples, his chest marked with faint scars. I do not speak for or against, he said. I remind the herd that when we tried to remain apart before, the world still bled. We watched men fall and forests burn and did nothing because it was not our place. Perhaps that was our own arrogance. More murmurs. Megorian looked around the circle. There will be no full agreement on this, he said. There never is. The sky does not wait for us to reach a vote. The storm is already here. The boy carries a blade that will shape it whether we stand with him or not. I choose to at least know his face when he passes. If we are to be the balance we claim, we cannot do it with our eyes closed. Bane glared, but he did not argue further. Megorian turned back to Harry. Go, he said. Keep your end of this narrow pact. Do not use this forest as a stage for your school battles. Call on us only if the deep magic rouses. In return, we will watch the edges and send word when shadows move where they should not. Harry nodded. I can do that, he said. One more thing, Megorian added. Do not take up that sword again without reflection. Every contact will twine your will with his more tightly. Those knots are hard to undo. The inner presence smiled. He is not wrong, it said. But he forgets that some bonds were never meant to be undone. Harry inclined his head. I will think before I act, he said. It is more than some wizards manage. A few centaurs let out something that might almost have been a laugh. Megorian stepped back. This council is done, he said. The herd began to move, bodies melting into the surrounding trees. Hooves thudded softly. Bows creaked. The circle thinned. Bane lingered near the edge. If you break this pact, he said in a low voice as he passed Harry, if you bring his shadow into our glades, I will not wait for a second sign. I will put an arrow through your chest and pray that whatever is left of you forgives me when it dies. Harry met his eyes. If I reach that point, he said, I will not be in any position to judge you. Bane snorted and vanished into the dark. Soon Harry stood alone in the clearing. The stone and the hovering blade were the only other presences. He turned to the sword. You heard, he said. Of course, the presence replied. This circle was mine long before it was theirs. You bound yourself here once, Harry said. You made pacts. You broke some. A flicker of something moved through his mind. Not quite guilt. Not quite pride. I did what I thought necessary, it said. Your headmaster would understand. I am not interested in joining that club, Harry said. I will not use this place as a secret throne room. That is not what it is, the presence replied. It is a junction. A point where raw magic meets human will. A place where decisions gain weight. Harry rubbed his forehead. Is that what I am now, he said. A junction. More than that, the presence said. Less than you think. He let out a breath and stepped back from the stone. He did not touch the blade. He could feel it watching him, if such a thing could watch. It had already burned one foreign presence out of his skull. It had already given him more power than he knew how to handle. For now that was enough. He turned and left the clearing. The walk back to the castle felt shorter. The forest still hummed, but the worst of the tension had gone. Birds rustled in the branches. Something small moved in the undergrowth. At the edge of the trees, Firenze waited again. You are still alive, he said. For the moment, Harry replied. Firenze studied him. They agreed to watch the borders, he said. That much I heard. You were listening, Harry said. I can hear the herd, Firenze said. Even if they pretend they have cut me off, they will never stop thinking of me as one of their own. They will never forgive me properly either. They do not forgive easy, Harry said. Neither do wizards, Firenze replied. Remember that when you judge them. Harry nodded. I did not tell them everything, he said. About the voice. About what this bond feels like. Firenze flicked his tail. You would have been a fool to do so, he said. They already fear what they do not understand. If you fed that fear with details, some would have loosed arrows out of reflex. That is comforting, Harry said. It is honest, Firenze replied. You have made a pact with a herd that does not agree about you. Take what you can from it, but do not lean on it as if it were a solid wall. I will remember, Harry said. Firenze dipped his head. Good night, Harry Potter, he said. May the stars be kinder to you than they have been to many. Harry walked out onto the lawn. The castle rose ahead, windows lit. The sky above it was clear. For a moment, he stood and looked at it, feeling the steady weight of his wand in his hand and the less steady weight of the sword in his mind. The wards brushed his skin again as he crossed into their range. The same sliding sensation as before. They still did not know how to catalog him. Dumbledore will notice, the presence said. He already has, Harry said. He climbed the steps and pushed the doors open. The entrance hall was quiet. The buzz from supper had faded. A few late students hurried past, heading for their common rooms. McGonagall appeared at the top of the stairs. Potter, she called down. You are out late. Harry's heart jolted. He had not decided what he would say if he was caught. I went for a walk, he said. I needed air. Her eyes narrowed. In the forest, she asked. He hesitated. No, he said. Near it. The words were not quite a lie. He had walked through the grounds to get there. Her lips thinned. I am not blind, she said. Forenza came in a short while ago. He is not good at hiding his steps. I know that look on your face. Something has happened. Harry gripped his bag strap. Something is always happening, he said. The Ministry just announced a war. You cannot expect me to sit in the tower and pretend none of this touches me. I expect you to stay alive long enough to at least sit your exams, she said. You do not make it easy. I am trying not to die, he said. That is the whole point. She came down a few steps. Dumbledore asked me to watch you, she said. Not as a guard, but as someone who would notice if he missed something. I do not like the feeling that you are moving beyond the parts of this school even he can see. He fought the urge to look away. I did not ask to be moved, he said. It just happened. She studied his face for a long moment, then sighed. I taught your father, she said. He was reckless. He pushed lines. He broke rules. He also listened when someone he trusted told him a cliff was ahead. You are more stubborn than he was. That is not reassuring, Harry said. It is not meant to be, she replied. I will not demand to know what you have done tonight. You are unlikely to tell me. But I will say this. Whatever path you are on, you had better keep enough of yourself that I can still look you in the eye in a few years and recognize you. He swallowed. I am trying, he said. Try harder, she said. Go to bed. And for once, Potter, stay there. He nodded. Yes, Professor, he said. As he turned toward the Gryffindor Tower, he felt her gaze on his back. She is not blind, the presence said. No, Harry said. She never has been. The common room was quiet when he climbed through the portrait hole. A few first years sat near the fire, whispering about the Ministry news. One of the twins' chessboards sat abandoned on a table. The armchair in the corner was empty. Ron sat on the sofa, staring into the empty grate. His hair stuck up. His tie was untied, hanging loose around his neck. He looked up at the sound of Harry's footsteps. You are not dead then, he said. Not yet, Harry said. Ron let out a long breath. Hermione is in the girls' dorm, he said. She has been pacing. I heard enough thumps to guess. Harry dropped into the armchair opposite. The centaurs did not shoot me, he said. So that is something. Did they tie you to a tree for later, Ron asked. Or decide you were the chosen horse boy? Harry gave a tired half-smile. They decided to watch me, he said. We made a narrow pact. Ron stared. You made a pact, he repeated. With centaurs. On your own. In the forest. Yes, Harry said. They will not attack me on sight as long as I do not drag school fights into their glades. They will warn me if they see dark forces moving. In return, I told them to keep an eye on me. If I start going wrong, they have to say so before they shoot. Ron ran a hand through his hair. You do know how mad that sounds, he said. I know, Harry said. It felt less mad when arrows were pointed at me. Ron blew out a breath. I am not sure if I should be impressed or furious, he said. You can pick both, Harry replied. Ron leaned back. I am going to tell Hermione you are alive, he said. That will help a bit. Then she will ask what you did, and I will have to decide how many words I can use without getting hexed. Harry rubbed his eyes. You can tell her I went, he said. You can tell her I am not covered in hoof marks. You can tell her the centaurs agreed to watch the forest, and that you made a bargain with them while Merlin sat in your head and listened. Ron said dryly. Harry grimaced. Maybe skip that last part, he said. Ron snorted. She will work it out, he said. She always does. He got to his feet and headed for the stairs. Halfway up, he paused. Harry, he said without turning. I know you think you have to do this alone. I know you think that if you tell us everything, you will put us in more danger. I also know that walking into things blind has never gone well for any of us. So next time you plan to meet angry creatures in the woods, could you at least tell me more than an hour before? Harry nodded. I will try, he said. Ron nodded back and disappeared up the stairs. Harry sat alone in the dim common room for a while, listening to the faint crackle from the dying fire. The day had stretched and twisted. Felt like 2 days. Or 3. He had argued with Hermione again. He had kissed Ginny again. He had faced a circle of centaurs while an old wizard watched from inside his skull. He had made a pact that would change how the forest reacted to him from now on. He pressed his fingers to his scar. Felt cool. You handled yourself well, the inner presence said. You did not grovel. You did not boast. You set a condition they did not expect. I asked them to stop me if I go wrong, Harry said. That is hardly some clever scheme. It shows you know you might fail, the presence replied. That awareness is rare. Most wielders of power assume they are the exception. I do not want to be a wielder of power, Harry said. I want to be a boy who made it through school without losing everyone. You stepped beyond that, the presence said. You chose to. When you walked into the grove, you ended one story and began another. You keep saying that, Harry muttered. You also keep pressing me to let go of people so I can move faster. Attachment makes you hesitate, the presence said. Hesitation can kill you. Can also stop me from becoming what he is, Harry said. I would rather hesitate and still be able to look at myself in the mirror than move faster and wake up as someone I hate. For a moment there was only silence in his head. Then the presence spoke. Quieter. That is a balance many fail to hold, it said. If you manage it, you will be more dangerous in ways that cannot simply be measured in force. Harry let out a breath. I am not trying to be dangerous, he said. I am trying to be enough. He pushed himself to his feet. His legs ached. His head thudded. Magic still hummed under his skin, but the worst of the surge had faded. He headed for the stairs. As he climbed, he thought of Hermione and the hurt in her eyes, of Ginny and the fierce way she had said she was not running, of Ron standing between them both and refusing to pick. He thought of Dumbledore, of McGonagall, of the way the wards had skated off his magic as if it did not quite fit the pattern anymore. He thought of the centaurs stamping in their clearing, bows half drawn, watching to see whether he would flinch. He thought of Merlin, quiet inside him, for once not offering a cutting remark. He reached his bed and let himself fall onto it. He did not bother to change. He just yanked the curtains half closed and lay on his back, staring at the underside of the canopy. You will not turn me into you, he said into the quiet. I do not need another me, the presence replied. One was enough. I need someone who can bear this without breaking. I am not carrying it for you, Harry said. I am carrying it for me. For them. For them, the presence echoed. That may be what makes the difference. Harry's eyes closed. Exhaustion dragged at him. His body wanted sleep. His mind whirled. He thought of the small spark he had made in his hand the night before. He thought of the pillar of light in the grove. He thought of the shield that had twisted Ron's spell. He would have to learn control fast. The next time he faced Tom, there would be no time to practice. You have begun, the presence said as he drifted. That is more than most. Harry did not answer. Sleep took him. For the first time since Sirius had fallen through the veil, his dreams did not begin with that image. They began with a ring of trees, a stone, a blade of light that watched and waited, and somewhere beyond that, stars shifted in patterns he did not yet know how to read. Harry had the hex lined up on the back of Theodore Knott's neck before he realized what he was doing. Knott walked a few paces ahead of him, shoulders tight, hands buried in his pockets. The corridor was almost empty. Curfew was close, and most students had already vanished into their common rooms. Moonlight leaked in through the narrow windows and laid pale stripes across the stone floor. Harry's wand sat loose in his fingers, hidden by his sleeve. His heart thudded hard enough that he could feel it in his throat. This is the moment, the voice in his head said. One clean strike. No warning. No struggle. Harry swallowed. Earlier that evening, an owl with a thick envelope had dropped straight onto Knott's plate at dinner. The wax seal had been black, stamped with a tiny snake. Knott had gone a strange color, then slipped the letter straight into his pocket without opening it. Most people had not noticed. Harry had. He had also felt a faint, sour twist through the wards overhead. A tug, as if something outside had brushed fingers across the school and left a residue behind. Old magic does not like that taste, the voice had said. That is not simple family news. That is instruction. Now, as Not reached the far end of the corridor and turned toward the old disused staircase, Harry felt that same sour pull again. Something in the air around the other boy hummed wrong. He did not know what was in Not's pocket. He did not know exactly what the letter had said. He only knew that his magic was already reaching for the quickest way to remove a threat. One curse, the voice murmured. No light, no trace. A twist in the air that closes the vessel from within. His heart will stop before he hits the floor. When they find him, they will speak of weak blood or bad luck. They will not speak of you. Harry's grip tightened. He could see it if he let himself. Not's body hitting the stone. A shocked shout. Madame Pomfrey kneeling beside him and shaking her head. Whispers in the common rooms about how even pure families were not safe now. The name Not mentioned as one more tragic loss in a war full of them. One boy, the voice said. One pawn. Remove him cleanly. And he never places what he carries where it will tear open your defenses. One life against dozens. Perhaps hundreds. Harry's chest burned. Shut up, he breathed. Not did not look back. His footsteps echoed, quick and nervous. The corridor beyond the next corner led to a side door that opened onto the grounds near the edge of the forest. Harry knew that door. Filch liked to lock it, then forget he had. Students used it anyway when they wanted to slip out without being seen. There was an empty classroom just before it, full of broken desks and dust. If Not planted something there, it would sit right up against the outer skin of the wards. One curse, the voice said again. Then another on the object itself. You could end this small threat before it begins. Harry raised his wand a fraction higher. His mouth had gone dry. He thought of what the voice had shown him on the way down from the tower. Half-formed flashes, impressions of possible lines. A charm on the wall that made part of the wards thin. A Death Eater group slipping through that thin place and striking fast. Smoke in the great hall. Students running. Someone small and red-haired falling. The images were not fixed. They were more like tension pulled tight on a rope, hinting at where it might snap. You have already seen what they will try, the voice said. Why suffer their attempt if you can simply cut the rope? Harry's stomach clenched. Not reached the classroom door and pulled it open with a slow hand. He glanced up and down the corridor once, then slipped inside. The door began to swing shut. Harry stood in the strip of moonlight, wand still pointed, hand shaking. It would be easy, too easy. His mind leapt through the usual checks in a messy rush. If he stunned Not, he would have to explain why he was following him. If he dragged him and the object to McGonagall, he would have to admit that he had a voice in his head that whispered ways to stop hearts. Dumbledore would look at him with that careful, pained gaze and see a weapon he no longer understood. If he killed Not, there would be no argument. No hearings. No visits from ministry officials fussing over wards. No chance for Not's father to use his son as a tool again. One boy for the castle, the voice pressed. For your friends. For the girl who waited for you in the entrance hall and told you not to die. For the one who glared at you on the stairs and hates being kept out but still stands beside you in every corridor that matters. Harry's breath came short and fast. He saw Not's back. He saw Ginny's face. He saw Hermione's eyes when she called him a liar. He lowered his wand. No, he whispered. I am not doing that. He moved fast now before he could change his mind. He sprinted to the classroom door and shoved it open. Not spun round. His hand jerked toward his pocket. There was a faint pulse of something ugly in the air. Expelliarmus, Harry snapped. Not's wand flew from his hand and clattered across the floor. Before the other boy could shout, Harry flicked his wrist. Stupefy, the red light hit Not square in the chest. He toppled, stiff as a board. Harry swore under his breath and jerked his own hand up again. Arresto, he muttered. The fall slowed just enough that Not's head bumped the stone instead of cracking against it. His body settled on the floor in an awkward heap. Harry's heart hammered. He stood there for a second, chest heaving, then stepped forward and crouched beside Nott. The letter that had arrived at dinner lay crumpled near the stunned boy's fingers. Something small and dark had rolled out of it. A flat disk of stone the size of a sickle, laced with faint silver lines. The air over it pulsed with that same sour pull. Harry swallowed hard and reached out with his wand. He did not touch the thing. He let his magic brush it instead. The answer came fast and cold. Anchoring key, the voice said. The other end sits in a Death Eater nest. Place this near a weak point in the wards and it will whisper that spot to whoever listens. They will have a map and a foothold. Harry's hand shook. Images pressed at him again. Shadows slipping up the lawn in the dark. Children dragged from their beds. Smoke against the night. He could end that map now. Break the key. Break the boy who carried it. 2 quick spells. No one the wiser. Harry set his jaw. Stop, he said. His voice came out rough. I get it. I am not a coward. I am not stupid. I can see the sums. I just will not answer them with murder in a corridor. Cowardice and stupidity are not the only flaws. The voice replied. There is also sentiment. You cling to the idea that every pawn can be saved if you simply work hard enough. That is not how wars are won. I am not trying to win like you did, Harry said. I know where that ends. I saw the veil. I saw his body when you finished with him. I saw what he did when he thought he was the only one who mattered. The classroom felt too small. Dust floated in the air. The smell of old wood and stale chalk pressed at his nose. Harry tore his eyes away from Nott and forced himself to focus on the disc. Finite, he whispered. Nothing happened. Of course not, the voice said. This was made outside the neat little rules of your curriculum. You will need more than a school charm. Harry gritted his teeth. Right, he muttered. He pointed his wand and conjured a thick glass jar. The magic came easily, almost too easily. The jar formed in his hand, solid and cool. He flicked his wand again. The disc lifted off the stone with a jerk and dropped into the jar. Harry sealed it with a muttered lock charm and several layers of wrapping charms for good measure. Lines of light ran around the glass and settled. The sour pull dimmed, but did not vanish. Better, the voice said. Contain first, then interrogate. Harry glanced at Nott. He still had time. No one had walked past the corridor. The castle felt oddly quiet in this stretch, as if the walls themselves were holding their breath. Enervate, Harry said. Nott's chest rose sharply. His eyes flew open. He tried to sit up, then realized his arms and legs would not move. Harry had tied them with conjured cords while he was unconscious. They glowed faintly where they cut into his robes. What? Nott rasped. Potter, what did you do, you prat? Let me go. Harry held the jar up. This came with your post, he said. It is not another chocolate frog card from your dad. Nott's face drained. I do not know what you were talking about, he said at once. Harry's anger sharpened. You tried to slip it into the wall by the side door, he said. You waited until the corridor was empty. You planned to sneak onto the grounds and tuck it into the hedges. Who told you how to do that? Your father. Someone else. Nott swallowed. None of your business, he said. You have no right to follow me. You have no right to touch my mail. The voice spoke cool and even. He will not break under your glare. His loyalty is not built from love but from fear and ambition. Pain might work. Or a neat cut. Harry ignored it. You are making it my business, he said. That thing talks to people who want my friends dead. They want you dead too, by the way. Once you are no use, you are just one more body they can step over. Nott squeezed his eyes shut. You think you know everything, he said. I know enough, Harry replied. I know that if I had been the person someone else wanted me to be, you would already be on the floor with your heart stopped. Nott's eyes snapped open again. What? He whispered. Harry heard his own words and felt the floor tilt for a second. The voice did not say anything this time. It did not need to. He crouched lower. You are going to tell me who gave you this, he said quietly. Or I will hand you and the jar to Snape and watch what he does to you. Nott hesitated. Snape already knows, he said. Harry blinked. What? He asked. Nott licked his lips. He told me to come, he said. He said if I did not take the opportunity, someone else would. He said the Dark Lord rewards initiative. He said the headmaster would never suspect that the danger came from this side of the castle. Cold swept through Harry's chest. He did not even try to hide his shock. You are telling me Snape told you to plant this thing in the wall, he said. Knott's eyes flicked sideways, toward the far corner of the room. Harry turned. A shape moved there, stepping out from behind a shimmer that must have been a disillusionment charm. Snape's robes were black and heavy. His wand sat in his hand. His face was unreadable. Enough, Mr. Knott, he said in his soft drawl. You have answered your part of the script. You may be quiet now. Knott shut his mouth with a snap. Harry stared. You set this up, he said. His voice came out rough. You told him to do it. Snape's eyes flicked once to the jar in Harry's hand. I told him to walk where he did, he said. I told him to carry an object and wait to see whether the castle swallowed him whole or whether something else moved first. Harry's fingers tightened around the glass. So this is a test, he said. Snape looked at him properly now. Everything is a test, he said. You, more than most, should know that by now. You used a real student as bait, Harry said. A willing one, Snape replied. He believes he is serving a cause that will restore his father's standing. He would have taken the task from a true Death Eater with far less warning. At least this way there were controls. There was still a chance I would fail, Harry said. A chance you just handed him a weapon and let him walk out into the castle with it. Snape's mouth twitched, not quite into a smile. You assume, Potter, that I do not know how to set limits on my own games, he said. That trinket was tied to me. The moment it touched stone, I would have known exactly where it sat. I could have locked this corridor down in less than a heartbeat. The voice in Harry's head stirred. He tells the truth, it said. There is a thread from that key to his wand. Harry swallowed. It did not make him feel any less sick. So what were you testing? He asked. Whether I would stun him, whether I would hand him to you, or whether I would do what your little friend wanted me to do and drop him in the corridor. Snape's gaze sharpened. What did the whisper in your skull suggest? He asked quietly. Harry's stomach lurched. You already know, he said. I want to hear you say it, Snape replied. Harry looked down at Knott. The boy's eyes were wide, fixed on him. He tasted bile. It told me to kill him, he said. Quickly, cleanly, no trace, no risk. Knott let out a choked sound. Snape did not react, not outwardly. And you did not, he said. Harry's fingers shook around his wand. No, he said. I did not. Snape watched him for another long moment, then shifted his wand. Finite, he said. The cords around Knott loosened and vanished. Knott tried to sit up, then froze at a sharp look from his head of house. You will go back to your dormitory, Snape said. You will not speak of this to anyone. You will not try to contact your father again from this castle without my explicit permission. If you do, I will take more than house points. Knott swallowed. Yes, sir, he whispered. Get out, Snape said. Knott scrambled to his feet and stumbled from the room. His footsteps faded down the corridor. Harry stayed where he was, knees almost locked in the crouch. The jar felt heavy. Snape flicked his wand again. The classroom door swung shut with a dull thud. Silence pressed in. Harry forced himself to look up. You used him, he said. Yes, Snape replied. That does not bother you, Harry said. Snape's gaze did not soften. This entire castle is full of children who have already been conscripted by one side or another, he said. The question has never been whether they will be used. The question is by whom and to what end. There it is, the voice murmured in Harry's head. The cold line spoken out loud. Harry's hands trembled harder. Dumbledore asked you to do this, he said. Snape did not answer at once. Then he inclined his head a fraction. He wanted to know whether the thing you brought back from the forest has swallowed you, he said. He wanted to know whether you would do what he fears you might if pressed. He wanted to know whether I would become Tom, Harry said. Snape's eyes flashed. Say his name, he said. Harry blinked. What? He asked. Say it, Snape repeated. Do not wrap him in titles. Names are not curses. He is still a man under all that theatrics. Voldemort, Harry said. Snape's jaw tightened at the sound. He did not look away. Yes, he said. He wanted to know whether you would turn into another version of him. Harry stared at the jar. I almost did it, he said softly. For a second it felt like the sensible choice. No mess, no questions. Just one less threat moving across the board. His stomach churned hard. He swallowed it down. Snape's voice lost some of its edge. And that disgusts you, he said. Yes, Harry snapped. Does it not bother you that you put me there on purpose? That you built the moment and stood back to see what I would do? Snape's mouth twisted. You think I did that lightly, he said. You think I enjoy pushing you toward the same cliff I once stepped over in another context. Harry frowned. What cliff? He asked. Snape's eyes went distant for a moment. The night I took a broken fragment of prophecy to a madman for the promise of safety and status, he said. I told myself it was just information, that what he did with it was not my concern. I told myself that if I did not deliver it, someone else would. That my hands were not on any wand that night. His voice stayed flat, but Harry could hear something under it. I learned what it means to be wrong in that way, Snape went on. I watched what he did with the words I carried. I watched who fell because I wanted to be on the side that looked stronger. That lesson does not leave. When I say that children in this castle will be used, Potter, I am not guessing. I am remembering. The room felt colder. Harry swallowed hard. So which side do you think you are on now? He asked. Snape looked at him. The one that still believes it can make a difference in how many graves are dug by the end of this, he said. However long that belief lasts. He nodded toward the jar. You chose not to kill him, he said. You chose containment and questions instead. You felt the logic that told you to do otherwise and still stepped away. That matters. I thought about it, Harry said. That matters too. It does, Snape agreed. It means you are not blind. It means you see the ugly solutions and still look for another. That is more than many men in this war can claim. The voice hummed, low. He understands, it said. He has walked both paths. That makes him dangerous in a way your headmaster does not like. Harry forced air into his lungs. What are you going to tell Dumbledore? He asked. Snape gave a small, sharp smile. That his golden boy did not turn a corridor into a crime scene, he said. And that, if he wants more answers, he can speak to you himself. I am not his confessor. Harry blinked. You are not going to tell him how close it was, he said. Snape's gaze held his. You can tell him that, he said. If you choose. I will not put those words in his mind for you. Silence stretched between them for a second. Harry looked down again and realized his hand had started to cramp around the jar. His fingers left faint smears on the glass. Sudden nausea climbed up his throat. I have to go, he muttered. He set the jar down on the nearest desk with more care than his shaking hand deserved, then pushed past Snape. The classroom door opened at a flick of Snape's wand and closed behind him as he stumbled out into the corridor. He did not make it back to the tower on the first try. Halfway down the corridor, he ducked into a small side room with a cracked sink. He fell to his knees beside it and retched until his stomach was empty and his throat burned. Images spun behind his eyes. Not falling. Ginny on the floor of a ruined hall. Hermione under a broken beam. An old man in a graveyard, eyes wide with shock as green light hit him. The voice did not speak for once. It stayed quiet and let him shake. When the worst of it passed, Harry spat into the sink and turned the taps on. The water ran rusty brown at first, then clear. He splashed his face until his skin stung. He grabbed the edge of the basin and looked at his reflection. He did not see silver-green eyes, not like the night he had first taken the sword. They were just his eyes. Bloodshot, tired. There was still something in them that did not feel like it belonged to a 16-year-old boy who should have been worrying about exams and Quidditch. He shut his eyes and let his forehead rest against the cold mirror. You did not do it, the voice said at last. You chose a slower path. Harry let out a shaky breath. You wanted me to, he whispered. I wanted the threat removed, the voice replied, quickly before it bred more threats. It does not matter to me whether you stain your hands. You are a means to an end. Harry's fingers tightened on the porcelain. That is the difference, he said softly. It matters to me. That is sentiment, the voice said. Maybe, Harry said. But it is my line. Not yours. The voice did not answer. Harry straightened, wiped his mouth on his sleeve, and stepped back out into the corridor. By the time he reached the portrait hole, his hands had stopped shaking, but his stomach still rolled every few steps. The fat lady gave him a long, suspicious look, then swung aside when he muttered the password. The common room was half full. Some students sat in clusters with profit pages spread out between them. Others pretended to do homework and did more whispering than writing. Ginny sat on the rug near the fire with a textbook on her knees. She looked up as he climbed through. Her eyes swept over his face in one quick pass. She shut the book. Upstairs, she said softly. He hesitated for a heartbeat, then nodded. They slipped through the room and took the narrow side stair that led past the empty classroom they had used before during Dumbledore's army days. No one paid them much attention. Most people were too busy arguing about whether the ministry would try to put Aurors in every corridor. The classroom door creaked when Ginny pushed it open. Dust floated in the air. The old blackboard still had faint sums on it from some long-forgotten lesson. Ginny shut the door behind them and set her wand on the nearest desk. "All right," she said. "What happened?" Harry let out a breath he had not realized he was holding. "You do not waste time," he said. "No," she replied. "Because you went out to meet centaurs and came back alive, which was bad enough, and tonight your face looks worse. So either you have eaten something that did not agree with you, or you just did something you are not sure you can live with. I am guessing the second." He gave a weak snort. "Close," he said. "I almost did something I am not sure I could have lived with," he told her. Not everything. Not the exact wording of the spell the voice had whispered. Not the way his wand had already started to move. He told her about about the letter, about the disc, about the sour tug in the wards, about the empty corridor and the way the sums lined up in his head. He told her about the choice. He told her about the sink. Ginny listened without interrupting. Her face went through several small changes. Anger, worry, something like recognition. When he reached the part where Snape stepped out of the corner, she swore softly. "Of course," she said. "Of course that greasy bat was hiding there." Harry huffed a short laugh in spite of himself. "He said Dumbledore wanted to know if I would do it," he said. "If I would snap straight to killing when something looked like a threat." Ginny frowned. "And you almost did," she said quietly. Harry nodded. "For a second," he said. "It felt like the sensible choice. That scared me." She walked closer and leaned back against the desk beside him. "Of course it did," she said. "That is how they win. Not with the big curses and the flashy entrances. With the moments where killing someone feels like the quickest way to keep what you love safe. They make that thought feel normal." "You have thought about this," he said. She snorted. "My mum used to say that the First War was full of people who told themselves that one more compromise would keep their families safe," she said. "One more whisper to the wrong person. One more silence at the wrong time. One more person ignored when they begged for help. By the time they realized what they had become part of, it was all burnt around them." She looked at him. "You are not them," she said. "You did not pretend you were doing nothing. You did not walk away and tell yourself someone else would handle it. You stopped him. You took the curse thing. You did not kill him." Harry stared at the floor. "I still feel sick when I think about how easy it would have been," he said. "Good," she said. He looked up, startled. "Good," she repeated. "If you ever start telling me that it feels easy and right and you do not see any other path, then I will be the one dragging you to McGonagall by your ear." He almost smiled. "I would like to see you try," he said. She lifted her chin. "Do not test me," she said. Silence fell for a moment. It was not entirely comfortable, but it was not empty either. Harry shifted his weight. "I have been practicing," he said, "with the new magic, trying to make it smaller." Ginny's eyes narrowed. "Practicing how?" she asked. He lifted his hand. "Wandless," he said. "Little things. Sparks. Shields. If I cannot keep it thin, Then every spell I cast is going to look like the light in that grove. She eyed his fingers. Show me, she said. He hesitated. Are you sure? He asked. If it goes wrong, I do not want to set your hair on fire. If you set my hair on fire, I will hex you. Then we will go to Madame Pomfrey together, she said. Come on. He drew a slow breath and focused. The magic was always there now. It used to sit under his skin like a thread he had to reach for. Since the bond, it was more like a river, full and constant. When he called to it, it surged, eager to answer. He held his hand out, palm up, and thought of the smallest thing he could. Not a beam, not a shield, a spark. Light flickered into being above his skin. It was the size of a pea at first, bright and steady. It hummed, not in his ears but somewhere in his bones. He could feel the way it tugged at the currents inside him, trying to swell. Control, the voice said quietly. Hold it there. Do not let it feed. Harry fixed his attention on that tiny point. Sweat prickled at his hairline. His hand trembled, but the spark stayed small. Ginny stared. That is new, she said. Tonks says I need layers, he said through his teeth. Not one big wall. Not one big spell. So I am starting here. If I can hold this without it turning into a torch, then maybe I can trust myself in a duel. Ginny reached out slowly, as if she were approaching a wild animal. Her fingers stopped a short distance from the light. The glow painted her skin silver. It is warm, she murmured. Harry swallowed. Yeah, he said. She looked up at him. Does it hurt? She asked. Only when I let it run too far, he said. Otherwise it just feels like I drank too much coffee. She rolled her eyes. You have never had coffee in your life, she said. I can imagine, he said. She smiled, quick and small. Ridiculous, she said. Her hand shifted, and for a second her fingers brushed his. The spark wavered. Harry's breath caught. He pulled his attention back, dragging the magic into its narrow shape again. The voice watched. You are learning, it said. Fear is a poor teacher, but it is better than arrogance. Harry did not answer it, not out loud and not in his head. He was too busy holding the light steady and trying not to think about Not's face. Ginny watched him for another moment, then stepped back and folded her arms. You do not have to do this alone, she said. He blinked. The spark, he asked. Any of it, she said. The voice, the training, the decisions that make you want to be sick. I know you have Ron and Hermione too, even if Hermione's idea of help usually involves schedules, but you can talk to me as well. I was there in the Department of Mysteries. I know what it looks like when you run out of good options. He swallowed. You almost died there, he said. So did you, she replied. We did not. That means we have to do something with the fact that we did not, or it was just pain for nothing. He let out a breath. I told myself I would not drag you into this more than you already are, he said. She snorted. You dragged me into this when you saved my life in first year, she said. You can pretend we are not tied together in this mess. But the castle, the diary, the blood on the stones, all of that says otherwise. You do not get to decide that you walk into the dark alone just because it makes you feel noble. He winced. That sounds like something Hermione would say, he muttered. Ginny smiled faintly. I will take that as a compliment, she said. Now stop trying to hold the whole war in your shoulders and focus on that spark before you pass out. He realized his vision had started to blur at the edges. His hand shook harder. The light quivered. All right, he said. He let the magic go. The spark vanished. The sudden absence left him swaying. Ginny grabbed his arm to steady him. You look like you need bed, she said. And water. And possibly an entire tray of toast. He managed a tired smile. Maybe, he said. She hesitated, then leaned in and kissed him, slow and firm. It was not frantic. It was not relief from the forest or the ministry. It was a simple, clear line that said, I am here and I am not running. When she stepped back, his heart was still pounding, but for a different reason. If you let that thing turn you into someone I do not recognize, I will hex it right out of you, she said. Whatever it is. He nodded. Fair, he said. She picked up her wand. Come on, she said. If we are caught out here after lights out, McGonagall will have both our heads, and I have too much homework to die this week. Later, when he lay in bed with the curtains half drawn, the castle felt both familiar and strange. The same creaks in the pipes, the same soft snores from the beds around him, the same scent of smoke from the dying fire downstairs. Under it, a new map. He could almost see the lines if he closed his eyes. The wards along the walls. The thin places where that cursed disc would have dug in if not had completed his walk. The circles in the forest where centaurs watched the sky for signs. The points inside the school where Dumbledore stood, trying to pull strings that were slipping through his fingers. He rolled onto his back and stared at the canopy. "You set that up," he said in his head. "You wanted to see if I would take the easy sum. I wanted to know what you would do when offered the clean solution," the voice replied. "Now we both know." Harry turned that over in his mind. "You sound almost satisfied," he said. "Satisfaction is not the word," the voice said. "Information is its own kind of relief. You are not him. Yet, that changes my own calculations." Harry frowned. "What calculations?" he asked. "The ones that decide how much weight to put on your instincts," the voice said. "I was once someone who believed that if I simply knew more than everyone else, I could guide events and avoid unnecessary pain. I was wrong. Knowledge without a conscience is just another weapon. You have one. It irritates me. It may save you." Harry stared into the dark. "You are not going to stop pushing," he said. "No," the voice replied. "I will offer you every efficient path I see. That is what I am. That is what you took into yourself when you grabbed that hilt. But you have shown that you are willing to refuse me. That matters." He let out a slow breath. "If I start agreeing with you too often," he said. "If the cold answers start sounding right all the time, you tell me." There was a brief pause. "You want the thing in your head to act as your conscience," the voice said. "That is a peculiar inversion." "I want every possible alarm," Harry replied. "You, the centaurs, my friends, my teachers. If I start sliding, I do not want anyone saying later that they saw it and stayed quiet." The voice considered that. "What you ask is dangerous," it said at last. "For me as well as for you. But it is also interesting. I accept." Harry closed his eyes. He did not know how much he trusted that promise. He did not know how much he trusted himself. He just knew that tonight, with a boy's back in front of him and a neat trick for stopping his heart whispered in his ear, he had said no. It did not make him pure. It did not wash the sickness out of his stomach. It was a start. Outside, the wind moved across the forest. The centaurs watched the sky. Deep under old roots, a stone circle hummed. Inside the castle, wards adjusted around a boy who no longer fit their measures. Harry listened to his own breathing and waited for sleep to come, knowing that the next choice would not be easier, only clearer. The letter arrived with the second wave of owls, when most people had stopped paying attention. Harry sat at the end of the Gryffindor table, pushing scrambled eggs around his plate. Ron and Hermione argued in low voices about an article in the Prophet. Ginny sat beside Harry, shoulder close to his, not saying much, just watching him through her hair. He knew she was waiting for him to speak first. He could feel it as clearly as he felt the weight of the sword sleeping somewhere under his skin. The hall was loud. Cutlery scraped. Owls hooted. Every so often someone glanced at him and then away. Since the corridor incident, whispers followed him like smoke. Ron slapped the newspaper down between the juice jug and Harry's plate. "They printed it like a mystery story," Ron said. "Listen to this. Anonymous source inside the castle reports a single spell, untraceable and silent, pinning a Death Eater to stone. No wand signature. No known curse fits the pattern." Hermione shot Harry a worried look. "Harry," she said quietly, "they think it was you." "Of course they do," Harry said. His voice came out flat. "I was there. Snape was there. Who else would they blame?" Ron flinched. "Snape says you did not kill him," Hermione said. "McGonagall said the same. But the Prophet is already twisting it. They keep using words like uncontrolled and unstable." "Then they match the ministry," Harry said. "Perfect." Ginny nudged his arm. "Say something that is not just anger," she murmured. "Please." He looked at her. Freckles, straight spine, chin lifted. She was scared for him, but she was still there. It tugged at something that the cold presence inside him could not quite smother. "I am not going to let them chain me," he said. "If that is what you wanted to hear." Hermione closed her eyes for a second. "I wanted to hear you say you will not let this power chain you either," she said. The inner voice stirred. Sentiment again. "They tremble because they do not understand structure. You have leverage. Use it." Harry picked up his fork just to have something to hold. "I am going to learn how to control it," he said. "I am not going to start throwing people at walls for fun." "That is not funny," Hermione snapped. "I was not joking," he said. The owls came in a last scattered rush. One of them was larger than the rest, snow white with gray bars along the wings. It did not carry a school tie or a ministry band. It landed in front of Harry without hesitation and held out one polished leg. The hall went quieter around them in a slow ripple. Harry heard someone at the Ravenclaw table whisper, then someone at Hufflepuff. "Looks like you got fan mail," Ron muttered. Harry untied the letter. The parchment was thick and faintly warm under his fingers, as if it had been stored near something powerful. There was no crest, only a circle of tiny ink runes along the edge. The inner presence sharpened. "Old ink. Old wards. This is not ministry work." Ginny leaned closer. "What is it?" she whispered. Harry broke the seal and unfolded the parchment. "Potter, we request a private audience. There are matters no headmaster, minister, or Dark Lord will explain to you. We hold the records of the interdict. We recognize the mark of Merlin in your core. You have stepped into a war that began long before Grindelwald or Tom Riddle. If you wish to understand the power that tore the parasite from your scar, come. Midnight tomorrow. Follow the owl. You will not be tracked. Speak of this to no one you do not trust with your life. In the old faith, the elders of the old religion." Harry read it twice. The words interdict and old faith sat in his head like stones. Hermione caught the shape of the letters over his hand. "Who is it from?" she asked. "Wrong table for that," Harry said softly. He folded the parchment, slipped it into his pocket, and forced himself to take a drink of pumpkin juice. His hand barely shook. Ginny watched him. "Harry," she said, "if you tell me it is nothing, I am going to hex you." "It is not nothing," he said. "I will tell you later." Hermione bristled. "Later when?" she demanded. "When I have decided whether I am walking into a trap," he said. "Or into the first honest conversation I have had since fourth year." Ron looked between them, uneasy. "Whoever they are," he said, "they know how to make themselves sound important." "They are important," the inner voice murmured through his thoughts, crisp and cold. "Old blood. Old bargains. They kept some of the record I wrote. They will think they own you." Harry kept his face blank and reached for toast. "Harry," Hermione tried again. "Later," he repeated more gently. "I promise." Ginny's fingers brushed his under the table. "If you go," she whispered, "you do not go alone. Or at least you do not go without telling me everything before and after." He exhaled slowly. "I can live with that." The day dragged. Transfiguration passed in a blur of numbers and wand motions. McGonagall's eyes found him more than once, weighing, calculating, as if she could see the new lines of power in his core and did not know whether to be proud or terrified. In charms, Flitwick paired him with a nervous second year who kept dropping her wand. Every time Harry steadied her spell, the air around his fingers shivered. "Controlled," Merlin's will murmured. "Good. Structure is useful as long as you remember what sits under it." "Shut up," Harry thought back. By dinner he could feel a tight line of tension running between his shoulder blades. The letter in his pocket felt heavier every hour. No one had tried to take it from him. No summons from Dumbledore. No quiet knock from McGonagall. Either they did not know, or they were letting him walk into it to see what happened. That possibility did not surprise him. After dinner, Ginny caught his sleeve as he stood. "Walk with me," she said. He let her pull him out of the hall and up the nearest stairway. The castle dimmed around them as torches floated down for the night. They walked until the sounds of other students faded. Ginny stopped near an unused classroom and leaned back against the wall. "Now talk," she said. he told her. Not every detail. Not the interdict. Not the exact wording. But enough. An invitation. Elders. Old religion. Midnight. She listened without interrupting. When he finished, she folded her arms. That is not a school prank, she said. That is politics. I know, he said. You think they are the ones the centaurs were hinting at? She asked. The people who cut themselves off from the original magic. Maybe, Harry said. Or the ones who did not cut themselves off and have been hiding ever since. Ginny frowned. Harry, you are already dealing with the Ministry, Dumbledore, Voldemort, and whatever that thing in your head really is, she said. Now you are adding a third faction that calls itself Elders of the Old Religion. Do you realize how insane that sounds? You sound like Hermione, he said. Someone has to. She shot back. I am not saying do not go. You will go anyway. But you do not go blind. She stepped closer. You take that sword and that cold voice and you make them tools, not chains, she said. You listen, you do not agree to anything, and if anything feels wrong, you walk away. He looked down at her. Her eyes were steady, jaw set. She was scared for him and angry at the same time. You are good at orders, he said quietly. You are rubbish at self-preservation, she said. So someone has to balance it. He reached up and brushed a strand of hair away from her face. She caught his wrist, fingers warm against his skin, and for a second the weight in his chest eased. I will tell you everything when I get back, he said. You had better, she said. He hesitated, then leaned down and kissed her. It was not long, but it was real and careful and immediate. Her hand tightened on his sleeve. When they broke apart, she rested her forehead against his. If you get yourself killed, I am going to drag you back and shout at you, she whispered. The inner voice hummed. Amused. Attachment. Interesting. See. Harry thought back at it. That is why you do not get to run this. He stepped back. I should get to bed, he said. I am supposed to look asleep when I am not. Ginny rolled her eyes. Try not to wake the entire dorm this time, she said. And Harry, he paused. Come back, she said simply. He nodded and walked away before he could promise something he was not sure he could deliver. Midnight. The dorm was quiet. Ron snored softly in the next bed. The other boys breathed slow and even. Moonlight washed the floor in pale strips. Harry lay still for a long moment, counting heartbeats, listening for any sound that did not belong. When he was sure no one stood outside the door, he slid out of bed, pulled on jeans, jumper, and trainers, and wrapped his invisibility cloak around himself. The inner presence followed every movement. You are nervous, Merlin's will observed. Of course I am nervous, Harry thought. I am going to meet people who wrote some of this mess. If they had written it, the world would look very different, the voice said. The Ministry is a crude copy. Dumbledore is a symptom. Harry slipped down the dorm steps across the common room and through the portrait hole. The fat lady muttered in her sleep but did not wake. The corridors were empty. Suits of armor stood frozen. Paintings snored or whispered. He moved quickly, using every bit of experience from years of sneaking around under the cloak. His core hummed with contained magic. He kept it tight. Outside, the air was cold and still. The owl waited on the edge of the astronomy tower, pale shape against the darker sky. It turned its head toward him at once, even though he was under the cloak. Of course you can see me, Harry muttered. The owl launched itself into the air, then circled once and headed off toward the distant line of hills. Harry took a breath and called the change. He did not draw the whole sword. He did not dare. But he let the old magic slip down into his muscles, changing the way his weight sat on stone, how his feet found the ground. The castle roof under him might as well have been a wide, safe path. He stepped up onto the ledge and followed the owl. The world blurred, not in a flashy way. It was more like all the distance between one roof and another stopped mattering for a moment. When he came down again, his shoes hit rough grass. He stood on a low hill under a wide sky. In the distance, lights burned in the windows of an old manor. No modern street lamps. No ministry wards humming along the air. The magic here felt deep and quiet and watchful. The owl glided ahead of him and vanished through an opening gate. Iron bars rose on either side, dark and heavy. Runes glowed in them for a second when he stepped through. They tasted old on his tongue. "This place remembers me," the inner voice said, almost pleased. "Good." Someone kept the circle. A figure waited near the door of the manor. Tall, straight-backed, with a long cloak and white hair tied at the nape of his neck. No mask. No mark on his arm. "Harry Potter," the man said. His voice was level and cultured. "Welcome. I am Tiberius Ogden." Harry blinked. "You were on the Wisengamot," he said slowly. "You resigned when they tried to throw Dumbledore out." Ogden's mouth twitched. "I did," he said. The body had become a farce. One does not lend a respectable name to a circus. "And now you are—" Harry gestured at the manor, the gate, the night. Ogden's eyes glinted. "Now I am one voice among the elders of the old religion," he said. "Come inside. You can decide whether that is an improvement." Harry followed him through the door. The hall beyond was long and high, lined with banners that did not match any house crest. Circles, knots, simple animals picked out in silver and dark blue thread. There were no portraits. The magic in the stones felt less like Hogwarts and more like the chamber under the forest. Deep settled, old. A handful of people waited near a table in the center. Some wore fine old robes. Some wore simple dark coats. All of them watched him with careful attention. Harry felt his shoulders want to tense. He made them stay loose. "Mr. Potter," Ogden said, "allow me to make some introductions." A sharp-faced witch with iron-gray hair inclined her head first. "Griselda Marchbanks," she said. "You know me from your examination records." Harry nodded. "You nearly fainted when I did the Patronus," he said. Her mouth quirked. "I do not faint," she said. "I did feel the weight of your core." Next, a broad-shouldered wizard with dark skin and a calm gaze. "Kingsley Shacklebolt," he said. "Or, Order of the Phoenix. Currently on extended leave." Harry stared for a fraction of a second. Kingsley met his eyes steadily. "Relax," Kingsley said. "I am not here on ministry business." The inner voice whispered at the back of Harry's mind. "He lies by omission. He serves more than one structure. That makes him dangerous and useful." Harry gave a short nod. Others followed. Names he half recognized from old Daily Prophet columns about old families. Bones, Selwyn, Greengrass. None of them wore Death Eater marks. None of them offered a hand as if they expected him to bow. Ogden gestured toward the table. "Sit," he said. Harry took the chair they had clearly set at the head. The back was carved with a symbol he did not know. A circle of lines that made his core hum. The elders sat along the sides. Ogden stayed standing at the far end. "You have questions," Ogden said. "Allow us to be honest in a way your headmaster and your minister have never managed." "You will forgive me," Harry said, "if I do not assume that a secret group that calls itself elders is automatically more honest than Dumbledore." A few of them smiled faintly. Marchbanks snorted. "Good," she said. "He thinks." Ogden folded his hands behind his back. "Let us begin with simple truths," he said. 1. The magic that tore the fragment of Tom Riddle from your scar did not come from your wand or your schooling. 2. That magic is older than any spell taught at Hogwarts. 3. It is tied to a pact we call the Interdict of Merlin. 4. The ministry was built on that pact, then forgot it. Harry felt his fingers curl around the arm of the chair. "Why would anyone forget something like that?" he asked. "Because it frightened them," Marchbanks said. "And because power built on rules does not enjoy remembering that there is a deeper layer that ignores those rules." Ogden nodded. "The interdict was a decision," he said. "At the end of a very old war, when wizards first realized they could break the world if they continued to draw directly on foundational magic without restraint. Merlin of the old records agreed to close certain paths. Spell structure, wand focus, controlled casting. All of that is scaffolding built on top." Harry frowned. "So he cut us off," he said, "to keep us from blowing everything up." "Not cut off," the inner presence corrected with faint impatience. "Redirected, focused. They were children with fire. They needed a hearth." Ogden watched him. "You hear him," he said quietly. Harry went still. How many people know that? He asked. Very few, Ogden said. The centaurs sensed it. We recognized it when you stepped through our wards. Your core sings the same tune as the old records. Marchbanks leaned forward. The sword you touched is not a simple weapon, she said. It is a focus for the part of the interdict that remains anchored in the world. The part that says there must always be one who can override the scaffolding when the scaffolding rots. Harry swallowed. So I can just turn everything off, he said. Ogden shook his head. If you could simply turn off magic, none of us would be sitting here, he said. You can break the shapes that others depend on. You can rewrite some of the rules. That is enough to terrify anyone who holds power through those rules. Harry thought of Dumbledore's face in the office, of Scrimgeour's thin patience, of the way the prophet said unstable and dangerous. You brought me here to ask me to use it for you, he said. Marchbanks smiled without humor. We brought you here to tell you that you have options, she said. The Ministry will chain you if they can. Dumbledore will guide you toward the outcome he deems best. Voldemort will try to kill you and fail. We offer something else. Kingsley spoke for the first time since the introductions. Legitimacy, he said. A structure that acknowledges what you are instead of pretending you are still a fifth-year boy with a prophecy and a wand. Harry looked at him. You are still in the Order, Harry said. You still answer to Dumbledore. I answer to my conscience, Kingsley said. At the moment, that requires I listen to more than one old man. The inner voice considered that. Divided loyalties. Potential flaw. Potential bridge. Harry exhaled. What exactly are you offering? He asked. Beyond a nice chair and a lot of dramatic talk. Ogden nodded toward the far door. Come, he said. Words are cheap. Records and relics are not. The vault lay under the manor, behind 3 stone doors that hummed with wards Harry could feel even without touching a wand. Runes crawled along the edges when Ogden laid a hand against each one. The air grew cooler and thicker as they descended. When the 3rd door opened, the pressure in Harry's chest changed. His core stirred, then flared, not in alarm but recognition. Shelves lined the walls. Some held scrolls. Some held metal boxes, each etched with the same circle symbol as the chair. A low pedestal in the center supported a flat stone slab carved with lines that made Harry's eyes ache when he tried to follow them. Merlin's will was suddenly very clear. Do not try to read that yet, the voice said. Your mind will slide off. The pattern is older than your language. Ogden watched him. Feel familiar? He asked. Harry nodded once. What is all this? Harry asked. Records, Marchbanks said. Fragments of the original agreements. Reports from the first generation after Merlin vanished. Warnings about what happens when someone tries to break the interdict without permission. Explosions, Harry said drily. More than that, Ogden said. Places where magic and time tour. Valleys that do not grow anything anymore. Villages where no one can speak their own name without screaming. We keep those stories for a reason. Harry moved closer to the stone slab. His hand tingled when he passed over the carved surface. Lines of power ran through it like quiet rivers. You are telling me all this why? He asked. Because sooner or later, Marchbanks said, someone will make you an offer to fix everything in one grand gesture. And Voldemort. Fix the Ministry. Protect all the children. All through one great act that ignores the interdict and uses foundational magic without a safety net. Her eyes were sharp. When that happens, we want you to know who tried it before and what it cost, she said. We want you to come here and read these properly, with guidance, instead of trusting a Dark Lord or a headmaster in love with his own legend. Ogden nodded. In return, he said, we will support you. You will need more than one school and a handful of teachers to stand against the combined weight of Ministry legislation and Voldemort's cult. We can give you money, safe houses, old magic that is not in any Hogwarts library, a court that will call you what you are, heir of Merlin, not boy who lived. The words fell into the air between them. Harry's first impulse was to flinch. The inner presence did not. It approved. Fitz Merlin's will murmured. The sword chose. The interdict acknowledged the new anchor. They merely speak the true title. Harry dug his nails into his palms. I am not interested in being king of anything, he said. I want Voldemort gone. I want my friends safe. I want to stop waking up feeling like there is glass in my head. Marchbanks tilted her head. You think a throne always looks like a golden chair, she said. Power takes many shapes, Mr. Potter. Sometimes it is a council seat. Sometimes it is a hand on a wand. Sometimes it is a boy with a sword no one else can see. Ogden's gaze was steady. We are not asking you to crown yourself tonight, he said. We are asking you to let us teach you how to carry what you already have without breaking yourself and everyone around you. Harry looked at the shelves, the stone, the lines in the rock that made his bones hum. You are not neutral, he said slowly. You want a world where magic is on top again. Ogden did not deny it. We believe the current structure is a failure, he said. A ministry that lies whenever it is convenient. A department of mysteries that experiments with souls. A headmaster who keeps a child in the dark to make him the perfect weapon. Yes, we want change. And yes, we see in you the leverage to force it. Voldemort wants change too, Harry said. He calls it purity. Marchbanks waved a hand. He wants domination through fear and blood, she said. We want restoration of competence and balance. If that sounds similar, it is only because the status quo has made you think any challenge to the ministry must be dark. Harry thought of Umbridge, of the blood quill, of Dementors sent after him in a suburban street. Maybe they are right, the inner voice said softly. The structure that hurt you will not fix itself. Ginny's face flashed in his mind. Ron's, Hermione's, the way they looked at him when he broke the gargoyle. The way Ginny held his wrist and told him to come back. I will not be someone else's symbol, he said. Not yours. Not Dumbledore's. Not Voldemort's. Ogden smiled faintly. Good, he said again. Then let us start with something that belongs only to you. He turned toward a smaller chamber off the vault. Training, he said simply. You have called the sword by accident. It is time to call it on purpose. The training hall was a circle of bare stone under the manor. No ornaments. No banners. The air smelled of dust and old magic. Simple ward pillars stood at equal distances around the ring. Lines of power linked them, making a net that prickled against Harry's skin. Marchbanks walked the circle, checking each point. Kingsley stood near the entrance, arms folded, eyes watchful. Ogden faced Harry in the center. We have seen what happens when you lose control, he said. When the sword acts through instinct and fear. We will not risk that here. You will not move your feet until I tell you to. You will not swing at a human target. You will cut only what I mark. Harry nodded. His mouth felt dry. How do I call it? He asked. Last time it just came. Last time you were in mortal danger, Ogden said. Your core reached for the only tool that could bypass modern wards and flesh both. This time you will ask it. The sword is not only a reflex. It is an extension of your will. The inner voice sounded close now, as if standing at his shoulder. Listen, Merlin's will said. The blade is a decision made solid. You gather the part of your core that is most certain and you give it shape. Harry took a breath. Then another. He closed his eyes. He thought of the forest chamber, of cold running through his veins, of the way his scar had burned and then gone silent, of not pinned to the stone, his heartbeat under Harry's hand, his eyes wide with terror, of the choice to let him live, not power for its own sake, not glory. He thought of Ginny's hand on his wrist, of Ron's clumsy loyalty, of Hermione's furious fear, of Sirius falling through the veil and the way it had felt like the world had been pulled out from under his feet. He wanted Voldemort gone. He wanted the structures that helped Voldemort to crack. He wanted no more children dragged into wars started by men who hid the truth. His core answered. Magic rose, cold and clear, not as a storm this time but as a steady tide. Good Merlin's will murmured. Now focus. Picture the hilt, not the metal, the function. Focus, channel, cut. Harry lifted his right hand. It felt like reaching into a well that had no bottom. For a second he almost lost his balance. He narrowed his focus, drew only a thin line of that depth and gave it form. Light gathered around his fingers. Not bright like a lumos, dense, silver green. It wrapped his palm, his thumb, his fingers. Weight settled into his grip where there had been nothing. He opened his eyes. The sword was there. It did not look like the old drawings in his school books. No jewel hilt. No engraved blade. It was a strip of solid light. As long as his arm, edge sharp as thought, surface smooth and silent. The air around it bent in a subtle way that made his skin prickle. The room went very still. Ogden nodded once, slow. Ethereal sword of Merlin, Marchbanks whispered. Kingsley's hands tightened on his arms. Bloody hell, Harry breathed. The sword did not hiss or hum. Simply was. His wrist felt as if it held the center of a lever that could move something far larger than stone or bone. This is not a toy, Ogden said quietly. You do not swing it at people to see what happens. You do not wave it at walls to make yourself feel powerful. Every time you call it, you draw on the foundation that holds up everything else. You must be careful. Harry swallowed. Then why give it to me? He asked. Because you already have it, Marchbanks said. Better you learn to use it with people who are not afraid to tell you when you are being an idiot. Cut the wards, Ogden said. He gestured toward the nearest pillar. Thin lines of runes lit up between it and its neighbors. One strand at a time. Do not force it. Let the blade find the weak points. Harry stepped forward. The wards hummed louder as he approached, as if they sensed him. That made sense. They were built on the structures his inner power could bypass. He lifted the sword. It did not feel heavy. Felt inevitable. He drew the edge down through the thinnest thread of light between two pillars. There was no clash. No sound of metal. The ward lines simply went out. Not shattered. Not exploded. One moment they were there. The next they were gone. Harry staggered a little. He had expected resistance. Impact. Instead the sword had passed through like nothing was there, and something deep under his feet had shifted to accommodate the cut. That is the difference, Ogden said softly. Modern wards are arrangements of spell work. The sword does not hit the arrangement. It speaks to the rules underneath and tells them this pattern is no longer valid. Harry cut another strand. This time he braced himself for the flat absence of impact. It still felt strange. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Enough for now, Marchbanks said after the fourth cut. The structure is wobbling. Stand down, Ogden said. Harry exhaled and let go. He did not let the power flood out uncontrolled. He did not throw the sword away. He pictured it folding back into the cold core inside him like a tool returning to a rack. The light thinned. The weight left his hand. His knees felt weak. Kingsley stepped forward without thinking and caught his elbow. You all right? He asked. Harry managed a tired grin. Still here, he said. Drink, Marchbanks said briskly. She pressed a glass of water into his free hand. He drank. The glass shook a little. The world took a moment to settle. Merlin's will was quiet. Not gloating. Not urging more. There was a sense of assessment. Of adjustments being made. You learn, the voice said at last. That is acceptable. Harry rolled his eyes internally. Thank you, he thought. High praise. Ogden watched him over steepled fingers. You did not lose control, Ogden said. Good. You felt the strain under the floor. Yes, Harry said. Like the castle when it moves the staircases. Only worse. That is the foundation noticing what you are doing, Ogden said. Remember that feeling. You must never grow so used to this that it stops unnerving you. The day you stop feeling the weight is the day you become too dangerous to live. It was a blunt statement. Harry appreciated that more than comfort. So, he said slowly. What now? Now you go back to school, Marchbanks said. You pretend you are just another student while the ministry panics and Dumbledore plots. You write to us through the channels we give you. You come back for training when you can. We build you into something they cannot chain without breaking their own world. And in return, Harry said, you expect me to stand with you when you make your move. Ogden did not pretend otherwise. We expect you to make your own move, Ogden said. We will simply be ready to support whichever shape it takes. as long as it breaks the current rot. Harry thought of Fudge, of Umbridge, of the Dementors. He thought of Voldemort, of Bellatrix's laughter. He thought of Dumbledore saying I cared too much, and the cold way he had left him with the Dursleys year after year. He also thought of Ginny, waiting in a dark corridor, arms folded, eyes stubborn. I will not sign anything, he said. I will not swear anything. I will listen. I will train. That is all I am promising tonight. Ogden bowed his head. That is far more than you owed us, he said. We accept. Marchbanks handed him a small, dull metal token. It was stamped with the circle sigil. This will not glow or burn or scream, she said. When you want to reach us, put it under your pillow and say my name. That is all. No one at Hogwarts will notice. Kingsley walked him back up to the hall. A word of advice, Kingsley said quietly as they reached the door. Harry glanced at him. You know something I do not, Harry said. I know the Ministry, Kingsley said. They still see you as a child. They will try to write laws around you instead of talking to you. When they realize that will not work, they will try something worse. Harry's jaw tightened. Like a contract, he said. Kingsley gave him a sharp look. You are quicker than they are, he said. Use that. And Harry, yes, be careful who you trust with this, Kingsley said, nodding toward Harry's chest. The Order is full of good people who have spent their whole lives inside the current structure. Good people can still panic when they see something they do not understand. Harry thought of Ron and Hermione, of McGonagall's tight mouth, of Molly Weasley's anxious fussing. I have noticed, he said. Kingsley's expression shifted, something like guilt passing over it, before he smoothed it away. Good luck, he said. The inner voice watched him with cool curiosity. He hides something, Merlin's will said. He serves your headmaster more than he admits. He will speak of what he saw tonight. Harry shook his head. Of course he will, he thought back. That is his job. The owl led him back to the castle as easily as it had taken him away. By the time he climbed through the portrait hole, dawn was just a pale line over the hills. The common room was empty. The fire had burned low. Ginny sat on one of the armchairs, blanket around her shoulders, eyes fixed on the portrait hole. She jumped to her feet when she saw the cloak ripple. Harry pulled it off. You are an idiot, she said at once. I am back, he said. She stepped closer and looked him over, as if checking for missing limbs. Then she shoved him hard in the chest. Do not do that again, she said. Or at least do it without making me sit here imagining every possible thing that could have gone wrong. He caught her wrists gently. They did not try to kill me, he said. They did not try to chain me. They tried to recruit me. Her eyes narrowed. And did you sign up to be crown prince of whatever they are? She asked. No, he said. I trained. I learned a bit about why this power exists. I called the sword on purpose. Her breath hitched. And? She asked. It works, he said simply. Too well. It cuts through words like they are lines on paper. Scared me. They told me that should never stop. Ginny searched his face. You still look like you, she said at last. Tired. Stupid. Stubborn. That is something. He let out a breath he had not realized he was holding. I told them I would listen and train, he said. That is all. And you will tell me everything, she said. I am telling you now, he said. She tipped her head forward until their foreheads touched again. You are not doing this alone, she said. I do not care how old their magic is. The inner presence watched that small quiet moment and did not interrupt. Harry wrapped his arms around her. I know, he said. Up in the east, the first light of morning touched the towers. Deep under the manor, in a hidden hall, the pattern of power they had disturbed began to settle into new lines. In the Ministry, in a quiet office, Kingsley Shacklebolt sat at a desk, quill hovering over a blank report. His jaw was tight. His stomach ached. He could write everything he had seen tonight and send it to Scrimgeour. He could tell Dumbledore that the sword was real and the boy was closer to something no one had controlled in centuries. He dipped the quill. Subject met with elders. He wrote in neat, measured strokes. Manifested unknown construct. Potential threat to existing structures. Recommend urgent review of containment strategies. He paused. then added one more line. Subject's stated priority remains protection of others over self. This may be the only leverage we have. He sanded the ink, folded the report, and sealed it. I am doing this to keep him alive, he told himself. The words tasted thin. In the tower, Harry finally lay down, Ginny's hand warm in his, the metal token cold under his pillow. Between the cold will in his core and the warmth of the girl beside him, he balanced on a narrow point and tried to breathe. You have chosen more complexity, Merlin's will said. 3 factions instead of 2. This path will hurt. I know, Harry thought, but it is my choice. For a moment, there was silence inside his head. Then, very softly, the ancient presence agreed. The summons came at breakfast. Harry knew something was wrong as soon as the owls swooped in. The air changed. Conversation slowed, then dipped. A brown barn owl he recognized from the ministry cut straight through the flock and landed in front of McGonagall at the staff table. She read the letter. Her mouth thinned. For a second she looked older than he had ever seen her. The same owl took off again, banked, and dropped a second envelope right onto Harry's plate. Egg splashed. Ron jumped. Hermione stopped talking mid-word. Ginny's hand closed on Harry's wrist under the table. The envelope was thick, heavy parchment with a gold ministry seal pressed into red wax. Harry stared at it. Merlin's voice was cool in his head. They move faster than I expected. Someone is afraid. Go on, Ron muttered. Open it. Maybe it is a coupon for half-price cauldrons, Ginny said. Hermione did not joke. Her eyes were fixed on the seal. Harry, she said quietly, be careful. He broke the wax. The letter was 4 neat lines in precise script. Mr. Potter, you are required to attend a private conference today at 10 in the headmaster's office. Present will be the Minister for Magic, the headmaster of Hogwarts, and select security staff. This is a matter of public safety and urgent legal concern. Rufus Scrimgeour, Minister for Magic. Harry read it twice. The words urgent and legal sat in his stomach like ice. They finally said it out loud, he said. Ron frowned. Said what? He asked. That I am a problem they want to put in a box, Harry said. Ginny squeezed his wrist. Then you go in with your eyes open, she said. Hermione swallowed. You cannot ignore this, she said. If you skip it, they will just drag you in by force. I know, Harry said. The hall noise crept back around them in uneven waves. At the staff table, Scrimgeour himself had appeared beside McGonagall, tall and stiff. Dumbledore sat in his usual seat, face calm, hands folded. Kingsley stood near the doors, pretending to watch the hall like any other Auror on duty. Harry felt the weight of the token under his pillow even though he was nowhere near his bed. The memory of the sword in his hand flickered in his fingers. He folded the letter and slid it into his pocket. 10, he said. That gives us an hour. Hermione's head snapped up. Us, she repeated. We are not letting you walk into that alone, Ginny said at once. You are not allowed in the meeting, Harry said. Does not mean we cannot talk before, Ron said. Come on. Common room. Scene 1 roster. Harry, Ron, Hermione, Ginny. The fire in the Gryffindor common room burned low. Sunlight slid through the windows and made bright squares on the carpet. A few younger students sat near the far wall, bent over homework. They glanced up when the 4 of them came in, then looked away fast. Harry dropped into one of the worn armchairs. The ministry letter crackled in his hand. Ron took the chair opposite. Hermione paced. Ginny sat on the arm of Harry's chair, close enough that he could feel warmth through his sleeve. Legal concern, Ron read over his shoulder. That sounds fun. Hermione rubbed her forehead. The ministry has been panicking about you since Kingsley's last visit, she said. Stories in the Prophet. Whispers about unregistered power. Now they have an excuse to demand some kind of formal control. You think they will arrest me? Ron asked. Not yet, Hermione said. That is messy. They prefer something that looks neat on paper. Contracts, oaths, things they can point to and say, see, we did the responsible thing. Ginny scowled. Responsible is not the word I would use, she said. Harry listened, jaw tight. He thought of Kingsley at the manor. The report. The line about containment strategies. Melodrama, the voice said. They will not start with chains. They will start with a pen. Scrimgeour wants to own the sword, Harry said quietly. He cannot. So he will try to own me. Ron shifted. What can they even make you sign? He asked. You are not of age yet. Nearly, Hermione said. And even if he is not, they can try to argue he is a magical risk. They have emergency powers. They could classify him like a beast or a cursed artifact if they wanted to twist the law. Ron stared at her. You know you make everything sound worse, right? He said. I know what they did to Hagrid, Hermione snapped. To werewolves. To anyone they decided was dangerous. They lock them up. They tag them. They take away their wands and call it public safety. Ginny looked at Harry. Whatever they put in front of you, she said. You do not sign anything without reading every word. You do not swear anything. You do not let them trick you. The inner voice hummed. She is correct. Their strength is structure. Used right, it becomes your shield. Used wrong, it becomes their chain. Merlin's lot said the same, Harry said. Ron blinked. You told them about the letter? He asked. Not yet, Harry said. But they warned me anyway. The elders knew this was coming. They called it the obvious move. Hermione stopped pacing. You are working with them already, she said. Proper meetings. Training. Secrets. Yes, Harry said. They told me what the interdict is for. They taught me to call the sword without blowing half a room apart. They also want to use me. They are honest about it. Hermione bit her lip. I do not like secret councils of ancient families, she said. It sounds like every story about old blood deciding what is best for everyone else. I do not like being a walking weapon that nobody explains, Harry said. We do not get to pick from a list of nice options, Hermione. We get Dumbledore, the Ministry, a Dark Lord, and people who remember a part of this magic that everyone else forgot. That is all. She met his gaze and held it. That does not mean I will stop asking questions, she said. Good, he said. Ginny touched his shoulder. You go up there, she said. You listen. If anything feels wrong, you walk out. If they try to hold you, you cut your way out and deal with trouble later. Ron nodded, face pale but stubborn. We have your back, he said. Even if it means Mum has a fit. Harry managed a small smile. I would pay to see that, he said. Ginny huffed a breath that was almost a laugh. Back before 10, she said. Tell us everything. Promise, Harry said. He stood. His legs felt weirdly light and heavy at the same time. The letter in his pocket dug into his thigh. He could feel his core humming, waiting. He walked out of the common room toward the headmaster's office, feeling every step. Scene 2 roster. Harry, Dumbledore, Scrimgeour, Kingsley, McGonagall. The stone gargoyle moved aside without waiting for the password. That told Harry Dumbledore had been watching the stairs. The office smelled of old parchment and lemon. Silver instruments clicked softly on the shelves. Fawkes watched from his perch, head tucked under one wing. Scrimgeour stood near the window, broad shoulders straight, lion face lined. McGonagall was by the door, arms folded, lips pressed together. Kingsley stood a little behind the minister, expression as neutral as he could make it. Dumbledore sat behind the desk. Harry, he said. Thank you for coming. Harry shut the door. The latch clicked. The sound was deceptively soft. Kind of odd to call this a request when the minister writes required, Harry said. Scrimgeour inclined his head. I will not waste your time with lies, Potter, he said. You know who I am. You know what is at stake. Sit. Harry remained standing for a heartbeat, then walked forward and took the chair in front of the desk. His palms were damp. He put them on his knees instead of the armrests so no one would see. Merlin's voice was alert. There is a pattern in the desk. Runes. They have prepared something. Dumbledore folded his hands. This is not an ambush, he said. No one here intends you harm. Harry looked him in the eye. You set me up with Nott, he said. You let Snape test whether I would kill a boy in a corridor. Forgive me if your assurances do not go very far. McGonagall flinched. Severus said you already knew, she said sharply, looking at Dumbledore. He said you were informed. Dumbledore did not answer her. His blue eyes stayed on Harry. I have made mistakes, he said. I will likely make more. Today I hope to avoid one. Scrimgeour cleared his throat. The war is not a school exercise, he said. Every day more people die. We face a Dark Lord who has already broken rules most wizards do not know exist. Then you appear with a power that tears Horcruxes out of scars and pins Death Eaters to stone without leaving a trace. His gaze was steady. I am responsible for this country, he said. The public is terrified. The Wizengamot is screaming for control. If I do nothing, they will go around me. That will be worse for you. Always nice to know I am a political problem now, Harry said. You always were, Scrimgeour said. He nodded to Kingsley. Kingsley stepped forward and laid a parchment folder on the desk. Harry's stomach lurched. The folder had the Ministry seal on it. Under that, in dark ink, the title read, Merlinic Containment and Cooperation Accord. Harry did not look away. That name is dramatic, he said. How long did it take the committee to come up with it? Scrimgeour's mouth twitched. Long enough, he said. This is a proposed agreement between you and the Ministry. It recognizes your unique status. It acknowledges your connection to whatever this Merlinic power is. It also sets clear limits. You will not use that power outside agreed circumstances. You will submit to regular assessment. You will notify us of any new abilities. In return, we officially recognize you as an asset rather than a threat. We provide protection, training, and resources. Harry stared at the folder. You want me to sign myself into a leash, he said. It is better than a cage, Scrimgeour said bluntly. Believe me when I say there are those already calling for that. This accord is the compromise. It keeps you free within reason. Dumbledore spoke quietly. I argued for this path, he said. I would prefer no chain at all. That is no longer realistic. This agreement allows you to remain at Hogwarts. It gives us room to protect you. Without it, the minister will come under pressure to remove you to Ministry custody. I will not be able to stop that forever. Harry's throat felt tight. So you helped write this, he said. I consulted, Dumbledore said, to soften it where I could. Harry did not trust himself to answer. Kingsley drew a scroll from the folder and unrolled it. The parchment shimmered faintly. Runes glowed where the ink caught the light. Here, Kingsley said. If you read nothing else, read the last page. That is the binding clause. Harry took the scroll. His hand shook. The words laid out neat conditions. He would attend Ministry briefings on demand. He would submit to wand checks. He would report any contact with entities related to the old religion. He stopped. You know about them, he said. Scrimgeour did not blink. We are not idiots, Potter, he said. You vanish one night. You are seen leaving with an owl that belongs to an old family. Kingsley reports an unknown construct under ancient wards. I can add. Harry turned to Kingsley. You wrote it all down, he said. Kingsley's jaw tightened. I am an Auror, he said. I file reports. I left out what I could. If I had said nothing at all, someone else would have noticed eventually and you would have had no warning, no plan, no compromise. At least this way there is a chance to shape the response. Harry swallowed. You chose safety, he said softly. For the world. For your job. For your lines on a report. You chose safety. He turned back to the scroll. The last clause waited at the bottom. By my magic and my life I agree to align the Merlinic core within me with the laws of the Ministry of Magic. I grant the Ministry the right to mediate my access to foundational power for the duration of the war. I accept that violation of this accord will trigger automatic containment measures as defined in attached schedule. Signed. Harry felt something cold move in his chest. What are the containment measures? He asked inside. What does this actually do? Merlin's answer was flat. The script is anchored to the interdict. If you sign, you allow their laws to sit between you and the Foundation. They would gain a hand on the same lever you hold. They could deaden your access. They could smother the sword. They could also shatter you by pulling in the wrong direction. Harry's fingers dug into the parchment. You want to put your hand on the same thing that tore the Horcrux out of my head, he said. You do not even know what it is. That is why we need overview. Scrimgeour said. Unchecked power is more dangerous than any Dark Lord. You know that. I know that. Your headmaster knows that. Dumbledore's eyes were shadowed. I do not want them to have this access, he said. I want you alive. I want you free. I also know what happens when someone with that much power stands entirely outside every structure. The world has seen that story already. You kept me ignorant for 5 years, Harry said. You refused to tell me things because you were worried about what I would do. Now you want to lock me down in the name of safety. You have had your story already. McGonagall shifted, looking from one to the other. This is not fair, she said to Dumbledore. You cannot ask him to give away control of his own magic. I ask him to consider the consequences if he does not, Dumbledore said. We live in a web, Minerva. His choices pull on threads that hold many lives. Harry laughed once. It sounded wrong even to his own ears. Do not worry, he said. I will keep everyone safe. That is the line, right? If I just let you tie enough knots around me, maybe nobody will have to be brave. Scrimgeour's mouth set. This is not about cowardice, he said. It is about numbers. I have to weigh the lives you might save with unbounded power against the lives you might end if you slip. I am asking you to let me manage the risk. Harry met his eyes. And who manages yours? He asked. Silence. The inner voice spoke again, very calm. You stand at a fork. One path gives them the lever. One path keeps it with you. Either way, people will call you dangerous. Harry drew a breath that felt like it dragged over broken glass. He looked at Dumbledore. I spent a long time thinking you were the one person in this world who always picked what was right over what was comfortable, he said. You left a baby on a doorstep because you thought it was safer than trusting anyone with the truth. You sent me into a graveyard with half the story because you thought I could not handle the whole thing. Now you sit here and ask me to let the ministry into my core because you are afraid of what I might become. Dumbledore's hands tightened on each other. Harry, he said. Harry shook his head. You chose safety, he said. I have to choose truth. The words settled in the room like a physical weight. Scrimgeour broke the silence. If you refuse, he said, I cannot protect you from the backlash. The Wizengamot will move. There will be laws, decrees. They will brand you a threat. You may lose your wand on paper even if they cannot touch your real power. Is that what you want? No, Harry said. What I want is impossible. So I will take what I can get. He stood. I am not signing this, he said. Dumbledore rose as well. Harry, he said. Think. Please. I have, Harry said. You want to stop another Tom. I get it. He broke the world once. You are terrified I will do the same. So am I. That does not mean I hand you my choices. Scrimgeour's face cooled. You do not get to walk away untouched, he said. Kingsley moved his hand slightly. For the first time, his wand was not tucked out of sight. It lay along his wrist, hidden from easy view, ready. The scroll in Harry's hand glowed. He felt a tug, like a hook catching at the edge of his core. The runes along the bottom flared. The binding clause was trying to latch on without a signature. Stop, McGonagall said sharply. You cannot force that. That is not us, Kingsley said, alarm in his voice. The script is reacting to contact. It read his magical signature. Harry's bones buzzed. The letters at the bottom of the page squirmed, trying to form his name without ink. Merlin's will pressed solidly through his thoughts. Drop it, the voice said, or cut it. Now, Harry did not think. He called a thread of power into his right hand. Not the whole sword, just the hint of its edge. His palm burned cold. Silver light focused in his grasp. He dragged that light across the bottom of the scroll. There was no flash, no crack. The parchment simply separated. The binding clause fell away from the main body in a neat strip. The glow went out. Harry dropped both pieces on the desk. The room smelled faintly of cold stone. Scrimgeour stared. You just cut a magical contract, he said. It tried to write my name without asking, Harry said. That is rude. His voice shook despite the flippant words. Dumbledore's expression was complicated. Pride and fear and something like grief all tangled. You did that without losing control, he said quietly. I am learning, Harry said. From people who tell me the whole story. Kingsley looked at the ruined contract, then at Harry. There will be consequences, Kingsley said. I know, Harry said. There always are. Scrimgeour picked up the main body of the contract. The cut edge was smooth, as if it had never carried any binding at all. This changes nothing, Scrimgeour said. You are still a risk. I will still have to act. Laws can be rewritten even if contracts cannot be enforced. Harry nodded. Do what you think you have to, he said. So will I. He turned to McGonagall. Professor, he said. May I go? Her jaw clenched. Yes, Mr. Potter, she said. You may. He walked to the door. His legs felt unsteady. The inner voice stayed watchful and quiet. At the threshold, Dumbledore spoke one more time. Harry, he said. Whatever you think of me now, remember this. I am still trying to keep you alive. Harry did not look back. You want a world that survives, he said. So do I. You think safety comes before truth. I cannot follow you there anymore. He opened the door and left. Scene 3 roster. Harry, Ron, Hermione, Ginny. He did not make it very far before he had to stop. By the time he reached the empty classroom off the corridor, his hands were shaking. His stomach rolled. He shut the door, leaned against it, and slid down until he sat on the floor. He could still feel the brush of the contract against his core. The sense of fingers that did not belong trying to close around something vital. The sword accepted your decision, Merlin's voice said. The interdict did not want their hand on its anchor. That is why the binding wrote itself when it touched you. It recognized a chance to change the structure. Harry pressed his palms to his eyes. It felt like drowning, he said. That is how a net feels to a thing that was built to move through open water. The voice said. You did well to cut it quickly. He laughed weakly. You compared me to a fish, he said. A weapon is still a thing that swims through a medium. The voice replied. Call it what you like. The image fits. The door opened. Harry jerked, hand flying toward his wand. Ginny stood there, breath a little short from hurrying. Ron and Hermione crowded in behind her. Harry, Ginny said. He let his hand drop. How did you beat me down here? He asked. We waited outside the gargoyle, Ron said. We saw your face when you came out. You looked like you were about to be sick, so we followed. You are not subtle. Hermione shut the door firmly. What did they do? She asked. He told them. He did not hide the details. The name of the accord. The clauses. The part where the binding tried to pull his magic through the words without his consent. The way Kingsley had stood there with a report and a rational explanation. When he reached the part where he cut the scroll, Hermione's eyes widened. You cut a contract tied to the interdict, she said. In front of the minister. Yes, Harry said. That is going to cause a storm, Ron said faintly. Ginny knelt in front of Harry and took his wrists in her hands. You said no, she said. You cut their chain before it settled. You did not sign. That matters. Harry looked down. I thought Kingsley was different, he said. He felt like someone on our side who actually understood how things work in the ministry. I never thought he would be the one writing the notes that let them do this. Hermione bit her lip. He probably thinks he did the right thing, she said. He will tell himself that a contract is better than Azkaban. That some control is better than a panicked Wizengamot. That does not make it hurt less, but it does mean he is not evil. Just scared. That is what I told Dumbledore, Harry said. They chose safety. I cannot. Ginny's grip tightened. You are not alone, she said. Feels like it, Harry said. Ron shifted awkwardly. Look, Ron said. We are rubbish at fancy politics. I do not know what I would have done in Kingsley's place. I do know that you did not sign and you came back and you are still you. That counts for something. Hermione nodded. You have allies now who are not the ministry, she said. The elders, the centaurs, people who remember what this magic is. Use them, not because you love their agenda, but because you need people who can actually stand up to Scrimgeour's nonsense. Ginny looked at him, eyes steady. You said it yourself, she said. We do not get nice choices, so we make the awful ones on our own terms. That is the one bit of control we still have. Harry let out a breath. I told them I would listen and train, he said. I did not promise anything beyond that. After today, I think I will lean on that training harder. Hermione crouched beside Ginny. Then we set rules, she said. You do not go to them alone if you can help it. You tell us when and where. You tell us what they are teaching you. We help you sort what is useful from what is just another plan to rebuild the world in their own image. You want to audit my secret ancient council lessons, Harry said. Yes, Hermione said. Ron gave a weak grin. Someone has to, he said. They will not know what hit them once Hermione starts asking about footnotes. Harry laughed, short but real. The sound loosened something in his chest. Fine, he said. You can audit my homework. Ginny smiled, then sobered. They are going to retaliate, she said. The Ministry, maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but they will not forget that you tore up their nice compromise. And Dumbledore, Hermione added. He will try again, maybe with words, maybe with more tests. He thinks he knows what is best. He will not stop just because you told him no once. Harry nodded. I know, he said, which is why I cannot sit and hope they change. I have to get ahead of them. Ron frowned. How? He asked. We are still just students, mate, even with a fancy ghost sword. Harry looked at his right hand. By learning how this power works before they try something worse than a contract, he said. By knowing what I can cut and what happens when I do. By talking to the people who wrote the first rules instead of the ones who miscopied them later. Ginny stood and offered him a hand. Then you had better get some sleep first, she said. You look like you are about to fall over. All your clever plans will be very impressive until you faint in the corridor. He let her pull him up. I am fine, he said automatically. His legs wobbled. Ginny raised an eyebrow. Sure you are, she said. Bed. Now, we can plan later. Scene 4 roster. Harry, Merlin's voice, unseen elders. He lay on his bed with the curtains half drawn. The room smelled of dust and worn blankets. Outside, the castle murmured softly to itself. The metal token from the elders was cold under his pillow. He slid a hand under the case and curled his fingers around it. Griselda Marchbanks, he whispered. The air around the bed cooled. Not in a painful way. More like the stillness in the forest chamber. A faint pressure brushed his thoughts. I hear you, Marchbanks' voice said inside his mind. Not as sharp as Merlin's, more human but still clear. You cut their first chain. Harry let out a slow breath. They came with a contract tied to the interdict, he thought. It tried to bind me without ink. I broke it. They will not stop there. We did warn you, Marchbanks said. The current structure cannot tolerate a variable like you. They will push for more direct control now. You have bought yourself time. Use it. I do not want to be your weapon either, he sent back. I will train with you. I will learn. I will listen. I will not sign my name under your agenda any more than I will under Scrimgeour's. Good, Marchbanks said. The moment you stop arguing with us is the moment we will worry you have become something else. Ogden's presence brushed the edge of the link, calm and firm. The Ministry will likely move toward legislation next, he said. They will declare undefined ancient constructs subject to regulation. They will name you without naming you. When they do, we will answer in our own courts. You want a magical kingdom, Harry thought. A new order. I saw it in the records. You want to push the Ministry aside. We want a structure that understands what it sits on, Ogden said. The Ministry does not. Dumbledore tried to patch it. Voldemort tries to burn it. We intend to rebuild it. You do not have to love that plan. You simply need to know it exists, and that you can use it as leverage. Merlin's voice slid alongside theirs, like cold water along stone. You asked for truth, it said. The truth is that there is no choice that keeps your hands clean. You can only choose whose dirt you accept. Better to do it with your eyes open. Harry stared at the canopy. I am tired of being a symbol, he thought. Boy who lived. Weapon of the light. Heir of Merlin. They all feel like masks someone else put on me. Then pick your own name, Merlin said. The interdict does not care what you call yourself. Cares what you do with the anchor. Marchbanks' tone softened. You walked away from their contract, she said. You chose to carry the risk yourself rather than export it to men who would break you for convenience. That choice was not safe. It was not comfortable. It was honest. Ogden added, "You are not alone, Harry. Even if it feels that way, you have more eyes on your back now than you know. Some want to chain you. Some want to follow you. Some want to see if you fall. We are among the few who are willing to say all of that out loud." Harry closed his eyes. "I will come back to the manor when I can slip away," he thought. "I need more control. I need to know how far the sword can reach without breaking things I cannot fix." "We will be ready," Ogden said. The link faded. Harry lay there in the quiet. Ron snored softly across the room. Someone muttered in their sleep. The castle creaked. "You chose truth over safety," Merlin said. "It will cost you." "I know," Harry thought. "People I like will call me reckless. People I love will be angry. The ministry will hate me. Dumbledore will try to save me even if I do not want his version of saving." "And still, you cut the scroll," Merlin said. Harry's chest hurt. He was not sure if it was from fear or from the weight of what he had just burned. "I did not want anyone else's hand on this," he said. "If I break the world, that is on me. Not on a committee." The ancient presence was silent for a moment. "That is a terrible burden for a boy," Merlin said at last. "It is also the first honest step anyone has taken with this power since I walked away from it." Harry almost laughed. "Are you saying you approve?" he asked. "Approval is not the word," Merlin said. "Alignment, perhaps, for now." Harry rolled onto his side and pulled the blanket up. Outside, somewhere in London, Scrimgeour was likely already meeting with his advisors. He could almost hear the phrases they would use. Uncontrolled magical asset. Emergency provisions. Unprecedented threat. Somewhere in the same city, Kingsley sat with his own guilt and his own logic. Somewhere under an old manor, elders adjusted their plans. Inside Hogwarts, a boy who had said no to a chain lay in the dark and tried to steady his breathing. He did not feel safe. He did feel awake. That would have to be enough for now. Voldemort sat alone in the ruined drawing room of the old Riddle house. The walls still carried the faint scorch marks from his last outburst. A chair lay smashed in the corner. Dust floated in the cold light that slipped through the broken window. No one dared come in unless he called. He stared at his hand. It shook. He curled his fingers into a fist until his nails dug into skin. Enough. The Horcrux network was gone. He did not need a goblin or a seer to tell him. He had felt each anchor snap in the instant that strange, cold magic had torn the fragment out of the Potter boy. The echo of that break still lived in his nerves. It made his usual spells feel thin. He flicked his wand at the far wall. A jet of green shot out and hit cracked plaster. Stone blackened and flaked away. The killing curse had not faded. Of course it had not. The curse was an idea as much as a spell. Death always answered, but deeper in his chest, past ribs and lungs, something had changed. He could feel the absence when he reached for the old sense that had always told him where his other selves slept. There was nothing. No cold spark in a hidden cave. No distant pulse in a ring or a diary or a locket. He was one piece now, finite. The thought sat in his head like ice. Bellatrix knelt on the floor near the door, hands braced on her thighs, head bowed. She did not speak until he let the silence stretch long enough to hurt. "My lord," she whispered at last. "The raids on the east villages went well. The ministry is still scrambling. They weaken every day. They weaken," Voldemort repeated. He rolled the word on his tongue. Tasted dull. Bellatrix swallowed. "The order is quiet," she went on. "No direct interference. There are rumors that Potter defied the ministry to their faces. They say he cut a contract that glowed." At the mention of Harry, something sharp flared in Voldemort's chest. Not the old simple rage. Something else. Something that felt like the first time he had heard the prophecy and understood that someone dared speak of a rival. "Defied," he said softly. "Yes, my lord," Bellatrix said. "The minister tried to chain him and failed. They are saying he is unstable. Dangerous. They are afraid," Voldemort said. That at least was familiar. Bellatrix lifted her head enough to look at him. "The boy is nothing without his wand and his sentimental friends," she said. You have always said so. Voldemort did not answer at once. He thought of the moment the Horcruxes had burned out, the way his soul had bucked like a trapped thing, the raw, clean pressure of the foreign power that had sliced through his protections as if they were parchment. He had seen much in his travels before he came back to Britain. Old curses carved into bones, rituals in lost languages, crude attempts to bind spirits and beasts. None of them had felt like that. This had not been a curse. It had not been even the dark arts as he knew them. It had been deeper. Bring me Mulciber, he said. Bellatrix blinked. My lord, she began. Now, he said. She scrambled up and left at once. He waited. Every second felt slow and loud. Mulciber arrived in less than 10 minutes, dragged forward by 2 masked Death Eaters. His mask hung crooked. His eyes were wide. My lord, Mulciber stammered. If this is about the wards in York and the small delay, I swear. I only needed more time to adjust for the Aura patrols, and the girl escaped only because the neighbor set off the wards early, and I did not think that the Muggle police would appear so fast, and Voldemort raised his wand. Mulciber choked off mid-word. Sweat ran down his face. I do not care about the girl, Voldemort said. Come closer. Mulciber shuffled forward until he stood only a few steps away. Voldemort studied him. Petty cruelty, adequate talent, the usual fear. A typical Death Eater. Not especially useful. Not especially missed. Look at me, Voldemort said. Mulciber looked up. Voldemort reached out with his mind. Legilimency had always been easy. People thought in simple pictures and words. Here a memory of a laugh. There a fear of a belt. A long string of resentments and petty fantasies. He pushed deeper, not for information now but for something else. He reached for the part of any wizard that touch on magic itself. Mulciber's core. His grasp of structured spells. The way his power moved inside him. Then Voldemort spoke the killing curse. Avada Kedavra. Green light burst point blank into Mulciber's chest. The man jerked once and fell, eyes empty, body hitting the floor with a heavy thud. The room went quiet. Voldemort did not care about Mulciber. He watched the curse, the way it had moved, the way the magic had flowed through his own core to form it. There, a stutter. The curse had formed more slowly than it should have. Not enough to fail. A fraction. A hesitation, as if something in him had checked for permission and found none. His lips peeled back from his teeth. The Horcrux break had not only removed his anchors, it had changed the way his soul sat in the world. The old certainty that he was outside the normal rules had been cut away. He was bound to the same foundation as every other wizard now. Unacceptable. Bellatrix watched him with shining eyes. My lord, she breathed. Was he found wanting? Voldemort ignored the question. Send word to Lucius, he said. I want the old scroll case that his father kept locked in the cellar. The one he never dared open. Tell him that if he has tried to sell it or lost it, I will peel his mind apart. Bellatrix bowed so low her forehead touched filthy floorboards. At once, my lord, she said. As she left, Voldemort let his gaze fall on Mulciber's corpse. The curse had worked. It was not enough. He needed something older than the sacrificial script he had twisted into the Horcrux ritual. He needed a force that did not depend on the same foundation as Merlin's meddling magic. Something that could step outside and push back. He needed the void beyond the rules. Harry woke from a shallow doze with his heart already racing. For a second he did not know where he was. The ceiling above him was dark stone, not the familiar beams of the Gryffindor dorm. The air smelled of dust and faint candle smoke. Then he remembered. The manor. Training. He pushed himself up on his elbows. His muscles ached. A clean, heavy ache that came from work, not curse damage. His head felt thick but clear. The last image of the previous session sat at the edge of his thoughts. A jet of twisted curse fire slamming toward him. The sword flaring. The curse bending away into a shock wave that threw dust and stones aside instead of ripping through his chest. He swung his legs over the side of the narrow bed and sat there for a moment, breathing. Merlin's voice drifted through his mind. You learn quickly when the price of failure is instant death, it said. Encouraging, Harry muttered. He scrubbed a hand over his face, stood, and reached for his clothes. By the time he made his way to the training hall, Marchbanks was already there. She stood near the ward pillars with her wand in hand, sharp eyes on the lines of power that linked them. Ogden waited in the center of the circle, hands behind his back. "You slept," Ogden said. "Good. You will need it." Harry rolled his shoulders. "You make it sound like a threat," he said. "It is a warning," Ogden said. "The more you push this power, the more your body will complain. If you ignore it, it will fail you when you need it most." Harry nodded once. "I am ready," he said. Ogden studied him for a second, then stepped back. "Today we test something new," Ogden said. "The sword cuts patterns. That is clear. Now we see if it can catch and turn them." Marchbanks flicked her wand. A set of targets rose from the floor at the far side of the hall. They were simple, human-sized shapes made of dense wood, each wrapped in silver thread and layered with wards. Any normal spell would have bounced or sunk in harmlessly. "We will fire curses," Marchbanks said. "Real ones. You will not block them with shields. You will not dodge. You will draw the sword and pull them off course." Harry's stomach tightened. "And if I do not," he said. "Then I am a very good healer and Ogden is quick with a stun," Marchbanks said. "Stop looking at me like that. You came here to learn a way to keep others alive, not just yourself. This is how we do it." The inner presence was alert now. "Foundation can redirect streams as easily as it can cut walls," Merlin said. "You have already done it once by accident. When you tore the Horcrux loose, you pulled structured soul magic into a different channel. This is the same principle, just smaller." "Smaller," Harry thought. "Nice way of putting it." He stepped into the circle. "Whenever you are ready," he said. Ogden gave Marchbanks a nod. She pointed her wand at the first target. Crucio. The curse flew fast and low. The familiar red light crawled along the air toward him, humming with intent. Harry called the sword. Cold rushed up his arm. Light formed in his hand, solid and weighty. The world narrowed to the line between him and the incoming curse. He remembered the feeling from the chamber. The way the Horcrux magic had felt like hot oil over stone when the sword had pulled it away. "Do not meet it head on," Merlin said. "Hook it. Think of a stream hitting the side of a stone and swinging around." Harry shifted his grip, stepped just enough that the curse would pass close to his right side, and swept the blade through the air. The edge did not cut the curse. It brushed just under it. The red light jerked. It did not vanish. It twisted, pulled off its path, and slammed into the floor beside the target. Stone hissed and cracked. Pain crawled up Harry's arm where the echo brushed his skin. He gasped. "Again," Marchbanks said. She did not wait for him to answer. Crucio. The next curse flew higher. Harry adjusted. The sword moved in a tight arc. He felt the pull as the curse slid across the altered rules at the edge of the blade. This time the curse flipped upward and splashed against the ceiling. Wards flared, holding. Hot dust rained down. His heart hammered. Sweat prickled at his neck. "Again," Marchbanks said. They kept going. Crucio. Red slicing past. The sword turning it into bursts of wasted energy that slammed into stone and air. Cutting curses. Bone breakers. Piercing spells meant to tear through shields. Harry did not block any of them in the standard way. He did not raise a wand shield. He did not dodge more than a half-step. He simply moved the blade through the air at the right angle, feeling each curse snag on the altered pattern and bend. By the 5th, his wrist burned. By the 10th, his whole arm shook. By the 15th, his legs wobbled and he tasted blood at the back of his throat. "Enough," Ogden said suddenly. "Stop." Marchbanks lowered her wand at once. The last curse faded out against a pillar. The hall smelled of burned stone and hot metal. Harry let the sword run back into his core. The loss of weight almost tipped him over. He caught himself with effort. "Water," Marchbanks said. He took the glass she handed him. His hand shook so much that water slopped over the rim. Ogden watched him. "The technique works," Ogden said. "You did not let a single curse hit the warded target." Harry swallowed the water. It hurt going down. "I nearly fell over," he said. "If this was a real fight, I would not have the luxury of a neat circle and one person throwing curses at one target. Of course not, Ogden said. That is why we start here. We will add complexity later. Multiple casters. Moving targets. Until then, understand what you did. He stepped closer. You told the rules, Ogden said. You did not destroy the curses. You told the Foundation that they would not complete their path. You opened a new path that dumped their energy into harmless places. That is what foundational defense means. Harry glanced at the cracked floor. Harmless is a stretch, he said. Ogden snorted. Harmful to the stones rather than your bones, he said. I will take that trade. Merlin's tone was thoughtful. You felt the weight, it said. Good. If it ever feels easy to twist that much force, stop at once. You will be close to snapping something that will not heal. Harry rubbed his wrist. Voldemort is not sitting still, Harry said out loud. He knows the Horcruxes are gone. He will not accept that. Ogden's face cooled. No, he said. He will not. Which is why we push now. He will be searching for something to match what you hold. He will find something broken and terrible if we are not careful. Marchbanks nodded once. He has always looked down on anything that hints at the old ways, she said. He called it superstition. Now that he has seen what it can do, he will scramble to copy it in the worst way. Harry thought of the chamber, of the way the sword had felt both cold and utterly clear. He could not imagine Voldemort touching that and understanding any of it beyond the power. What can he even reach? Harry asked. If the interdict closed the old paths. Not all of them, Ogden said. Some doors remain for a reason. There must always be a way to repair damage the structure cannot handle. Merlin closed some roads and left others guarded. Voldemort may find what lies under those guards. Can he make his own version of this? Harry asked. Merlin answered before Ogden could. He cannot remake what I built without years of work and a different mind, Merlin said. He can, however, scrape at the bones beneath and invite something else to sit where the anchors used to be. Harry frowned. Something else, he repeated. Entropy, Merlin said. The tendency of all structures to fall apart. If he offers his soul to that, he will become a different kind of problem. Harry shivered. So he will make himself into a walking collapse, Harry said. Brilliant. Marchbanks gave him a sharp look. Do not get lost in theory, she said. Train. Then go back to school. The ministry raised the contract. They will raise new chains now that you cut the first one. You need to be ready to stand in the middle of all of that. Ogden nodded. There is one more thing, Ogden said. The elders have decided. We cannot stay quiet about the ministry's attempt to bind the interdict through your core. It is a violation of the old accords. We will move. When we do, the Order will have to decide whether to fight us or stand aside. Harry swallowed. Dumbledore will hate that, he said. Yes, Ogden said. He will. He prefers to control the board. We are about to flip it. The ministry corridor outside the minister's office smelled of parchment and nerves. Kingsley stood with his back to the wall, arms folded. He had been waiting long enough to count every crack in the opposite doorframe twice. Percy Weasley came out first, posture stiff, folder clutched in both hands. Kingsley, Percy said, the minister will see you now. Kingsley nodded and stepped past him. Scrimgeour's office was crowded. Several heads of departments stood in a loose half-circle. Thick files were stacked on the desk. A large map of Britain on the far wall glittered with moving lights. Scrimgeour looked tired. His mane of hair was rougher than usual, lines set deep around his mouth. Shacklebolt, he said. Sit. Kingsley did, taking the chair in front of the desk. What is the latest from Hogwarts? Scrimgeour asked. Anything we did not already hear from Dumbledore. Kingsley chose his words. Potter refused the accord, Kingsley said. You saw that for yourself. Since then he has kept to lessons. No public displays of the construct. No signs of him trying to leave the castle. Does Dumbledore know where he goes at night? One of the department heads asked. No more than we do, Kingsley said. He suspects the old families are moving. Ogden vanishes from his usual haunts. Marchbanks takes sudden, repeated leave from the examinations office. There are wards around a manor that do not match any ministry pattern. He sent me to investigate. That was when I filed my report. Scrimgeour tapped his fingers on the desk. And now Potter has torn the binding off a contract tied to an unknown magical anchor in front of the Minister for Magic and the Chief Warlock, Scrimgeour said. The prophet is already sniffing. I need a line for the public. An older wizard in black robes spoke up. We call it dangerous and insist we are handling it, he said. We say the boy is under watch. We push harder on the message that unregulated ancient magic threatens the statute. Public words are easy, Scrimgeour said. The real question is what we do behind them. The accord is dead. We cannot risk another attempt while the binding is still raw. We need another route. He looked at Kingsley. You have spent the most time near him, Scrimgeour said. Is he still reachable? Kingsley thought of Harry's face in the headmaster's office. The way his hand had trembled on the scroll. The way he had cut the contract anyway. He is not hostile for the sake of it, Kingsley said. He wants Voldemort gone. He wants his friends safe. He will push back against any attempt to use him. But he is not out to burn the ministry down for fun. Not yet, muttered someone near the map. Scrimgeour ignored that. Can he be brought back under ministry oversight without a binding? Scrimgeour asked. Kingsley hesitated. Not by force, Kingsley said. If we push, he will run straight into the arms of the elders. If we threaten his friends, he may push back in ways we cannot control. We have already seen that he can tear through wards and soul magic we thought untouchable. So we do nothing, one of the others snapped. No, Scrimgeour said. He leaned forward. We changed the structure, Scrimgeour said. We have spent a year trying to treat Potter as a relic to be protected or a tool to be wielded. That has failed. We now treat him as a class of magical entity. We write new law. Kingsley felt his stomach twist. A class, he repeated. A category, Scrimgeour said. Foundational anomalies. Merlinic anchors. Whatever the underlings decide to call it. Entities with direct access to the base layer. We declare them subject to special oversight. Mandatory registration. Restrictions on proximity to population centers. Kingsley thought of Azkaban. Of Gringotts. Of enclaves that sat outside standard legal reach. You are building a cage and calling it a category, Kingsley said quietly. Scrimgeour met his eyes. I do not want to do this, Scrimgeour said. I would prefer your neat little accord. He removed that option. Now I look at the board and I see a boy who can break any prison we have ever built. I need something that at least lets me say I tried to prevent disaster. What happens when the elders answer? Kingsley asked. They will not accept any law that treats their interdict anchor as a thing to be boxed. That is why we have Ors, Scrimgeour said. And the order, someone added. Kingsley felt the weight of the badge in his pocket. The order coin in the other pocket. 2 loyalties. 2 sets of expectations. He stood. If you pass laws that turn him into a walking crime just for existing, he will fight you, Kingsley said. So will others. You will have 2 wars at once. Against Voldemort outside. Against your own magical core inside. Scrimgeour's jaw set. Then help me avoid that, Scrimgeour said. Find me something I can give him that is not a chain and not a blank check. You are good at straddling lines, Shacklebolt. That is why you are in that seat. Kingsley thought of Harry again. Of the way he had said they chose safety. I cannot. I will try, Kingsley said. He knew it sounded thin. As he left the office, the map of Britain shimmered. New dark flares appeared in the north. Wards failing. Lights going out. Voldemort was not waiting either. The ritual site sat under a ruined abbey far to the north. The air was thin and sharp. Old stones ringed a pit that had once been a holy spring. Water no longer flowed. The bottom was dry rock and dust. Lucius Malfoy knelt at the edge, hands trembling as he held out a long, narrow case. The wood was dark. The clasp still bore faint magic from an older touch. My lord, Lucius said. The scroll you requested. Voldemort took the case. Do you know what this is? He asked. Lucius kept his eyes low. My father called it a curiosity from the old days, Lucius said. The seller would not explain it. The wards on the seal would not allow him to open it without a specific key. My father could not find it. He gave up and stored it. Your father was a coward, Voldemort said. Lucius flinched. Yes, my lord, he said. And yet even cowards collect useful things, Voldemort said. He flicked his wand. The clasp popped with a crack. Thin threads of magic snapped and fizzled into the air. He opened the case. Inside, wrapped in fragile cloth, lay a roll of deep gray parchment. The edges were lined with sigils even older than the ones he had studied in his youth. The writing inside was cramped and dark. He read. This was not Merlin's hand. The script lacked that annoying clear discipline. The work was jagged. Angry. Someone who had seen the interdict put in place and decided to claw at it rather than accept. It spoke of a void under the foundation. A place where magic and meaning thinned. A region where the rules lost force. It warned of fracture and silence. It also described a method. No anchor may rest forever, the old writer had scrawled. The world seeks balance. If there is a law that closes paths, there must be a counter that opens them. If Merlin binds, another may unbind. Voldemort smiled. Their fear laid out the route, he murmured. Master, Lucius said carefully, is it wise to trust a scroll that even my father would not touch? Voldemort glanced at him. Do you wish to test the ritual in my place? He asked. Lucius went white. No, my lord, he said at once. Then be quiet and be useful, Voldemort said. He pointed his wand at a huddle of bound figures near the outer ring. The prisoners had been taken from small villages. Muggle and wizard both. Men and women. One old man with ministry robes torn at the hem. They stared at him with varying degrees of terror and numbness. You will stand at the edge, Voldemort said to Lucius. You will hold the second line. If anything approaches the circle, you will shield. Lucius swallowed. Yes, my lord, he said. Voldemort stepped down into the pit. The rock under his feet felt dry and dead. No lingering magic. No spring. No life. Good. He began to draw. Not with chalk. Not with blood. With force. He used his wand to carve shallow lines into the stone around him. Simple arcs and crosses, no neat patterns of runes that linked to any current school. These marks did not speak to spelled structures. They spoke directly to the tension between form and emptiness. Merlin's voice brushed Harry's mind far to the south. Something prods the bones, it said. Harry paused over his charms essay in the common room. The quill slipped. What? He thought. The answer came cold and clear. Your enemy is clawing at the base of the interdict, Merlin said. He has found an old complaint and is about to turn it into a door. Harry's heart kicked. Can you stop him? Harry thought. I cannot act in the world without you, Merlin said. That was the price of the bond. I can only tell you that the pressure is building. Harry shot a look around the room. Ron and Hermione sat nearby, bent over their own work. Ginny was across from him, trying to focus on a defense chapter and failing. Her eyes snapped up at his sudden stillness. Harry, she said under her breath. What is it? He swallowed. Voldemort is doing something stupid, he said quietly. More stupid than usual. Hermione tensed. How do you know? She whispered. Interdict warning, Harry said. I will explain later. Ginny pushed her book aside. Do we have time to run to the manor? She asked. Harry shook his head. I do not even know where he is, Harry said. Or what he is touching. Merlin only feels the push, not the location. Ron rubbed his forehead. So we sit and wait while he pokes at something old and bad, Ron said. That is comforting. We are going anyway, Harry said. Ginny stared at him. Where? She asked. To the mirror, Harry said. Dumbledore's office. If the Ministry and the Elders both want to claim the right to respond to this kind of thing, then they can bloody well coordinate instead of tripping over each other while the world cracks. Hermione sucked in a breath. You are going to force them to talk to each other, she said. Force is a strong word, Harry said. Strong and accurate. Ginny's mouth quirked despite the fear in her eyes. I am coming, she said. You cannot, Harry said at once. This will already be crowded. You will need someone who is not an ancient wizard with an agenda to hit you if you start to give away too much, Ginny said. That is me. Ron raised a hand. And I am what in this plan? He asked. Back up, Harry said. You and Hermione make sure no one in the common room notices we are gone. If Dumbledore tries to block us from leaving the tower, you yell loudly enough that McGonagall comes running. Hermione opened her mouth, shut it again, and nodded. I hate this, she said. But you are right. They cannot keep playing politics while he opens whatever he is opening. Ginny stood. Go, she said. Before he finishes, under the ruined abbey, Voldemort finished the last line. The circle flared dull gray. The marks did not shine like normal wards. They did not hum with the neat, structured energy of household charms. They seemed to suck sound out of the air. Even the prisoners fell silent. Voldemort stood at the center and raised his arms. He did not speak Latin. He did not recite any of the modern scripts taught at Hogwarts. He drew on older, sharper sounds he had found in margins and whispered fragments during his travels. He called to the space under magic. At first there was nothing. Then the stone under his feet grew colder. A thin, dry wind slid across his skin, carried no scent. It did not ruffle his robes. It simply stripped warmth. Lucius shivered at the edge above. My lord, Lucius called. His voice shook. The wards around the abbey. They are flickering. Hold them, Voldemort said. He pressed harder. He thought of the things Merlin had stolen from him. The easy path to power. The right to shape the world to his will without limits. He thought of the interdict itself and the way it had dared to tell wizards what they could not do. Come, he said into the cold. Take the empty spaces. Fill what was cut away. I offer you a path. Something listened. It was not a voice. It was not a presence in the soft, human sense. It was absence given a thin kind of will. It slid through the marks on the stone and brushed his soul. Voldemort grit his teeth as a new chill cut through his chest. For a heartbeat he felt nothing at all. No anger, no fear, no thrill. Then feeling rushed back, but thinner. The thing that had touched him sat at the edge of his magic. It did not obey him. It did not fight him. It simply waited. He reached for the killing curse again. Magic gathered. This time there was no stutter. The energy formed smooth and hard. He let it hang there, uncast, and smiled. Better, he whispered. Up on the edge, one of the prisoners whimpered. Voldemort looked up. You, he said to the old wizard in torn ministry robes. Come. Two Death Eaters hauled the man down into the pit. His knees scraped stone. He stumbled. Please, the man croaked. Please, I have a family. Yes, Voldemort said. You do. He reached out, not with the dark arts he knew, but with the new thin thing on the edge of his soul. It slipped into the man's core like a knife into dry bread. The prisoner screamed. This was not the sharp pain of a curse. It was not the buzzing agony of the Cruciatus. This was the sound of something being unmade. The man's magic flickered, then guttered. Voldemort watched. The foundational layer under the wizard's structured spells groaned. For a second, the interdict itself pressed back. The marks on the stone flashed. A pressure like a giant hand settled on Voldemort's shoulders. He pushed. The new thing in him sank its claws into the gap and held. The pressure eased. The prisoner stopped screaming. He slumped forward, chest still rising and falling. His eyes were empty, not dead, just blank, like a house with the lights off and the furniture removed. Voldemort let go. The void touched his own core again in a brief, sharp flare, then settled. He felt light-headed and hungry, but alive. Interesting, he said. Lucius stared down, face gray. My lord, Lucius whispered. What have you done? Created balance, Voldemort said. If there is an anchor for Merlin's law, there will be a point where that law can be broken. I have found it. He looked at the old wizard. You no longer touch magic, Voldemort said. You are still alive. You are nothing. He turned away. Kill the rest, he said to the Death Eaters on the edge. Leave no witnesses. As green light started to flash above, Voldemort climbed out of the pit. The air felt different, thin, light. The mark on his arm burned. He ignored it. He had work to do. Dumbledore's office felt crowded. The headmaster stood behind his desk, face lined, eyes more tired than Harry had ever seen them. Fawkes watched from his perch, feathers fluffed. Kingsley stood to one side of the desk, posture tight. McGonagall was near the shelves, lips pressed into a line. The frame of Phineas Nigellus twitched as the portrait tried to pretend disinterest. Ogden's face floated in the surface of the silver instrument that Harry had once thought was a pensieve. Marchbank's image stood beside him. The two of them looked as solid as reflections could. Harry and Ginny stood in front of the desk. Harry could feel the warmth of her shoulder near his arm. "I was not aware the elders could simply intrude on my office at will," Dumbledore said. His tone was mild. It did not hide the anger in it. "We did not intrude." Ogden's voice came from the bowl. "Your Mr. Potter called us. The interdict supports his call." The wards yielded. Dumbledore's jaw tensed. "Harry," he said, "you might have warned me." "No time," Harry said. "Voldemort is picking at something at the base of all this. Merlin felt it. I felt it. We need everyone who understands this level in the same room. That is now. We can argue about manners later." Kingsley cleared his throat. "What do we know?" he asked. Merlin spoke through Harry before Harry could stop him. "He is using an old grievance as a lever," Merlin said. "A ritual written by someone who wanted to break the interdict. He has invited the tendency toward collapse into his soul and used it on a test subject." Harry sucked in a breath. "You could say that less creepy," he muttered. Ginny's fingers brushed his. Dumbledore's eyes narrowed. "Harry," he said slowly, "when you say Merlin felt it, you mean the consciousness woven into your core." "Yes," Harry said. "We can have a long talk about that later too. Right now we need to stop Voldemort from doing whatever he just did again on a larger scale." Marchbanks nodded. "We felt the push as well," she said. "The interdict is not a simple lock. It flexes. When he pressed, it tried to push back. He forced a small crack somewhere nobody will see until it breaks under strain." "Where?" McGonagall asked sharply. "We do not know," Marchbanks said. "The ritual used life as a conduit and then threw it away. The residue is scattered." Kingsley's hands tightened. "What happens if he scales this up?" Kingsley asked. Ogden's tone was flat. "He could strip magic from people without killing them," Ogden said. "Leave them alive and empty. He could also weaken the foundation under wards and spells in an area. If he is careless, he could tear something vital and we would all pay for it." Dumbledore leaned on the desk. "We cannot let that happen," he said. "For once we agree," Ogden said. They glared at each other through the silver surface. Harry looked between them and felt a sudden sharp frustration. "This is what I was talking about," he said. "You two treat this like a private game. The Ministry runs around writing laws. Voldemort pokes at the base of the world. I stand in the middle with a sword and a scar and watch you all pretend you do not need each other." Dumbledore's gaze snapped to him. "Harry," he began. "No," Harry said. "I am done being quiet in rooms like this." He stepped closer to the desk. "You," he said to Dumbledore, "know more about Voldemort than anyone. You know his history, his habits, his old haunts. You can guess where he might go to find the kind of ritual he just used." He turned to the bowl. "You," he said to Ogden and Marchbanks, "know how this level of magic works. You know what happens when someone drags collapse into their soul. You know how to brace the foundation when it shifts." He looked at Kingsley. "And you know what the Ministry will do if this goes public," he said. "You know how they will react when spells fail in a whole village. You know which Aurors can be trusted not to panic and start arresting everyone who glows." He drew a breath. "You all want the world to survive," he said. "Fine. Prove it. Start acting like you are on the same side against him, even if you hate each other." Silence stretched. Ginny watched him with a small, fierce pride. Dumbledore's shoulders sagged a fraction. "You ask for a great deal, Harry," Dumbledore said softly. "I ask for the bare minimum," Harry said. "Talk to each other. Share what you know. Keep me in the loop so I do not walk into something blind." "That is it." Ogden inclined his head. "We have been preparing a counter-pattern," Ogden said. Something that can shore up small cracks in the interdict without needing a full anchor reset. It is not perfect, but it may hold against his first attempts. We can share a version with you, Albus, if you promise not to lock it in a drawer and pretend you invented it. Dumbledore's mouth quirked despite the tension. I am old, not senile, Dumbledore said. I can recognize when I am out of my depth. Kingsley let out a slow breath. If you share that pattern with the Auror office through me, I can place it with a handful of people I trust, Kingsley said. We can reinforce key locations quietly. Hospitals, population centers. If Voldemort tries to strip magic from a crowd, we might blunt the effect. McGonagall spoke up. And what does Harry do while the rest of you reshuffle your plans? She asked. Harry answered before anyone else could. I keep training, Harry said. I learn how to cut and redirect not just spells but whatever he starts throwing that comes from this void thing. I stay ready to step in when you all reach the bits you cannot handle. Ginny squeezed his hand. You do not get to vanish into their plans, she said. We stay in this too. You tell us everything. We help you think when you are too tired to see straight. Dumbledore looked at her with a mix of fondness and worry. Miss Weasley, he began. Someone has to keep him human, Ginny said. You are all very impressive. You are also very bad at remembering that Harry is not just a power source. Marchbanks snorted. I like her, she said. Ogden's mouth twitched. Agreed, he said. Merlin hummed. Anchors need more than stone, it said. They need people who will drag them away from the edge when they lean too far. Harry felt his throat tighten. So we have a plan, he said. Such as it is. Dumbledore nodded once. We have the beginnings of one, Dumbledore said. I will help Kingsley place the counter-pattern through channels the Ministry will not see at once. Ogden, Marchbanks, send the framework. Harry, go back to Hogwarts, pretend you care about your essays, and go to the manor whenever the token calls and your schedule allows. Miss Weasley, if you are going to ignore my attempts to keep you some distance from this, at least try to keep him honest. Ginny lifted her chin. Gladly, she said. Kingsley rubbed a hand over his face. And I, he said, will try not to let the law become a weapon against the people it is meant to protect. He did not sound fully convinced. Harry looked at him. You betrayed me once, Harry said quietly. I understand why. I do not trust you yet. But I am glad you are here. Kingsley met his gaze. I will do better, Kingsley said. We will see, Harry said. Far to the north, Voldemort stood on a hill and watched a small village in the valley below. Lights twinkled in cottage windows. Smoke rose from chimneys. Wards hummed faintly over some roofs where wizard families lived tucked among muggles. He raised his wand. The new thing on the edge of his soul stirred. He reached down into the mark he had carved on the stone in the abbey, felt the trace he had left there, and pulled. Void seeped into his spell. He spread his fingers. He did not speak. Power rolled out over the valley in a silent wave. For a moment, nothing seemed to happen. Then street lamps went dark. The hum of wards cut off. In one cottage, a witch reaching for her wand to stir a potion gasped as the wand turned cold and dead in her hand. The potion stopped simmering, sat flat and wrong. In another house, a child trying a simple light charm watched the tip of his wand stay stubbornly dark. The magic he had always felt like a tiny warm thread was gone. In an Auror safe house near the village edge, a hidden protective barrier flickered and died. The Aurors inside jolted awake as their alarm wards failed. Voldemort felt each little collapse as a faint, bright flicker in his awareness. He laughed. Then he swayed. The void pushed back, hungry. For a second his vision went gray at the edges. He tasted nothing, heard nothing, existed in a thin, flat state. Then sensation rushed back in a sharp flood. Pain bit behind his eyes. He gritted his teeth. He will not be able to hold large areas for long, Merlin said in Harry's mind. Harry felt the wave as a cold shiver under his skin. He gripped the back of a chair in the common room and cursed under his breath. Ginny looked up at once. Again, she said. Yes, Harry said. He hit a village this time, Merlin said. He stripped magic from a small area. The interdict held enough of the frame that the foundation did not crack further. If he keeps pushing, that will change. Harry's jaw clenched. We move faster, he thought. We learn faster. We do, Merlin said. Harry looked at Ginny, at Ron, at Hermione. We are running out of time, he said. Ron swallowed. Then we run faster, Ron said. Hermione's hand shook as she wrote a note to herself. Once this is over, she said thinly, I am going to sit you down and make you explain every single thing about this interdict in small, clear words. Harry almost smiled. If we live, he said. Ginny leaned across the table and kissed him once, brief and fierce. We are going to do more than live, she said. We are going to win on our terms. He held on to that sentence as the chill in his core eased. Somewhere in the dark, Voldemort stood with the void at his shoulder and thought he had found an answer. Harry knew better. This was not an answer. It was a new problem, and he would have to face it with Merlin's cold clarity on one side and the stubborn warmth of his friends on the other. The warning came as a pulse that rattled Harry's teeth. He was halfway through a game of chess with Ron in the common room. Ginny sat at his side, pretending to read while she watched the board. Hermione was by the fire with a stack of notes. The noise of other Gryffindors washed around them. Then the world went sharp. Cold pressure slammed through his core, so sudden he almost doubled over. For a heartbeat the room blurred. The firelight twisted. Every charm and ward in the castle hummed at once. Ginny grabbed his arm. Harry, she said. What is it? He heard another voice on top of hers, old and clear. Now, Merlin said. He has found a load-bearing point and he is pushing. Harry forced himself to breathe. Voldemort, he said. Merlin feels him. This is bigger than the village. Ron looked up from the board, all color draining from his face. What did he do this time? Ron asked. Harry shook his head. Not sure yet, he said. It is deeper. Foundation level. Merlin says he found some weak spot in the interdict and he is leaning on it. Hermione did not bother to close her book. She came straight over, eyes wide. Where? She asked. Merlin answered before Harry could. Where your ministry keeps toys it does not understand, the voice said. The room with the curtain and the whispering arch. The Department of Mysteries, Harry said. Hermione sucked in a breath. The veil, she whispered. He is at the veil. Ron swore under his breath. Ginny was already standing. So we go, she said. Harry hesitated. If we leave without telling anyone, Dumbledore will have people hunting us instead of Voldemort, he said. We cannot afford that. Then we tell him, Hermione said at once. And we tell Kingsley, the elders too, all of them, in the same room. Like you said. Harry pushed his chair back. He could feel it still, that deep grind under the surface of his magic. Like stone trying to crack. Fine, he said. We do not have time to argue. He looked at Ginny. You are coming, he said. But you stay behind the shield line unless there is no other choice. I mean it. She met his eyes. No other choice means no other choice, she said. I am not going to jump into the middle of the duel just to feel brave. Ron and Hermione exchanged a look. I hate this plan, Ron said. But I hate the idea of Voldemort pulling the veil apart more. Hermione picked up her notes and shoved them into her bag with shaking hands. Let us move, she said. They left the common room together. The castle felt wrong. The stones under Harry's feet carried a faint tremor, as if the building itself was listening to some distant strain. Portraits frowned as they passed. Suits of armor rattled without wind. At the gargoyle that guarded the headmaster's office, Harry did not wait to guess passwords. He touched his core and pushed. The stone guardian shuddered, then jumped aside. Ginny muttered a soft comment under her breath about subtlety. Harry did not slow down. He pounded up the moving staircase and pushed through the door without knocking. Dumbledore stood by a shelf of curious silver instruments. McGonagall sat in one of the chairs by the desk, posture stiff. Kingsley was there too, in plain robes, face drawn. All three turned at once. Harry, Dumbledore began. Voldemort is at the veil, Harry said. He is pushing against the interdict from inside your Department of Mysteries. Merlin feels it. So do the elders. On cue, one of the instruments on the desk filled with cold light. Ogden's lined face came into focus on the surface. Marchbanks appeared beside him a moment later. "We felt the tension spike," Ogden said. "He is at a nexus. The strain is centered below your ministry." McGonagall stood up so fast her chair scraped the floor. "The veil," she said. Harry nodded. "Yes," he said. "We do not have time for a polite meeting. You all need to decide right now whether you are going to work together or let him rip a hole in the basic rules." Kingsley did not waste a second. "The minister is already at the ministry," Kingsley said. "Security reports a disturbance in the lowest levels. They think it is Death Eaters breaking into records. They do not know about the ritual layer." "Then we tell them," Harry said. Dumbledore's eyes were very blue and very tired. "I can get us there," Dumbledore said. "Directly to the upper office. From there we must reach the Veil Chamber on foot. The usual paths may be compromised if Tom has brought his own support." Ogden spoke again. "We will feed the counter-pattern through the anchor while you move," he said. "We can brace some of the strain. Not all. Harry, you will feel it. You must not let the will act on its own." Merlin's presence hardened. "If he tears the veil, I must act," the voice said. "The easiest move is to sever everything leading into that node. That includes the chamber, the arch, and anyone standing near it." Harry felt cold. "You were talking about killing everyone in the room," he thought. "Yes," Merlin said. "Better than letting a breach bleed into the whole frame." Harry looked at Ginny. No, he did not say it out loud. He did not have to. Merlin felt it anyway. There is a difference between efficient and right, Harry thought. You see numbers. I see people. If you try to move through me without asking, I will cut you too. The silence inside his head was sharp. "You are an anchor because I chose you," Merlin said slowly. "No," Harry murmured under his breath, stubbornness flaring even through fear. "I am the anchor because I keep choosing. That is the difference." Ginny touched his wrist. "Harry," she said softly. "You with us?" He looked at her and nodded. "Always," he said. Dumbledore lifted his wand. "Everyone touched the port key," he said. It was an old stone paperweight from his desk. Kingsley stepped up without hesitation and placed a hand on it. Harry and Ginny reached in. McGonagall put her fingers on the edge. The light in the silver bowl flashed as Ogden and Marchbanks worked the distant pattern. "On my mark," Dumbledore said. 3, 2, 1. The familiar hook behind the navel yanked hard. The world spun. Air rushed past Harry's ears. They landed in Scrimgeour's office. The minister was already half out of his chair, wand in hand. The room shook with a distant rumble from below. "What in Merlin's name?" Scrimgeour began. "You have a breach at the Veil," Harry said. "Voldemort is not just breaking in. He is tearing at something older. If he keeps going, you will not have a department left to protect." Scrimgeour opened his mouth, then closed it again. Whatever argument he had died when the floor shuddered hard enough to make the ink bottle on his desk fall over. Kingsley caught the bottle without looking. "We have no time for politics," Kingsley said. "Minister, with respect, you need to get your people off the lowest 3 levels. Now." Scrimgeour stared at him for a single second, then snapped into motion. "I want every Auror who can cast a full shield down there with you," he said. "I will clear the floors. Go." He did not even question the fact that Harry was among them. The group ran. The corridors of the ministry were chaos. Employees stumbled out of offices with files clutched to their chests. Magic sputtered in the air. Lights flickered. Anxious voices rose and fell. Kingsley shouted orders over the noise. A handful of Aurors fell in around them, grim-faced. Tonks skidded around a corner and nearly collided with Ginny. "Watch her," Tonks said, breathless. "Evac on all lower departments." Scrimgeour yelled so loud the portraits are still shaking. "What is it this time?" "The Veil," Kingsley said. "Tom is using something new. Stay sharp. No experimental spells." Tonks swore in a very colorful way and fell into step beside them. The lift down to the Department of Mysteries was already jammed. They did not wait. Dumbledore flicked his wand. The lift doors flew open and the crowd inside spilled out, angry and frightened. "Press your coins if you are Order," Kingsley shouted. "Otherwise get up top and stay out of the way." The grate slammed shut behind them. The lift shuddered, then dropped. Harry could feel the pressure growing with every floor. The air felt thinner. Stray sparks of wild magic crackled along the walls. Merlin spoke again. "He is feeding the void through the arch," Merlin said. "The veil is a boundary. It spans more than life and death. It brushes the same layer the interdict rests on. He is using that edge to dig." "Can you stop him there?" Harry thought. "Not without cutting the whole node," Merlin said. "You know the cost." Harry set his jaw. "Then we do it my way," he thought back. The lift stopped with a lurch. The doors rattled open into the familiar round room with too many doors. This time the doors were not still. They shuddered in their frames, opening and slamming shut as if in a storm. Blue fire licked along the ceiling, then sank back into stone. "Stay together," Dumbledore said. "The veil chamber is this way." He picked a door and sent a pulse of magic at it. It burst inward. The corridor beyond vibrated with power. Harry could taste it on the back of his tongue, bitter and sharp. Two Death Eaters waited at the end of the hall. Their masks looked wrong in the flickering light, edges blurred. Spells crackled around them, wild. They raised their wands. "Move!" Kingsley snapped. Green light and purple curses leaped from both sides at once. Harry did not think. He reached for the sword. Cold flooded his arm. Silver light hardened around his hand. He stepped in front of Ginny and caught the first curse with a short, sharp sweep. The spell bent away, slamming into the ceiling. Stone exploded behind the Death Eaters, showering them with dust. Their follow-up shot went wide. Kingsley and Tonks took them both down with clean stunners. The corridor fell quiet except for the hum in the walls. Ginny let out a breath. "Still glad you skipped the accord," she muttered. He almost smiled. They pressed on. The closer they came to the veil chamber, the worse the air felt. Magic did not flow. It dragged. Every spell they cast took more effort than it should have. The light from their wands stuttered. At one point, Dumbledore lifted his wand to clear falling rubble and nothing happened. His eyes widened for a fraction of a second before the spell caught and surged, stronger than normal. "The void is biting at the frame," Merlin said. "The interdict is trying to compensate. The result is inconsistent strength. Be careful." Great, Harry thought. Random spell failure while fighting the most dangerous wizard alive. Love that. Ginny snorted softly behind him. "Welcome to our lives," she said. They reached the final door. It was already open. The veil chamber lay beyond, filled with a strange gray light. Harry stepped through. The arch stood in the center of the room, stone frame tall and thin. The curtain that hung in it once had moved gently in a wind that did not touch the rest of the room. Now it thrashed. The fabric strained against the edges as if something were pulling from the other side. Voldemort stood on the dais at the base of the arch. He looked thinner than Harry remembered. Not weaker, more focused. His red eyes glowed with a dull, cold light that was not normal magic. The skin around them was drawn. Around the edge of the chamber, Death Eaters held a loose ring. Lucius, Bellatrix, a few others in masks. All of them turned as Harry and the others entered. The air changed again. Harry felt rather than saw the moment Voldemort sensed the sword in the room. "Potter," Voldemort said. His voice cut more sharply than any spell in that moment. "Tom," Dumbledore said quietly. Voldemort did not even look at him. "All this time," Voldemort said, "I thought you were a mistake, a child with a freak protection. I see now that you are something else. You touched the same bones I did, only first." Harry walked forward until he was halfway to the dais. Aurors and Order members spread out behind him, wands up. Dumbledore took a place to his left. Kingsley moved slightly right. Ginny hung back near the door with Tonks beside her, jaw set. "You dug out your own anchors," Harry said. "You ripped your soul into bits so you could call yourself immortal. Now you are poking a hole in the bottom of everything because you cannot stand being like everyone else." Voldemort laughed. It was not an amused sound. It had an edge of genuine delight. "You think small," Voldemort said. "I am not trying to be like everyone else. I am fixing the mistake Merlin made when he locked power away. The world is rot on the surface and dead stone underneath. I will break the stone. Then I will build in the space that is left. Merlin's voice was very calm. If he tears that boundary the way I think he will, the interdict will have to shift or shatter, Merlin said. You are the hinge. What you choose will decide which. Helpful, Harry thought. Voldemort flicked his wand. The arch shuddered. The curtain blew outward. A blast of air tore through the room. Every torch went out. For a heartbeat there was no sound at all. Then the whispers started. Harry had heard them once before, years ago, as a murmur just beyond understanding. Now they were louder. Not voices he could parse. More like the sound of meanings tearing. Thought without words. The Aurors staggered. One dropped his wand and clutched his head. Hold the line, Kingsley shouted. Voldemort raised his free hand. Gray light clung to his fingers. You brought your own foundation, Voldemort said to Harry. Good. Let us see which principle wins. Your precious structure or the simple truth that everything falls apart. He snapped his fingers. A wave of cold rolled out from the arch. Spells that had been sitting in the stone of the chamber for decades flared and died. Wards went dark. The usual ambient hum of ministry protections vanished. For a second, Harry felt like he stood in a dead place. Then the interdict flexed. A new pressure rose from below, pushing back. It moved through Harry, through the sword, through the very floor. Merlin surged with it. Now Merlin said, let me act. One clean cut. We sever this place. We let it fall. The rest will hold. Harry saw it. Not in tidy pictures. In a rush of cold knowledge. If he let Merlin move unchecked, the sword would swing wider than any spell. It would slice through the veil, the chamber, the connecting corridors, and a good part of the level above. Everyone in the room would die. So would anyone unlucky enough to be in the wrong corridor at the wrong moment. The breach would seal. The rest of the world would survive. Efficient. He also saw another path. Messier. Harder. One that would require him to hold the tearing interface himself, to anchor the interdict with his own body and mind while he shaped the cut. He could route the worst of the collapse into himself and into the sword, away from the people behind him. He would live, probably, but part of him would never be quite separate from the structure again. He would always feel the weight. There would be scars in him where the void had tried to pull him through. Merlin favored the first option. You are one piece, the will said. They are many. Numbers matter. No, Harry thought. Out loud he said, I am not your sacrifice. Voldemort lifted his wand. Avada Kedavra, Voldemort hissed. The curse that left his wand was not the usual clean green. It was tinged with gray, edges frayed. It hummed with more than simple death. The void rode its path. Harry drew the sword. Cold roared through him. He stepped forward and swung. The blade met the curse just before it would have hit Dumbledore. There was no explosion of sparks. The green beam hit the altered pattern at the edge of the sword and twisted. The gray around it screamed in a sound that had nothing to do with air. The curse bent away, slammed into the stone behind Voldemort, and vanished into the veil. The curtain bucked. More whispers spilled out. Voldemort laughed again. Good, he said. You can do tricks. I can do more. He slashed his wand in a tight arc. Spells erupted. Not from the tip but from the marks carved into his arm earlier. They came in a fan. Cutting, burning, piercing. Each spell carried a thread of the same thin emptiness he had used on the village. Harry moved. He did not try to block them all. He could not. He focused on the ones headed straight for the people behind him. The sword flashed. One curse flipped and hit the ceiling. Another bent and tore a chunk out of the floor instead of an oar. A third shattered in mid-air when the blade sliced along its pattern and severed its center. Two more slipped by. Dumbledore caught one with a pure shield charm that flashed bright silver and held, though Harry saw his old teacher stagger under the strain. Kingsley rolled aside from another, came up, and sent a solid stunner back. The Death Eaters around the room started firing. The chamber descended into chaos. Harry stayed focused on Voldemort. Every time the Dark Lord sent a spell at him or the Arch, Harry met it with the blade. He could feel the differences now. Normal dark arts felt hot and slick. The void-ridden spells felt thin and sharp, like broken glass. Merlin kept feeding him information. That one eats structure. The voice said as a gray-tinged curse flew toward the base of the arch. Redirect downwards, not aside. If it hits a load-bearing vein of stone, it will spread. Harry obeyed without thinking. The sword swept low. The curse hit the altered pattern and arced straight back to Voldemort. Voldemort snarled and let it pass through him. For a second his outline blurred. The stone behind him cracked. When his shape solidified again, his already odd features looked a shade more distant, as if part of him were already somewhere else. He is letting the void eat pieces he considers unnecessary, Merlin said. He is becoming hollow. Harry felt a wave of disgust. You cannot win by taking pieces off until there is nothing left, Harry shouted. On the contrary, Voldemort replied. If there is nothing left, there is nothing to hurt. He flicked his wand at the arch. The curtain ripped. Not all the way. A thin tear opened across the middle. Through it Harry saw not a place, not even darkness, but an absence that made his eyes ache. The whispers rose in volume. The edges of the tear flickered between stone and nothing. The interdict screamed. Harry dropped to one knee as pain ran up his spine. Everyone in the room with any magical sense flinched. Merlin surged again. This is the point, Merlin said. If I cut now, I can stop it before the tear widens. Images hit Harry. Walls collapsing. Bodies falling. A wave of cold. Then silence. The tear closing, clean and final. He also saw a flash of another possible future. It was not as detailed. He saw himself standing at a strange crossroad in his own mind, holding both the sword and the thread of the void that had slipped through. He saw Ginny's face, streaked with tears and furious. He saw Ron and Hermione behind her. He saw Dumbledore watching with a look that was not pride or disappointment but something complicated and tired. He saw himself saying, I will carry this, not you. The choice pressed against him. In the corner of his vision, he saw an oar fall to a stray curse. He saw Tonks drag another behind a toppled row of benches. He saw Ginny near the door, wand up, shield flickering as a stray spell hit and bounced. If he took Merlin's option, she died. He could feel it as clearly as any spell. That decided it. No, Harry said out loud. Merlin's shock was almost comical. You would endanger the frame for one girl, Merlin demanded. For one girl. For one old professor. For one stupid redhead. For every person in this room. Harry thought fiercely. You think like an architect who only cares about the building. I live in it. He forced himself to his feet. His knees shook. His hands burned. He felt the interdict pressing down, trying to move through him in the clean-cut Merlin preferred. He grabbed it, not with his hand, with his whole mind. He pictured the interdict not as an abstract grid, but as something alive that had shaped the world for centuries. He pictured the void as a crack spreading through ice. He did not let Merlin reach for the sword. Instead, he spoke. Stop, he said, voice shaking but loud. To his own surprise, both forces listened. He stood between them, in that strange inner space where his core met the ancient structure. New rules, he said under his breath. If you want to move through me, you do it my way. He felt Merlin's anger. You are a child, Merlin said. You cannot carry this level of choice. Harry thought of the cupboard, of the graveyard, of the prophecy, of every moment an adult had decided for him and called it kindness. I have been carrying your choices my whole life, he said. This time you carry mine. He pulled. In the real chamber his eyes went pale silver. The sword blazed, not cold now but bright. Everyone in the room felt the shift. Voldemort's next spell hit the air in front of Harry and shattered. Not because the sword cut it, but because the underlying pattern refused to hold it. Impossible, Voldemort whispered. Harry stepped forward. The tear in the veil screamed. The void pushed, trying to widen the gap and spread through the department. Harry took that push and redirected it. Not into the arch. Not into the walls. Into himself. Pain slammed through every nerve. For a sick, endless second he felt as if he were standing with one foot on stone and one foot in nothing. The void tried to climb his spine and peel his mind away from his body. Ginny screamed his name. He heard it even through the noise. He grabbed that sound like a lifeline. He anchored himself not in the cold clarity Merlin offered but in the messy, clumsy collection of ties that made him Harry. Ron's laugh. Hermione's annoyed huff. The way Ginny's nose crinkled when she was about to argue. The sound of Fred and George joking. The way Mrs. Weasley hugged so tight it hurt. Sirius's bark of laughter echoing in his memory. He shoved all of that into the space between structure and collapse. The void recoiled. It did not understand that kind of anchor. It knew clean lines and the absence of them. It did not know stubborn, irrational love. The interdict flexed around him, startled. Merlin swore in some old language that sounded mostly like harsh consonants. "You are breaking every rule," Merlin said. Harry smiled through the pain. "Welcome to my life," he said. He raised the sword. Voldemort was still on the dais, eyes wide, wand up. For the first time since Harry had known him, the Dark Lord looked unsure. "You cannot hold that forever," Voldemort snarled. "It will hollow you the way it hollowed me." "Probably," Harry said. He stepped onto the dais. "But I will be hollowed on my own terms. Not because you or Merlin decided what was acceptable." He slashed the sword through the air, not at Voldemort's body but at the tangle of connections between the Dark Lord and the void he had invited in. For a heartbeat, time slowed. Harry saw the Horcrux scars that no longer held fragments. He saw the ritual marks carved in stone in the ruined abbey. He saw the gray thread that linked all of that to the tear in the veil. He cut that thread. The room snapped back. Voldemort screamed. It was not the high, sharp sound Harry had heard when the curse backfired years ago. It was deeper, more shocked. The void that had been coiled at the edge of Voldemort's soul yanked away, pulled back through the path it had come. The tear in the veil sealed with a sound like rushing breath. The curtain sagged, then settled into its old slow drift. The interdict stopped screaming. For a moment Voldemort just stood there, chest heaving. Then his knees buckled. He fell to the dais, catching himself on one hand. His wand rolled away. Harry stood a step away, sword still in hand. "Do it," Merlin said. "This is the clean moment. No ritual, no backfire, just an end." Harry looked down. For the first time, Voldemort's eyes were not filled with rage or mad certainty. They were just tired and furious and very human. "You took my work," Voldemort hissed. "You used the same bones. You reshaped the same rules. You think you are better than me because you did it with friends at your back." Harry thought about that. "No," he said quietly. "I am not better because of that. I am different. You kept cutting parts of yourself away until there was nothing left but hunger. I nearly did the same with my grief. If I had followed Merlin's plan, I might have ended up close to you." He stepped back. Voldemort blinked. "What are you doing?" he spat. "Ending this in a way I can live with," Harry said. He turned his head. "Kingsley," he called. Kingsley, who had been holding a shield against stray curses with his teeth gritted, dropped it and strode forward at once. Two Aurors came with him, shock all over their faces. "Bind him," Harry said. "Harry," Dumbledore said quietly. Harry did not take his eyes off Voldemort. "He has no Horcruxes," Harry said. "He has no void to hide behind. He is one man with a broken soul. I will not be the executioner this time. The Ministry can try him. The world can see exactly what he is without legends." Scrimgeour, who had arrived at the door at some point during the chaos with a small guard at his back, stared at him. "You trust us with this?" Scrimgeour asked. Harry met his gaze. "No," Harry said. "But I trust myself less if I make killing a habit." Merlin was silent. Kingsley moved. Voldemort tried to curse him without a wand. Nothing happened. The bindings snapped into place. For the first time, the Dark Lord's magic did not answer the call of his rage. He thrashed once, then sagged. "It will not hold," Voldemort croaked. "You may lock me in your stone box. The rot will still spread. People will still hate and fear and try to break your neat little rules." "I know," Harry said. "But I am done trying to solve everything at the base of the world in one swing. Some things we fix the slow way." He let the sword run back into his core. His body shook. The room swam. Sounds blurred into a dull roar. He heard Ginny shout his name again as if from a distance. He stumbled. Strong arms caught him. For a second he thought it was Merlin, but the grip was too warm. Ginny held him up, eyes bright with tears and fury. "You idiot," she said, voice breaking. "You absolute idiot. You cannot just stand in the middle of reality and tell it new rules." He tried to laugh and ended up coughing. "Seems I can," he said, voice hoarse. "I just cannot stand up very well afterwards." She pressed her forehead to his. "You come back to me," she said. "Do you hear me? Not as some empty thing that only thinks in numbers. You come back as you." He closed his eyes for a moment and leaned into her. "I am still me," he whispered. Inside his mind, Merlin spoke very softly. "You took my will and bent it," Merlin said. "You separated my purpose from my control. You made yourself the primary actor. That has consequences." "I know," Harry thought. "We will deal with them later." "You will never be entirely free of the interdict now," Merlin said. "Part of it is stitched to your nerves. You will feel every large shift for the rest of your life." Harry let that settle. "Then I will make sure the shifts are worth feeling," he thought. Merlin did not answer. In the Veil Chamber, Aurors tightened bindings and moved Voldemort to the side. The Death Eaters who had not already fallen were stunned and tied. Dumbledore leaned on his wand, eyes on Harry with an expression that was hard to read. Scrimgeour looked between the bound Dark Lord, the still shivering boy who had held back the void, and the elders whose faces still flickered in the silver instrument one of the unspeakables had carried in. "We are going to have a very complicated tomorrow," Scrimgeour said slowly. "Tomorrow can wait," Ginny snapped. "He needs a healer and about a week of sleep." Harry laughed weakly again. "A week sounds nice," he said. He did not get it. He got a stretcher, white light, healers shouting, Dumbledore and Ogden and Kingsley arguing somewhere just out of earshot. He got the sense of the interdict settling around his bones like a second skin. He got Ginny's hand clenched in his until someone tried to pry it loose and she snarled at them. He got one clear thought as the world finally went dark for a while. "I chose," he thought. "Not Merlin. Not Voldemort. Me. Whatever came next would be built on that." Harry woke up to the sound of something breathing. Not a person. Not a creature. Something slower. Deep. Like the castle itself had lungs. He snapped upright. Pain flared behind his eyes. His vision swam. The steady beep of a monitoring charm near his head stuttered. "Easy," a voice said. "Do not pull your stitches." Ginny sat in the chair beside his bed. Her hair was a flat, tangled mess. There were shadows under her eyes. She looked perfect. She also looked like she had not slept properly in days. Harry blinked. "Where?" he croaked. "Infirmary," Ginny said. "Hogwarts. 3 days after you yelled at reality and told it to behave." He tried to say something. His throat hurt. Madame Pomfrey appeared at his other side, brisk and exact, and lifted a cup to his lips. "Small sips," she said. "Your channels are fried. I am not patching them back together just for you to tear them open again," babbling at Miss Weasley. He drank. The water tasted faintly of mint and something sharp. It hit his stomach and spread outward as warmth. He listened. Under the usual hospital sounds, he could still hear it. A slow, distant pulse, like a heartbeat buried deep under stone and earth. Every time it thumped, his own magic stirred. He winced. Ginny watched his face. "You hear it," she said. Not really a question. Harry swallowed. "Yes," he said. "The interdict. The anchor. Whatever we are calling it now. It is loud." Pomfrey snorted. "It is quieter than you were," she said. "The first night you were in here you kept thrashing and muttering about bones and threads. Nearly punched Mr. Weasley when he got too close." Harry blinked. "Is he okay?" he asked. Ginny's mouth twitched. "He is fine," she said. "He is weirdly proud he got a bruise from you and not from a bludger this time." Harry let his head fall back against the pillow. "How bad is it?" he asked. "For me." Pomfrey looked at him over the top of her spectacles. "You will live," she said. "Which is more than I had money on when they carried you in looking like you had tried to apparate inside out." She came closer. "Your magic is different," she said. "Not damaged. Altered. You are tuned to something wider now. I have never seen readings like it. I sent copies to St. Mungo's and they did not know what to do with them either. Harry shifted. Can I still cast? He asked. Yes, Pomfrey said. Once you stop trying to stand up and fall over, we will test it properly. Ginny took his hand. You scared everyone, she said quietly. Only everyone, he said. His voice was weak but the joke was there. She squeezed his fingers. Idiot, she murmured. Pomfrey sighed. I will give you 10 minutes before the first dignitary barges in and ruins my ward, she said. Use them wisely. She bustled away. Harry turned his head back to Ginny. Voldemort, he asked. Captured, Ginny said. Still breathing. Locked up in a temporary cell under the ministry with more wards than a dragon vault. No Horcruxes. No fancy void tricks. Just a wizard with a ruined soul and a lot of guards. Death Eaters, Harry asked. Enough of them to fill half a courtroom, Ginny said. We do not know how many ran. The ones in the Veil Chamber are in custody. There will be trials. People are already arguing about what counts as imperious and what does not. Harry closed his eyes for a moment. The veil, he said. Holding, Ginny said. The tear is sealed. The unspeakables are furious and fascinated. They keep sending requests for a brief interview with you, which Professor McGonagall keeps returning with very small, very rude notes. Harry snorted. Hurt. Scrimgeour, he asked. Busy, Ginny said. Trying to pretend he had a plan for all of this the whole time. Kingsley has been here every day. Dumbledore too. The elders keep calling through that silver bowl like it is the wizarding version of a muggle telephone. Madame Pomfrey had a fit and banned them from talking to you until you woke up properly. Harry smiled a little. Merlin, he thought. Present, the voice said. Sounded tired. Less like a statue talking. More like someone who had run a long way and was trying not to admit it. You okay? Harry thought back. I am a will woven into a structure, Merlin said. I do not get tired in the way you do. I do, however, now have to consider your stubborn concept of acceptable cost every time I move. It is new. Harry huffed weakly. Good, he thought. Ginny watched him. You are doing the silent conversation thing again, she said. Merlin is sulking, Harry said. He is not used to someone telling him no. Ginny's mouth quirked. He will have to get used to it, she said. He is living in your head rent-free. Harry sobered. How are you? He asked. Really? Ginny's grip tightened. I watched you stand in front of the veil and glow, she said. I watched your eyes go silver. I felt the air go wrong. I thought you were going to disappear. Her voice shook on the last word. I am still here, he said. I know, she said. I am still allowed to be furious about how close it was. He swallowed. I did not know if it would work, he admitted. Merlin wanted to cut the whole chamber. It would have ended the problem cleanly. Also would have killed you. That made the choice easier. Her eyes filled. You chose to carry it instead, she said. He nodded. Yes, he said. I am going to complain about the wait forever. But yes, she leaned down and kissed him. Slow, careful. The monitoring charm next to his head spiked for a second, then calmed. When she pulled back, her eyes were wet and her voice was firm. You do not get to do that again without talking to me first, she said. He almost laughed. I will schedule my next reality argument, he said. Good, she said. She wiped her eyes with the heel of her hand. We have 9 minutes, she said. I am going to use them to cuddle you before the grown-ups arrive and start talking about accords and reforms and whatever else they have put on their agendas. She shuffled onto the bed carefully, lying on her side so her head rested on his shoulder. He shifted just enough to make room, ignoring Pomfrey's distant huff. The slow pulse under the stone kept going. For the first time, it did not feel entirely alien. It felt like something he could live with. Scene 1 roster. Harry, Ginny, Madame Pomfrey, Merlin's voice. They did not get the full 10 minutes. The door opened 8 minutes later. McGonagall came in first, stiff as a sword. Dumbledore followed, eyes lined. Kingsley was behind them, wearing plain dark robes. Ogden's and Marchbank's faces shimmered in a small silver basin that floated beside Dumbledore, coming in like an unwanted balloon. Pomfrey clucked her tongue. I said 10 minutes, she said. You lot barely managed 8. Forgive us, Poppy, Dumbledore said. The world is already rearranging itself. We need Mr. Potter's input before someone decides to do it for him. Harry squeezed Ginny's hand once and let her sit up. He pushed himself a little higher against the pillows. The movement made his muscles protest. Dumbledore took the chair on Harry's left. Kingsley stayed standing at the foot of the bed. McGonagall crossed her arms and glared at everyone in a way that promised pain if they tired her patient. Ogden spoke from the basin. You survived, Ogden said. Good. I would have hated to rewrite a century of strategy because our anchor decided to exhaust himself out of existence. Marchbanks gave him a sharp look. Say thank you first, she said. Then complain. Ogden sighed. Thank you for not letting the Dark Lord pull the veil apart, he said. Harry managed a small smile. You are welcome, he said. Kingsley cleared his throat. We will keep this short, Kingsley said. Healer's orders. He glanced at Pomfrey, who nodded grudgingly. Voldemort is secure, Kingsley said. The immediate crisis is contained. That does not mean we are done. There are questions we cannot answer without you. Harry nodded once. Go ahead, he said. Scrimgeour was not present, Harry noticed. Either he was too busy or he did not want to be seen in a room where he was not in charge. Dumbledore folded his hands. The first question, Dumbledore said, is what you are now. Forgive the bluntness. You stood at the meeting point between the interdict and the void and told them both what to do. That has never happened before. Not like that. Harry swallowed. I am still me, he said. I can still feel the anchor. Feels me back. Merlin says part of the interdict is stitched to my nerves now. I will feel big shifts as long as I live. Ogden nodded. We can confirm that from our end, Ogden said. Your signature is woven into the frame in a way we did not plan. We can no longer make large adjustments without consulting you. That limits our options. It also protects against anyone trying to force a contract like the one the minister attempted. Marchbanks smiled, thin and satisfied. They cannot bind what they do not understand, she said. Or what you refuse to follow. Kingsley rubbed his jaw. So Mr. Potter is now a living seat on whatever council deals with foundational magic, he said. Unofficially, Harry grimaced. Perfect, he said. More meetings. Dumbledore's mouth twitched. We will do what we can to keep the number of meetings reasonable, Dumbledore said. Which brings us to the second question. The Ministry wants a new framework. The Elders want one as well. The old accords do not cover this situation. You are at the center. Harry looked at Kingsley. What is Scrimgeour planning? He asked. Kingsley sighed. He is trying to draft a set of foundational magic regulations that will make him look like he has everything under control, Kingsley said. Mandatory registration, special emergency powers, oversight committees. You know the pattern. He is not a fool. He is also terrified. Hermione would have had a field day, Harry thought. Merlin hummed. Law is one way to channel fear, Merlin said. It is better than mobs. Not by much, Harry thought back. Ogden cleared his throat. The Elders have drafted a counter-proposal, Ogden said. We call it the Anchor Compact. It recognizes the interdict as a separate entity from any ministry. It acknowledges the Elders as its traditional stewards. It names you as the living anchor's voice. It sets boundaries. The ministry cannot touch the anchor. We cannot use it to enforce petty politics. All changes require your consent. Harry blinked. You want to write me into law, he said. Marchbanks nodded. Yes, she said. Not as a weapon, as a blocking move. If you are the gate, the ministry cannot slip a chain through without you seeing it. Neither can we. McGonagall adjusted her glasses. That is a great deal of power to place on one teenager, she said. Story of my life, Harry muttered. Dumbledore did not smile. Power is only part of it, Dumbledore said. It is also a burden, constant one. Harry is already carrying more weight than any student has a right to. I will not support any structure that chains him further without his clear, informed consent. Harry looked at him. You are actually asking this time, Harry said. Dumbledore met his gaze. Yes, Dumbledore said. I have learned. Slowly, painfully, but I have learned. Harry held his eyes for a long moment, something unclenched in his chest. Good, Harry said quietly. Kingsley spread his hands. If we do nothing, Kingsley said, someone else will write their own rules and shove them through a panicked Wizengamot. That will end badly for all of us. If we do this with you, Harry, we might end up with something that actually protects people instead of just protecting the Ministry. Ginny shifted. Question, she said. In this brave new compact, what happens to him when he is 30 and tired of people knocking on his door every time the interdict hiccups? Is there an exit plan? Ogden considered. The bond between Harry and the interdict is strong, Ogden said. We cannot undo it without ripping pieces out of both. We can, however, plan for successors, apprentices, a council, ways to share the weight. We should have done that with Merlin. We did not. We will not repeat that mistake. Merlin grumbled in Harry's mind. I would have planned successors if anyone had listened, Merlin said. Sure you would, Harry thought. McGonagall eyed Ogden. I want that written down, McGonagall said. Not just spoken in some hidden chamber. Clear language, successors, shared responsibility, protections for the anchor as a person, not just a function. You sound like Hermione, Ginny muttered. I am honored, McGonagall said dryly. Harry turned back to Dumbledore and Kingsley. Will the Ministry accept a compact that tells them they cannot touch the anchor? Harry asked. They already tried once. Kingsley shrugged. Scrimgeour will not like it, Kingsley said. But he is not stupid. After what they saw in the Veil Chamber, the smarter heads in the Ministry understand that trying to put the interdict on a leash nearly got us all killed. They will accept something that lets them say they respect the ancient laws while still having a seat at the table. Dumbledore nodded. The Wizengamot is full of people who love the sound of the word compact, he said. They will feel very important signing their names under a document that has Merlin's anchor at the top. Ogden's eyes glinted. Good, Ogden said. They can feel important while we keep the world from cracking. Harry let out a slow breath. All right, he said. Conditions. Ginny made a small approving sound. First, Harry said, no more contracts that use my name as a hook without my consent. Obviously, no more attempts to link the interdict to Ministry law in a way I cannot see. If you want my help, you ask. I will still say no if I think you are wrong. Ogden nodded. Agreed, he said. Second, Harry said, you stop treating me like an artifact to be stored or a weapon to be pointed. I am going back to Hogwarts. I am finishing school. I get to play Quidditch if Madame Pomfrey lets me. I am not spending the next year sitting in meetings about structural flux while everyone else studies for exams. McGonagall actually smiled. I can live with that, she said. Kingsley made a face. We will try to keep it to emergencies and scheduled check-ins, Kingsley said. No dragging you out of Transfiguration for committee nonsense. Third, Harry said, you use this compact to protect people who do not have a voice. Not just me. If you are going to write a new class for foundational anomalies, you make sure it cannot be used to throw some poor kid in a cell because they were born with a weird connection to old magic. No Azkaban for being inconvenient. Dumbledore's eyes warmed. I will fight for that, Dumbledore said. Kingsley nodded. So will I, he said. Ogden looked at Marchbanks. She gave a short nod. We can support that, Marchbanks said. We are not in the habit of throwing children into prisons to calm frightened politicians. Harry looked at Ginny. She watched him with a steady, fierce pride. You are making a lot of people very nervous, she said softly. Good, he said. He turned back to the basin. Write your compact, Harry said. Send me a draft. I will read every line. Hermione will read every line twice. If we agree, I will sign as whatever you want to call me. Anchor, representative, headache in human form, whatever. Ogden actually laughed. Done, he said. Marchbanks inclined her head. Welcome to the council, Potter, she said. Harry grimaced. Do not say that like it is an honor, he said. I am still charging you rent for living in my head. Merlin snorted. You could not afford my rent, Merlin said. Harry grinned faintly. We will see, he thought. Pomfrey stepped in then, looking unimpressed. "That is enough," she said. "Out, all of you. He needs rest, not constitutional debates." Dumbledore stood at once. "Of course," he said. He looked down at Harry. "We will return when Madame Pomfrey allows it. Until then, rest." McGonagall gave Harry one sharp, fond look. "Try not to rewrite any more laws from your bed," she said. "No promises," he said. Kingsley inclined his head. "We will do our best to build something you can live with," he said. Ogden and Marchbank's images flickered and faded as the basin dimmed. The room quieted. Pomfrey let Ginny stay. Harry closed his eyes for a moment, exhausted. The deep pulse under the world kept going. This time it felt like something he had negotiated with, not something that was simply pressing down. Scene 2 roster: Harry, Ginny, Madame Pomfrey, Dumbledore, McGonagall, Kingsley, Ogden, Marchbanks, Merlin's voice. The trial happened a month later. Winter sat over London in a flat grey. The ministry atrium was colder than usual despite the wards. The fountain had been dismantled long ago. In its place stood a clean, simple pillar carved with names of people lost in the war so far. Harry did not like looking at it. He did it anyway as he walked past. Ginny walked at his side, dressed in plain robes. Ron and Hermione flanked them. Kingsley met them near the lifts and led them down. "You do not have to testify," Kingsley said as they descended. "I know," Harry said. "Scrimgeour would prefer if you did," Kingsley said. "He wants the image. The boy who lived bringing the Dark Lord to justice." Harry rolled his eyes. "I am not a poster," he said. "I know," Kingsley said. The courtroom was already half full when they arrived. The great stone benches that circled the floor were packed with witches and wizards in formal robes. Press badges glinted on some lapels. Quills scratched. Cameras clicked softly. The chained chair in the center of the floor held Voldemort. The sight of him there was strange. He wore simple dark robes without ornament. His hands were bound in plain, heavy shackles. Wards shimmered around the chair. His face looked drawn. The reptilian distortion was still there, but thinner. Without Horcrux anchors or void tricks, he looked less like a myth and more like a man who had done terrible things and been eaten from the inside by them. He watched the room with flat red eyes. Dumbledore sat among the witnesses. McGonagall too. Ogden and Marchbanks had declined to come in person, leaving their lawyers and a written statement about structural crimes. Scrimgeour presided in his capacity as minister, with the Chief Warlock's seat temporarily empty. Kingsley led Harry to a bench near the front. Ginny squeezed his hand and took a seat beside him. Ron and Hermione sat just behind them. Whispers ran through the room. Names like Potter and Voldemort hissed through the air. Harry ignored them. The trial opened with formal charges. War crimes, murder, torture, use of forbidden rituals, attempted structural collapse, crimes against the interdict as an entity. The list went on. Voldemort did not flinch. When asked for a plea, he smiled. "Guilty to the acts," he said. "Not guilty to the idea that I was wrong." A low murmur ran around the room. Scrimgeour's jaw clenched. "Be that as it may," Scrimgeour said. "You will answer for them." Witnesses came and went. Orus described raids and bodies. Healers spoke of curses that chewed at bones long after the initial wound. Some victims came forward. Some sent written testimony. Not too many. Most preferred to stay home and try to rebuild their lives. Dumbledore spoke about Tom Riddle, the orphanage, the boy at Hogwarts who had once asked questions about life after death with too much intensity. Harry listened. He had heard some of it before. It still twisted something in his chest. Hermione whispered under her breath. "It does not excuse it," she said. "Nothing excuses it." "I know," Harry said. In the afternoon they called Harry. He walked down to the center of the courtroom, feeling the weight of 100 eyes. The chains on Voldemort's chair clinked. "State your name for the record," Scrimgeour said. "Harry James Potter," Harry said. "You stand here as the one who ended the Dark Lord's campaign," Scrimgeour said. "Both in the graveyard years ago and in the Department of Mysteries last month." Harry resisted the urge to look at the pillar of names. I stood there, he said. So did a lot of other people. There was a small stir in the backbenches. Some of it approving, some impatient. Scrimgeour's eyes narrowed. For the court, Scrimgeour said. Describe what happened in the Veil Chamber. Harry did. He kept it simple. He spoke about the breach, the way magic had gone thin, Voldemort's new tricks with the void, the tear in the veil, the pressure of the interdict. Merlin's voice, his choice. He did not dramatize it. He did not downplay it. When he finished, the courtroom was very quiet. Why did you not kill him? A witch from the Wisengamot asked. Her tone was not cruel. Curious. You had the power. You had the opportunity. You would have been praised. Harry looked at Voldemort. The red eyes watched him with a strange, cold focus. I have killed people, Harry said. In the graveyard. In the war. Sometimes because I had no other choice. Sometimes because nobody told me there was another way. I have learned to hate how easy it is to justify. I did not want to walk out of that chamber as an executioner again. He took a breath. And I did not want you to have a clean story, he said, looking at the wizard who had asked. It is too easy to turn him into a monster you can blame everything on and then go back to life as usual. He is human. He made choices. So did the people who followed him. So did the people who looked away. You all need to see that. The murmur that ran around the courtroom this time was sharper. Scrimgeour tapped his gavel. You speak as if the rest of us are on trial, Scrimgeour said. In a way we are, Harry said. You built a world where a boy like Tom Riddle could fall through every crack and decide killing was the only way to matter. You built a ministry that thought it could chain ancient magic and failed. You built a society where Death Eaters could walk free for years because they had the right names. He shrugged, feeling the heat rise in his face. When I was a baby, you made me a symbol instead of a person, he said. I am tired of that. So no, I did not kill him. You deal with him. You own that choice this time. Scrimgeour's expression barely shifted. His eyes said more than his face. You have made your views clear, Scrimgeour said. No further questions. Another witch stood. Mr. Potter, she said, you now hold a formal role with respect to the interdict. Do you believe this court has the right to judge crimes that touch that level? Harry thought of Merlin, of Ogden and Marchbanks, of the compact draft he and Hermione had spent nights scribbling over with red ink. Yes, Harry said, if it is done openly. If you listen to the people who understand what you do not. If you do not pretend that law replaces responsibility. The interdict is not a god. It is a set of rules. Sometimes it needs help. That is where people come in. The witch nodded slowly and sat. Voldemort watched all of this with an unreadable expression. Do you have any statement about the Dark Lord's nature that this court should consider? Scrimgeour asked. Harry considered. He is very clever, Harry said. He is very broken. He is very dangerous. He is also not magic itself. Taking his wand does not fix the things that made his ideas appealing. You do that work or someone else like him will stand where he is in 20 years. That is the best I can say. He stepped back. They let him go. As he returned to his seat, Voldemort's eyes met his. For the first time, Harry saw something like curiosity there. You will regret leaving me alive, Voldemort murmured as Harry passed. His voice was low enough that only Harry heard. Maybe, Harry said. I would regret killing you more. He kept walking. Ginny caught his hand when he sat down. Her grip steadied him more than any calming draft. The trial lasted 3 days. At the end, the Wisengamot delivered its verdict. Guilty on all counts. Sentenced to a newly created high-security block under the Ministry, warded at both normal and foundational level. No Dementors. No possibility of escape. No chance of parole. The world would not see him again unless the interdict itself broke. It was not perfect. It was better than a veil and a curse in the dark. Scene 3 roster. Harry, Ginny, Ron, Hermione, Dumbledore, Kingsley, Scrimgeour, Wisengamot, Voldemort. Spring came to Hogwarts late. Snow clung to the edges of the grounds even as crocuses pushed up through thinner patches. The lake still carried a thin skin of ice some mornings. The castle, for once, did not feel like it was waiting for something terrible. Harry sat under a tree near the Black Lake, Transfiguration textbook open and ignored in his lap. Ginny lay with her head in the grass, watching the sky. Ron and Hermione argued quietly over arithmancy near the roots. You cannot just assume the function behaves nicely at the edges, Hermione said. It is a squiggle on a page, Ron said. How does it even have edges? Harry let their words wash over him. The deep pulse of the interdict was quieter today, less strained. He had learned to tell the difference between ordinary shifts and trouble. This was ordinary. Wards being adjusted. Someone fixing a botched ritual in a safe house. Normal magic. Normal. He still was not sure what that meant for him. But it felt closer. Merlin was quiet. Not gone. Never gone. Just watching. You have stopped yelling quite so much, Merlin said eventually. You picked a stubborn anchor, Harry thought. It is a package deal. True, Merlin said. A small group of first years walked by, pointing at the giant squid playing lazily in the water. One of them glanced at Harry, eyes wide, then looked away quickly when Harry caught his gaze. Still famous, Ginny said without moving. Harry groaned. I would like one day where nobody whispers my name in a corridor, he said. You are a walking treaty now, Ron said. They do not just whisper boy who lived. They whisper anchor as well. Harry winced. Do not call me that, he said. It sounds like a bad tattoo. Hermione smiled. You did sign the compact, she said. Harry thought of the neat parchment, the lines they had edited, the signatures, ministry, elders, Dumbledore, his own in the corner not larger than anyone else's. He had almost walked away from it. In the end, he had put his name down, not because he trusted any of them completely, because he trusted himself enough to stand in the way when they tried something stupid. Does not mean I have to enjoy the title, he said. Ginny rolled onto her side and propped herself on one elbow. What do you enjoy? She asked. Now that you are not actively fighting to keep the veil from becoming a doorway to nowhere. He thought about it. Flying, he said. Sleeping without seeing green light every time I close my eyes. The way you look when you spoon mashed potatoes onto my plate like you are planning an assault. She snorted. That is not enjoyment, she said. That is survival. You eat like you are trying to grow taller than Ron. I am taller than Ron, Harry said. Ron looked up. Oi, Ron said. No, you are not. Hermione smacked his arm gently with her quill. Focus, she said. Exams. Ron groaned and went back to his notes. Ginny kept watching Harry. You have changed, she said quietly. He frowned. How? He asked. You listen more, she said. Not just to Merlin. To us. To yourself. You do not jump every time someone says your name. You still go very still when you feel the interdict twitch. But you do not try to fix everything alone. He considered that. I still want to, he said. Fix everything. It is worse now that I can feel it when something is wrong. I know, she said. That is why you have us. To remind you that you are allowed to be a person. Not just a hinge. He smiled. Thanks, he said. A shadow fell over them. They looked up. Dumbledore stood there, robes slightly askew from the breeze, eyes bright behind his glasses. May I join you? He asked. Harry shifted his books aside. Sure, Harry said. Dumbledore lowered himself onto the grass with a small sound that might have been a groan. Age sat on him more heavily now that the constant crisis had eased. Ron and Hermione scooted a little closer, as if drawn in by gravity. Ginny sat up. For a few moments they just watched the lake. The last time I sat here with students and a war not actively crashing through the window, I was not quite as tired, Dumbledore said. How long ago was that? Ron asked. Long enough, Dumbledore said. He looked at Harry. I owe you an apology, Dumbledore said. Several, in fact. We have spoken around them. I would prefer not to leave them unsaid. Harry shifted, uncomfortable. You do not have to, he said. I do, Dumbledore said. For myself as much as for you. He folded his hands in his lap. I spent a long time deciding what was best for you without asking, Dumbledore said. I thought I was protecting you. Perhaps at first I was. Then, somewhere along the way, I began also protecting myself. From guilt. From admitting that I had made you into a piece on a board without your consent. Harry stared at the lake. Why are you saying this now? He asked. Because you stood in a courtroom and told the wizarding world to own its choices, Dumbledore said. It is only fair that I model the behavior I now expect from my former students. Hermione made a small sound that might have been approval. Dumbledore smiled faintly. I do not expect forgiveness, Dumbledore said. You may never fully trust me. That is your right. I would like you to know that I see you now, not as a symbol, as a person who has done more than enough for one lifetime. Harry picked at a blade of grass. You kept secrets you did not have to, Harry said. You let me walk into things blind because you thought I could not handle the truth. You sat in that office and tried to get me to sign away my choices to the Ministry in the name of safety. Yes, Dumbledore said. I am still angry about that, Harry said. Yes, Dumbledore said again. And I still want you around, Harry said. To be old and annoying and clever, and to argue with me when I am about to do something stupid in the other direction. Silence stretched. Dumbledore exhaled slowly. I can live with that, he said. Ginny bumped Harry's shoulder. Look at you, she murmured. Having complicated emotions like a functioning human being. He elbowed her lightly. Dumbledore's gaze went distant for a moment. Merlin spoke to me, he said. Harry blinked. In my head? Harry asked. Dumbledore shook his head. In a dream, Dumbledore said. Or what passes for one these days. A memory wrapped around a message. He informed me that he has been demoted. Harry almost choked. Demoted, he repeated. Yes, Dumbledore said. From primary operator to advisory will. His words, not mine. Merlin sounded smug. He is not wrong, Merlin said. You have made me into what humans call a conscience. I still dislike the inefficiency. I must admit it has a certain clarity. Harry grinned. You will live, he thought. I suspect he will, Dumbledore said. Ron frowned. Wait, Ron said. Can he hear us right now? Bits, Harry said. He is trying not to eavesdrop. It is like having a very polite neighbor with terrible timing. Ginny snorted. Hermione looked thoughtful. Maybe one day you can help build something, she said. Not just hold it together. A better ministry, better laws, better wards. If the interdict is now half built on you, you might as well ask it to stop supporting the worst bits. Harry considered that. Maybe, he said. Later. After exams. Always after exams, Hermione said firmly. Dumbledore chuckled. Some things never change, he said. He pushed himself to his feet with a little effort. I will leave you to your afternoon, he said. Try not to rearrange the world too much before dinner. No promises, Ginny said. He walked back toward the castle, robes fluttering slightly. Harry watched him go. The pulse under the world hummed in his veins. It no longer felt like a command. It felt like a constant offer. You do not have to say yes every time, Merlin said. You can let small cracks be patched by others. I plan to, Harry thought. I would like at least one day where the most important decision I make is what to eat. Ginny flopped back down into the grass. Speaking of, she said, if you do not come to dinner, Mum will send a howler reminding you to eat. She does not care if you are an anchor or a minister or the head of the Wisengamot. You are still the boy who needs feeding. Harry smiled. Dinner it is, he said. Scene 4 roster. Harry, Ginny, Ron, Hermione, Dumbledore, Merlin's voice. The great hall that evening felt different. Not because of decorations. Not because of some dramatic announcement. Because nobody flinched when the doors opened. Because the biggest problem at most tables was tests and Quidditch and who was snogging whom behind the greenhouses. Harry sat with Ginny, Ron, and Hermione at the Gryffindor table. Plates clinked. People laughed. A few curious glances still came his way. Fewer every week. At the staff table, McGonagall and Flitwick argued cheerfully about some new ward study. Hagrid waved his fork at someone in a story. Dumbledore listened more than he talked. An owl swooped in and dropped a folded letter in front of Harry. He recognized the seal. Anchor Compact Council. Oh good, he muttered. Homework for my other job. Ginny took the letter, opened it, and skimmed. Meeting next month, she said. Agenda items. Ward reform. Azkaban replacement design. Education outreach. A note asking if you would be comfortable attending via projection rather than in person. Harry blinked. They learned, he said. Ginny smiled. You yelled at them enough, she said. He sighed. Fine, he said. What else? She flipped the page. Personal note from Marchbanks, she said. She says, and I quote, do not let the ministry make you feel small. Also eat your vegetables. Harry laughed. I like her, he said. I know, Ginny said. Ron leaned over. What about the Azkaban thing? Ron asked. They actually going to shut it down? Not overnight, Hermione said. But they are planning a phased transition. Less Dementor nonsense. More containment that does not slowly rot your mind. Foundational wards that keep people in without eating their souls. Harry nodded. Ogden asked for Merlin's input on stable confinement, Harry said. He nearly got a lecture about the ethics of cages from the ancient will of an over-engineered magical framework. I enjoyed it, Merlin sniffed. If humans insist on locking each other up, they should at least do it in a way that does not poison the surrounding structure, Merlin said. Ginny grinned. Look at you, she said. Influencing public policy without blowing anything up. Yet, Ron said. Hermione elbowed him. Harry let their bickering wash over him and opened the letter again. At the bottom, in small script, Marchbanks had added one more line. Remember, anchors are allowed to be happy. He swallowed. Hey, Ginny said softly. You okay? Yeah, he said. Just thinking. He folded the letter and tucked it into his pocket. The hall filled with the ordinary noise of dinner. Cutlery. Laughter. A few shouted insults between tables that sounded more like affection than hate. The slow pulse under the world matched the rhythm of his heart. Not perfectly, but close enough. Later, when they walked back to the common room, Ginny caught his hand. Walk with me, she said. He did. They peeled away from the main flow of students and slipped into an empty classroom. The room smelled of chalk and old spells. Moonlight came in through the high windows. Ginny shut the door. For the record, she said, stepping closer. I do not care if you are an anchor or a symbol or just Harry who forgets to take his socks out of his trunk. I am with you. Not the title. He smiled. I know, he said. She reached up and cupped his face. Good, she said. Because I am about to kiss you, and I do not want Merlin complaining about it. Merlin wisely went very quiet. Harry leaned in. The kiss was warm and real and present. No wild magic. No screaming void. Just two teenagers who had survived long enough to have a future. When they broke apart, breathing a little harder, Ginny rested her forehead against his. You are allowed to want things for yourself, she said. Not just for the world. He nodded. I want this, he said simply. Good, she said. So do I. Outside, the castle creaked. Portraits whispered. The world shifted in small, normal ways. Far under the stone, the interdict rested. Not silent. Never silent. But no longer screaming. Merlin's voice came one last time that night. Quieter than Harry had ever heard it. Sleep, it said. The world will not end if you rest. For once, Harry thought. I believe you. He laced his fingers with Ginny's. They left the empty classroom and walked back toward the common room together, laughing quietly at some joke Ron had made earlier about anchors and weights. The war was not forgotten. The scars were not gone. But for the first time, Harry felt like he had chosen his place in the story. Not in a prophecy. Not in a contract. In his own words. Whatever came next, he would face it on those terms. With a sword in his core, an old will in his head, and his friends at his side.